In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
Nigeria stands at a defining crossroads between strong personalities and weak institutions. The question is simple but profound. Can a nation truly progress when its systems depend more on individuals than on rules? In the life of nations, strength is not measured by individuals but by the resilience of institutions. Where rules are weak, personalities become powerful. Where institutions are strong, leadership becomes secondary to order. This is the enduring dilemma of governance in many developing states. Douglas North defines institutions as the rule of the game. When those rules are informal or inconsistently applied, development becomes unstable. Max Weber's theory of charismatic authority warns that leadership rooted in personality may inspire change, but cannot endure without institutionalization. Samuel Huntington adds, the most important distinction among countries is not their form of government, but their degree of government. Where institutions are weak, governance becomes personality-driven rather than system-driven. History provides cautionary examples. In Mobutu Sese Seko Zaire and Idi Amin's Uganda, institutions were replaced by loyalty networks and personal rule. The outcome was not strength but collapse. When systems are subordinated to individuals, the state becomes fragile, regardless of leadership charisma. Nigeria reflects a similar structural challenge. Policies often change with administrations. Enforcement can depend on influence rather than consistent rules. Institutions struggle with continuity. Asimologo and Robinson describe such examples as extractive institutions, structures that serve power rather than enforce fairness. Over time, this weakens trust and undermines governance itself. James Madison wrote, "If men were angels, no government would be necessary." Institutions exist because human nature is imperfect. Scripture reinforces this truth. Put not your trust in princes nor in the Son of Man. Both philosophy and theology converge on one idea. Societies must be anchored in systems, not personalities. When institutions are weak, the results are predictable. Policy instability, inconsistent justice, economic uncertainty, declining public trust. Nations become trapped in circles where progress is repeatedly reset. The strength of a nation is not the strength of its leaders, but the durability of its institutions. And where institutions remain weak, even strong men eventually fade, leaving the system still struggling to stand.
Good morning, welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. Headlines. Federal government introduces mandatory drug tests for secondary school students. On the foreign scene, United States President Iran's peace proposal amid Gulf tensions. On business, NNPC says no fresh public funds for refinery rehabilitation. Now the news in details. The federal government has introduced a nationwide anti-drug policy requiring compulsory integrity tests for all newly admitted secondary school students across Nigeria. Under the new implementation guidelines, students will undergo screening upon admission and participate in random drug tests at least once every academic session. Schools are expected to partner with state and federal health institutions to ensure transparent and professional handling of the process. The policy is aimed at tackling drug abuse among young people and protecting students' mental health, behavior, and academic performance. Authorities said the program would also include pre-test and post-test counseling to provide emotional and psychological support for affected students. Government guidelines introduced a three-stage intervention process for students who test positive. A first positive result will attract counseling and treatment within the school or community, while a second positive test will lead to referral to professional medical facilities for advanced care and rehabilitation. Students who fail a third test will face temporary suspension for intensive rehabilitation and will only return to school after being certified medically stable. The federal government said the measures were necessary to address rising cases of substance abuse among teenagers and restore discipline in schools nationwide. In the meantime, the Lagos State Ministry of Education and the police campaign against cultism and other vices, POCACOV, have launched a sensitization campaign against cultism and drug abuse in schools. The program held at the Idiaraba School Complex brought together education officials, police officers, teachers, and students to promote discipline and positive values among young people. Officials warned students against involvement in cult groups, substance abuse, and other social vices, stressing that such activities could destroy their education and future opportunities. They also encourage students to maintain healthy friendships and seek guidance from parents, teachers, and trusted adults. Tutor General of Education District, Mrs. Mojisola Yusuf, and POCACOV Coordinator, Superintendent of Police, Olivia Ugochukwu, said many victims of cultism and drug abuse suffer long-term emotional and social consequences. They noted that many people often realize the dangers only after irreversible damage has been done. The campaign forms part of a broader effort by Lagos authorities to strengthen discipline and public safety in schools. Organizers said the initiative will continue across communities in the state to help students remain focused on education, personal growth, and responsible living. The Enugu state government announced the commencement of a special verification exercise for newly employed civil servants, pensioners, retirees, and next of kin who missed previous verification exercises. The exercise is scheduled to begin on May 18, 2026 at the local government staff pension board in Enugu. A statement signed by the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidebere Onya, said the exercise was aimed at improving transparency, strengthening records management, and ensuring prompt payment of legitimate entitlements. Verification activities will begin daily from 8 a.m. According to the schedule released by the government, pensioners, retirees, and next of kin will undergo verification from May 18th to May 22nd, while newly employed civil servants will be verified from May 25th to May 29th. Participants are expected to appear in person with original copies and photocopies of all required documents. The government warned that only persons who missed earlier exercises should attend, adding that any attempt at double verification would be treated as fraud and could attract sanctions, including forfeiture of benefits. Authorities also urged beneficiaries to provide accurate bank details and comply with all instructions to ensure a smooth exercise. The headquarters of the 82nd Division Nigerian Army has commended the Ezeago Council of Traditional Rulers for condemning the recent attack on military personnel at Imeziowa in Ezeago local government area of Enugu State. The division said the position of the traditional rulers supported earlier accounts released by the military on the incident. In a statement signed by the acting Deputy Director, Army Public Relations, Lieutenant Colonel Olabisi Olalekan Ayeni, The army said troops of Sector 1 Operation Udoka successfully repelled an attack by armed criminals on May 6, 2026. The military added that no life was lost during the operation and that injured personnel were receiving medical treatment. The traditional rulers in their communique issued on May 8 condemned the attack and called for a thorough investigation into the incident. The council also urged residents to continue supporting the Nigerian army, the Nigerian police force, and other security agencies in maintaining peace and security in the area. The army described the support of the traditional institution as a strong demonstration of effective civil-military relations in the southeast. It assured residents that ongoing operations under Operation Eastern Sanity would continue to target criminal hideouts and sustain peace across the region. The Rivers State Police Command has reminded residents that the restriction on the movement of tricycles from 10 p.m. remains in force across the state. The command said the measure forms part of efforts to tackle rising cases of robbery, abduction, and other violent crimes linked to commercial tricycles. Police Public Relations Officer Grace Iringe Koko Agabe said the directive followed instructions from the Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Riwandisu, and the Commissioner of Police in Rivers State, CP Olubenga Adepoju. She warned operators and owners of tricycles to comply strictly with the order. The police also announced additional security measures scheduled to take effect from May 18, 2026. Under the directive, commercial tricycles, popularly known as keke buses, must not use tinted coverings or any materials capable of concealing the identity of passengers. The command warned that any tricycle found violating the directive would be impounded, while operators would face arrest and prosecution. Police further prohibited the concealment or alteration of vehicle number plates, stressing that the measures were necessary to strengthen public safety across Rivers State. Anambra State Governor Professor Chukwuma Soludo has declared a crackdown on fraudulent religious leaders and illegal native doctors operating in the state. Speaking at St. Patrick's Cathedral in Oka, the governor accused some self-styled clerics of exploiting vulnerable residents through deceptive religious practices. Governor Soludo said several suspects had already been arrested and were assisting security agencies with investigations. He warned that the state government would not tolerate individuals promoting criminal activities under the guise of religion or traditional practices. The governor also criticized what he described as the gospel of salvation without sacrifice, urging religious leaders to promote discipline, honesty, and hard work among citizens. He stated that Anambra's reform agenda was focused on restoring integrity and accountability in public life. In a related development, Soludo rejected a request for public funding for church regalia, insisting that government resources must be used only for projects that directly benefit the people. He called on religious organizations to support charity, social responsibility, and moral values in society. The Nigerian Medical Association has confirmed the release of Dr. Edwin Emekako, who was abducted in Anambra State. Chairman of the association in the state, Dr. Princeton Okam, announced the development to newsmen in Oka yesterday. Dr. Emekako, who is the medical director of Crown Multi Specialist Hospital in Mpo, was abducted on May 7th after attending to a patient at the hospital. Reports indicated that the attackers were armed men, allegedly dressed in security uniforms. Dr. Okam expressed gratitude to God for the safe release of the doctor and commended police operatives for their effort in securing his freedom. He said the medical practitioner had been reunited with his family after spending several days in captivity. The association stated that the release of the doctor would lead to a review of its planned industrial action earlier scheduled to begin today. The Nigerian Medical Association also called on the Anambra State government to strengthen security measures and protect lives and property across the state. Ohaneze Ndi Igbo worldwide has urged eligible Igbo residents across Nigeria to participate in the ongoing voter registration exercise and obtain their permanent voters card ahead of future elections. The call was made in a statement issued in Enugu by the organization's National Publicity Secretary, Dr. Ezechi Chukwu. The group described voter registration as an important civic responsibility and stressed that active participation in elections remained essential to democracy and national development. Ohaneze urged youths, women, traders, professionals, and community leaders not to ignore the exercise. According to the organization, political inclusion, justice, and fair representation can only be strengthened through active participation in the electoral process. It added that Ndibo must continue to play a strategic role in shaping Nigeria's political future. Ohaneze reaffirmed its commitment to peace, unity, equity, and good governance under the leadership of its President General, Senator John Mbata. The organization also appealed to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to ensure that the registration process remains transparent, accessible, and free from discrimination across the nation. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Federal government introduces mandatory drug tests for secondary school students. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, President Trump rejects Iran's peace proposal as Gulf tensions escalate. On business, NNPC clarifies refinery partnership, rules out fresh public spending. We'll be right back shortly.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter who sorts is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. United States President Donald Trump has rejected Iran's latest proposal aimed at ending the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, describing the terms as totally unacceptable. Reports indicate that the Iranian response, delivered through Pakistani mediators, demanded an end to military operations, removal of sanctions, and the lifting of the United States naval blockade around Iranian ports. The development has increased tensions in the Strait of Hormuz, where global shipping activities remain disrupted. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also insisted that any final agreement must include the removal of Iran's enriched uranium stockpiles as part of efforts to prevent future nuclear threats. Although a ceasefire agreement has largely remained in place since February, strong statements from both sides have raised fears of renewed hostilities. President Trump warned that failure to secure an acceptable agreement could result in intensified military action against Iran. United States President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping are expected to meet in Beijing this week for a major diplomatic summit focused on global security and economic relations. The meeting will be the first face-to-face engagement between the two leaders in more than 6 months. Discussions are expected to focus on the ongoing conflict involving Iran, global trade tensions, artificial intelligence, and rare earth mineral exports. Officials from both countries are also expected to explore new agreements in agriculture, aviation, and investment cooperation as both sides seek to stabilize their economic relationship. Despite efforts to strengthen cooperation, disagreements over Taiwan, technology competition, and nuclear security remain key concerns ahead of the talks. President Trump is expected to urge China to use its influence to encourage a peaceful resolution to the Iran crisis. United States President Donald Trump has announced the release of 5 prisoners held in Belarusian and Russian detention facilities, including 3 Polish nationals and 2 Moldovan citizens. The president confirmed the development in a statement on Truth Social, praising Special Envoy John Kowal for leading the negotiations. Among those released was Polish Belarusian journalist Andrzej Bot, who had been imprisoned in Belarus since 2021 on politically related charges. His release followed a prisoner exchange arrangement reportedly supported by the United States and Poland. President Trump also thanked Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko for what he described as cooperation during the negotiations. The development is being viewed as a sign of improving diplomatic engagement between Washington and Minsk. Recent prisoner releases and diplomatic contacts between Belarus and Western countries have led to discussions about possible easing of some sanctions. Now on business, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has clarified that its newly signed agreement with 2 Chinese firms is not a fresh government-funded refinery rehabilitation project. The company explained that the Memorandum of Understanding signed with Xinjiang Chemical and Xinjiang Industrial Park is based on a technical equity partnership arrangement. NNPC officials say the partnership model requires investors to provide their own funding and technical expertise for the rehabilitation of the Port Harcourt and Warri refineries. Under the arrangement, both parties are expected to share the commercial risk and benefits of refinery operations. The company noted that the new strategy is aimed at moving away from direct government spending on refinery rehabilitation projects following years of criticism over poor results despite huge investments. Officials said no new public funds had been committed to refinery rehabilitation since 2025. According to the NNPC, the new partnership model is expected to integrate refining, petrochemicals and gas development into commercially viable energy hubs. The company expressed confidence that the arrangement would improve operational efficiency and long-term profitability in the sector. The Nigerian Customs Service has handed over several stolen luxury vehicles recovered at the Tinkan Island port in Lagos to Canadian authorities following a joint international investigation. The recovered vehicles included high-end brands such as Rolls-Royce, Lamborghini and Mercedes-Benz. Deputy High Commissioner of Canada to Nigeria, Mr. Nasser Salihu, formally received the vehicles during the handover ceremony. Customs officials said the operation followed months of intelligence sharing between the Nigerian Customs Service and Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Customs Area Controller Frank Aneke disclosed that some of the vehicles were hidden inside shipping containers in an attempt to evade detection at the port. He added that the service resisted pressure from third parties and insisted on a direct government-to-government transfer process. The Customs Service said this successful recovery demonstrated improved cargo profiling and stronger international cooperation against transnational organized crime. Authorities also reaffirmed their commitment to combating the smuggling of stolen goods through Nigerian ports. Now in sports, technical advisor of El Kanemi Warriors, Kabiru Dogo, has appealed to residents of Borno State to support the club ahead of its crucial Nigerian Premier Football League fixture against Niger Tornadoes. Speaking ahead of the encounter at the El Kanemi Sports Complex in Maiduguri, Dogo described the match as vital to the club's survival in the top flight. He urged supporters to stand firmly behind the players as the team battles to avoid relegation. The coach stressed the importance of encouragement from fans, noting that positive support from the stands could boost the confidence and determination of the players during the difficult stage of the season. Kabir Udogo expressed confidence in the team's ability to secure a positive result, but maintained that unity among supporters, management and players remained essential to achieving the club's objective of retaining its Lego League status. Now in entertainment, Marvin Records founder Don Jazzy has described singer and songwriter Johnny Drille as one of the most complete musicians in Nigeria's music industry. Speaking during an interview on the Creatorium podcast, Don Jazzy praised Johnny Drille for his versatility in songwriting, singing, music production and audio mixing. He noted that the singer possesses both technical studio skills and strong live performance ability. The music executive also commended Johnny Drille's consistency, stating that his live performances closely match the quality of his studio recordings. According to Don Jazzy, the singer has maintained a unique style that distinguished him within the Nigerian entertainment industry. Johnny Drille, who is signed to Marvin Records, is widely known for his blend of alternative music and Afrofusion sounds. Don Jazzy said the singer's dedication and professionalism continue to strengthen his reputation as one of the industry's most respected talents. And before we go on news around the globe, a recap of our top stories. The federal government has introduced mandatory drug integrity tests for newly admitted secondary school students across Nigeria as part of efforts to combat substance abuse and protect students' mental health. Under the new policy, students will undergo screening on admission and random testing during every academic session, with counseling and rehabilitation measures provided for affected students. In Enugu State, the government has announced a special verification exercise for newly employed civil servants, pensioners, retirees, and next of kin who missed previous exercises. The secretary to the state government, Professor Chidebere Onya, said the exercise, scheduled to begin on May 18, 2026, is aimed at improving transparency and ensuring prompt payment of legitimate entitlements. On the foreign scene, United States President Donald Trump has rejected Iran's latest peace proposal, describing the terms as unacceptable amid rising tensions in the Strait of Hormuz. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also insisted that any final agreement must include the dismantling of Iran's enriched uranium stockpiles to ensure regional security. In business, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has clarified that its new agreement with Chinese firms on refinery operations does not involve fresh public spending. The company explained that the partnership with Xinjiang Chemical and Xinjiang Industrial Park is based on a technical equity model requiring investors to provide funding and technical expertise. And in entertainment, Marvin Records founder Don Jazzy has described singer and songwriter Johnny Drille as one of the most complete musicians in Nigeria's music industry. Speaking on the Creatorium podcast, the music executive praised the artist's songwriting, production, and live performance abilities. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional, they are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents
worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study, and the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini-grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution. Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development.
Good day, Nigerians. Electricity has always been a major concern for Nigerians, from households to businesses. Today, we hit the streets to ask everyday Nigerians on a simple question: are you satisfied with the current electricity supply in your area?
I think there is a little improvement in terms of distribution, but the tariff, I'm not happy with the tariff. There is an increase in tariff. It's not about where I live. Everybody feels it because, I mean, whatever you put in, before a day or two, it goes up. So, yeah, it's not satisfactory. So they need to review the tariff, you know, a government that feels for the people. People should enjoy something from the government. Almost all the things that are controlled by the state is on the increase. Think about electricity, think about fuel supply, water supply. It's not fair. An average Nigerian deserves a bit of fresh air, you know, so they can start it with reducing the tariff. For once, let's feel a reduction in tariff.
I'm not satisfied at all. The tariff is very, very high. Like 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too high. They should be giving us like 10 units for 1,000, please. It's too high. It's affecting me because I'm using industrial machine. I'm using a lot of electronics, so it's affecting me seriously. Sometimes you will collect a customer clothes that we charge the person like 10,000 naira. The lights that you buy to sew the clothes is even more than the money that you charge the customer, so it's too high. Please, they should do something about it. They should do something about it. Even if they should increase the units. That 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too much.
Please, oh, not fully satisfied, but it's the better. It's very, very better. I'm from the village, and we are getting it better now. At least when we have full light, and there's no day we don't have it. So I'm very happy now that something is very, very fine. Please, very fine. I mean very fine. Before, it used to affect me because I may not have, the main thing I have is the fridge and the phone. So at times I'll put something inside the fridge, it will spoil. But now it's no more like that. When I put, if there's no light in the morning, it will be in the night. Then my phone now is always available. Yes, there's a big change. We are doing better. Please, myself and other people around me will confirm. Because it's a village that know the most thing that is happening.
There should be a constant interaction, one-on-one interaction, with stakeholder. There should be a kind of maybe monthly, I get me, or quarterly. The electricity distribution should convene a stakeholder meeting so that we can sit down and interact to know the way forward. Because the way things are, almost our earning is going into electricity.
They provide light very well, but the price is kind of high. But their light is, at least in a 24-hour space, we can have light for 20 hours. So the light is very stable. But it's just the amount, the tariff that is high.
There is a significant improvement in supply, I must confess. Yes, there is remarkable improvement. I can acknowledge that. But where the problem lies is most transformers are overloaded. And when it drops, when some phase fails, the response is not rapid. It's always very, very sluggish. Then in terms of tariff, government should try to subsidize electricity for the citizens. If this economy will thrive, 200 and something naira per, what is that, kilowatts or whatever, is so outrageous in the current economy. Many Nigerians are poor.
It's necessarily affecting us. Everybody is not comfortable. The business is affecting, livelihood is affecting because, when there's light, when there's electricity available, a lot of it takes shape. But when those things are not there, a lot of things will begin to dwindle, and many persons live with the service of electricity. There are things you may not even use your generator to operate with. There are things you might use electricity to get into doing. But when those things are not there, it affects everybody. Even the consumers and the producers. It affects the whole structure of the society. So if those who are operating the electricity system in our society will not begin to understand that they are serving people and the people know what they are doing, we are interested, we want to use these things for our daily well-being, then things will begin to flow very well.
Personally, I'm not satisfied in anywhere because, you see, sometimes it will take some time before they will bring the light. Sometimes they will bring it in a epileptic way, yet they still collect their money. They don't miss to collect their money. So for me, I'm not satisfied. I think they have to do some kind of reforms in their ministry or whatever I should call it. Understand? Because it's not the consumers that will come and do whatever that is necessary to be done. It's the power authority. They are the people that will have to do something to improve the supply. But people are not getting the regular supply needed. But they collect money on a regular basis.
We have constant light, but the tariff is actually expensive. And I don't know about other people that could not or cannot afford tariff, how they are actually managing. They should reduce it a little. The amount for buying unit of light, they should bring it down a little. Though I'm impressed with the amount of light we are getting currently, but it's too expensive, to be honest.
From Lagos to Enugu, Nigerians share their thoughts on the state of electricity today. whether it's consistent power or consistent outrage. One thing is clear, electricity remains a top concern. We want to hear from you. Comment below, let us know your experience. Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Please and greetings to everyone watching. You are tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness and love and purpose, bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chuoma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you and to our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in transit, thank you for letting us into your beautiful space this morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
It's Monday, 11th of May, 2026. So it's another new and wonderful edition of Sunrise. It's a power-packed morning with the latest news, hot topics, weather update, business, stock update, and that Sunrise spark to help you on the day.
So, grab that cup of coffee or tea. Relax, enjoy the ride, because the sunrise is here.
Coming up shortly, we kick things off with our quote of the day, something thoughtful to shift your perspective and help you stay well driven or focused.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, thirsty, and of course, be debated.
We'll also give you a full weather forecast for cities across Southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
And later we may step aside and unleash the man of many parts, the sports oracle and worldwide, to give you up to date with the happenings around the sports world to leave you smiling.
We go over to our inspiration segment of today, which says, one whose seeds have not sprouted does not give up planting. One whose seeds have not sprouted does not give up planting. This is from a traditional proverb on persistence. You have to persist. This is just the neck of this quote. You have to not give up. You have to keep doing what you're doing until you see results. No matter where you are, no matter what you are doing, especially if what you're doing is legal, if what you're doing is right, if you are actually going towards the right direction, all you need to do, is to keep doing what you're doing. Are you selling? Are you transacting? Are you in your office? Wherever you are this morning listening to us or watching us, you have to know that one of the days what you planted will grow up, and what you have already, with the seed you have sown into the ground will yield results. So don't give up. I think this is what it means, and this is what this quote is telling us, to persist until you see results. Don't give up yet. Don't give up. We don't give up here.
All right. We are told that one whose seeds have not sprouted does not give up planting. Yes, and they are speaking to us really. So wherever you're watching from, be it Ogige Market in Osoka, or Obete Market in Enugu, or Ariaria in Aba, or Alaba International Market, wherever you are, yes, we are reminded that one whose seeds have not sprouted does not give up planting. And in Nigeria, our votes are our seeds. If last season didn't bring the harvest of good governance we deserve, we don't abandon the farm. We refine our craft and plant again. To walk away from the ballot box is to leave our future to be overtaken by weeds. Democracy is a marathon, yes, of persistence. It is a marathon of persistence. The right leaders, won't just grow overnight. We will not stop sowing. We will keep at it. Yes, don't let disappointment make you leave the farm with the weeds. No. Keep your PVC. Get ready. Get ready. Get back to the farm. Plant again and again. Yes. The new Nigeria would be achieved if we continue to plan, one day the ground would yield, and then the season, yes, the seasonal harvest will be bounty. Therefore, we urge you not to give up. We'll keep going to the farm. Our farmland is Nigeria. Our seed is our vote. And with our PVCs in hand, yes, we don't give up. We'll keep planting. So, we're telling you this morning that you should keep planting. Your vote remains the seed, and Nigeria will rise.
All right, we go on a short break, and we'll be right back with the weather report. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use the kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka, Anambra State. The morning arrives with warm air around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, calm enough for movement before the real heat settles in. By afternoon, temperatures rise sharply to about 33 to 35 degrees Celsius, and the sun will feel strong, especially in crowded areas in Oka. Towards evening, thick clouds are expected to gather, followed by rain and possible thunderstorms that will cool the environment and leave the night fresh and peaceful.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the core city. Enugu begins the day with a more comfortable atmosphere around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. The weather is expected to be fair, yes, this morning, and by afternoon, temperature rises to around 30 to 32 degrees Celsius. Rain is expected earlier in Enugu, bringing a refreshing evening breeze.
Good morning, Abakaleke. Ebonyi begins with a cool morning around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, but the heat builds up quickly as the day progresses. Afternoon temperatures may rise to about 33 to 35 degrees Celsius, making it one of the hottest locations in the region today. Thunderstorms are expected later in the evening, bringing relief and a much cooler night.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Owerri wakes up to a warm and humid morning at 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, with moisture hanging lightly in the air. By afternoon, temperature climbs to around 32 to 34 degrees Celsius, making the heat feel heavier. Later in the day, light rain and thunderstorms are likely, creating a calm atmosphere by nightfall.
Good morning, Omahia. The morning starts mild in Abia and steady around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, making outdoor activities easier earlier in the morning. Afternoon temperatures move up to 31 to 33 degrees Celsius, bringing noticeable warmth. Evening showers are expected later, cooling the environment and leaving the night relaxed and refreshing.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, and do keep an umbrella handy. But remember, either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Welcome back. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines across major newspapers today from The Nation, Punch, Vanguard, Sun, and Daily Trust.
And joining us is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Mr. Res Arum, helping us to the bone and with deeper insight on news issues. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you, Mr. Uche, for having me.
And how was the weekend?
Well, like every other weekend since the year started, I've been doing fine.
At least the call didn't come, so you rested.
Oh yeah, I did as much as I could. So remember, we're just coming from a burial ceremony.
All right, let's not forget. How is Nigeria treating you, Mr. Res?
Just like it's treating most Nigerians, about 140 million Nigerians.
How is it treating 140 Nigerians?
Poverty is high.
Poverty is high?
Yes.
And I know that Bayo Nonoga and the rest of them would disagree with you vehemently.
No, you can't disagree with the statistics that are on ground.
Statistics on ground?
Yes.
All right.
Statistics from, from the federal government.
Statistics don't lie. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you.
Now on the Punch headline we have capital expenditure by state governments. This is state capital spending plunges 58% as 2027 politics intensifies. Now on The Nation we have suspense as Fubara Uzodinma orders await screening results. Now on the Vanguard headline we have 2027 presidency, Jonathan's declaration sparks stir. Now on the Daily Trust we have allocations triple, hardship widens across states. Now on the Daily Sun we have tension in APC, ADC, NDC, PDP as membership lists submission ends. Now we take a look at the Punch headline which says states capital spending plunges 58% as 2027 politics intensifies. Capital expenditure by state governments in Nigeria has reportedly dropped by 58% as political activities ahead of 2027 elections gather momentum, raising concerns that governance and infrastructure development may be taking a backseat to political calculations.
All right, Mr. Res, here we go. Looking at the expenditure at the state level, where we are in electionary season, yes, soon the campaigns will start. Everyone is about picking forms and making sure that they are screened and they pass through to stand the chance to contest in the next election. And about this, at the subnational, you've seen distractions. Most governors are already neck deep in politicking, and the affairs of the state seems abandoned. In fact, the data available is saying that when one takes into account that expenditure in terms of infrastructure development has fallen down, fell by 2.20 trillion, that's signifying around the 58.1% decline in what is ought to be. And then that makes me to look at the period in question as against how many years these elected officials have in office. And you begin to see that the Nigerian climate is such that governance is only at the best given just 2 years for somebody that has a 4-year term in office. Let's speak to the governors, for example. When you look at when they gained their mandate after the election, for example, in 2023, they were bedeviled by litigation. By the time they spend 1 year in office, going in and out of court, trying to, get hold of their mandate, or what I'll call reclaim their mandate that is being, disputed in the law courts. They barely settle down to govern. Before you know it, the bell begins to toll again, and everyone begins to campaign, begin to politic, and that in itself, many analysts have already complained, making some people infer that there's need to, increase the timing from instead of 4 years to a term of 5 years. Even some went as high as proposing a single term of 6 years in office as a result of non-implementation of policies, manifestos that have witnessed, during campaigns and all that. So they barely have, at most, let's call it 2 years for someone that has a 4-year mandate in this instance. Mr. Rex, let me bring you into this conversation because I think the Nigerian state, and the electorate are shortchanged. You see that most of these governors, when it comes to this period, they abandon every other thing in terms of infrastructural development, in terms of the welfare of the people. And when you see this, deadline, you begin to wonder where the resources is going to.
And that is where I will start. Where is the resources going to? The resources have increased over time. The resources, the Nigerian revenue has accrued higher than it were so many years back. If you go back to 2023, 2024, and of course in 2026 with the war in Middle East, the Iran, America-Israel war has actually made the crude, and of course we have the best in the world. Brent crude, it sells for over 100 and some fraction dollars per barrel, and we are making a hell of money. But even with the increase in our revenue, yet the monies are shared amongst the federating units, and vis-a-vis the local government, where the residence of the masses, that is where the masses reside, which is the closer to the people, the government closer to the people, or closest to the people. Yet, nothing much has been said. And then you talk about financial project, physical development being on the nosedive because of electioneering. Where does this money go to? Do they use the state money to do politics? That is the question. That is where I start to do the government, or the governors and the local government, and of course the governors at all the levels, from the first, second, and the third tier. If they use the money for anything, if the money is not used the way it ought to be used, then the masses are being shortchanged. And when you shortchange the masses, of course it is a breach of the social contract which you have made with the people. For them to cede their franchise to you, it means they have given you power to manage their resources. And when you mismanage these resources, it is clear that you are not living up to expectation. And the people, the Nigerian people, are now set to hear from them, vote for us. And of course, even the man at the helm of affairs said, if I do not give you electricity, don't vote for me. And now we have not had electricity. I don't know why.
No. There's a new sheriff in town who has promised that in 3 months we will have stable and steady power supply.
Yes, in 3 months.
Yeah.
So until the 3
so
months.
Before the election, we will have stable power supply.
Let us have a stable power supply. Then that would have been done. That promise would have been effected. Though late, but it would have been done. And Nigerians will look at it. It's
better late than late.
Yes, and Nigerians will look at it to also exercise their franchise, whether to continue with them or to make a choice.
Mr. S, I bet you that one of the key factors Mr. President will use in the next campaign will be the issue of light. When you begin to, see stable power supply, he will tell you that it was a promise made and promise kept.
If it's a promise made and kept, that will be wonderful.
At least
but it's not the only problem.
What other problems here?
We have numerous problems in Nigeria. Power is, of course, very critical for development, technological development, advancement, and all that. But if you come back, you begin to enumerate Nigeria's problem from economy. We have a very unstable economy. Security. We have insecurity across Nigeria everywhere. In fact, nobody should be talking about insecurity again because it has overwhelmed the government. The government seems to have been overwhelmed. You see that every minute, every hour, you are hearing about recorded ones. There are ones not recorded. There are ones not reported. So you hear about security breaches here and there. So we talk about the economy, we talk about security, we talk about healthcare, we talk about education. You see SANU, NASU, and of course the ASU on strike. This is as a result of government not actually conforming to promises and agreements. So we can go on and on and on. In fact, almost all the sectors. Of course, you have seen the instability in the financial system, very fragile, that they have been able to control at a point. That is, within this year, the dollar has been managing to, patch up at 1,400 plus, 1,400, 1,400 plus. When, of course, the government of the day made it much lower than that. Of course, they made it less than 1,000 naira per dollar.
Mr. Rez, sorry to cut in. Yes, there are a lot of things to talk about when it comes to the expectation of Nigerians, when it comes to the deliverables as promised by this administration. However, my concern and worry is when we're looking at the next election, as the campaign season have started, I'm asking, how are we able to separate state money from, the individual that occupies the hem of affair, see, at the subnational level or at the national level? How do we separate these two, that individuals, as soon as they are elected into position, don't no longer, begin to use the state money for campaign or for political purpose? How do we, be able to divorce the two?
How can you do that? These are people who are the hem of affairs. Remember that when you're elected, the Code of Conduct Bureau, you must have to do show what you have before you come into office. A lot many of them don't. And the CCB has been almost comatose because I have not seen much from them. People are not prosecuted for breaching that rule, because you have code of conduct that will always tell you this is somebody's what before he came into power. And of course, as they go on, you'll be able to monitor exactly what are what businesses he had before then, and what are the accruables from those businesses to his account. But today, nobody cares about that. So whenever somebody is elected into office, of course the public fund is where they rest on in most of their dealings. You see, a local government chairman, he can afford to say, we are going for a burial, maybe family burials in their homes, the local government fund. That of the state, the same. That of the federal government, the same. Of course, you know that the president can always dash out any amount of money to anybody at any time. All these monies are coming from the public fund. These monies are not from their private purses. Of course, sometimes you might even dash out their salary. Of course, whatever thing they take, as a president, for instance, he doesn't touch his salary. He's not supposed to touch his salary, because whatever he eats comes from government. The ride, fueling, everything he does, even the clothes he wears, comes from the coffers of the government of Nigeria.
In other words,
so also it is with the governors and on the local government chairman. How do you now divorce their spendings from their personal spendings from the public fund? You cannot, because most of the things they do it just like that.
So in other words, one can infer that the decline in infrastructural development and other areas across board, when you look at the subnational, for example, both there's the lower tier of government, the local government and the rest of them, the lack of action, one could attribute it to, electioneering and being able to save to go into the campaign proper.
Even when you have a law on the money that you should use to prosecute an election, nobody keeps these laws, because nobody has been challenged, taken to court for going beyond the limit, because we have a law that stipulates the amount that should be used when you are running for any position. Nobody has ever been arraigned in court, or nobody has been arraigned. So what I mean is that the politicians do not divorce, especially where they are in public office, what fund they have, with divorce it from their personal fund. What they use is the public fund. So you find out that the government of the day is not keeping the funds the way they ought to. They're not divorcing the fund from their personal usage. So what they do is that they know how to retire these funds. That is why most of them do not go to jail. But those who are careless are those ones that the anti-graft agencies pick up after service, because most often the anti-graft agencies do not go to these public officers, especially those with immunity. Those with immunity, the presidents, governors, and their deputies, they have immunity. Whatever thing that is criminal.
All right. A quick one before I let you go on this. Looking at this situation, there's been a school of thought that we should, elongate the tenure of office, of public office holders, being that they are distracted after election with litigations, and then they barely settle, for governance, the next election cycle calls upon them. And they've argued that we should elongate the period to at least an additional 1 year or 2 years.
I do not know exactly what you mean by distraction when you have been sworn into office with litigation. Litigation, you go to court. Your lawyers are there to defend you. It does not supposed to distract you in any way. You hit the ground running. You start the business of governance and ensure that, because you have a time frame, like in Nigeria, 4 years. So you have 4 years, and 4 years you are supposed to implement your manifesto. You are supposed to implement the agreement. You are supposed to ensure that the people see that what you campaigned for, what you used to campaign to them, is being done. So, and you tell me about distraction. What distraction? Do they go to court every day? Does the governors, the president, and any other person, all these people elected, do they go to court every day? The court continues to sit and adjudicate on the matter until it is resolved, whether in favor or against. So don't tell me about they're distracted. Then, and do not also tell me that the decline in capital, projects within the government circle is as a result of elections. Then it means they are using the money for elections, because the question is, where does the money go? You have already done a budget. You have already started getting these monies, these monies done in the budget according to the state account. Yeah. Then you start using them. So it does not stop anything. It is not supposed to stop anything. But where it stops, then there is something wrong within the system.
All right. On that background, we'll call for all elected office holders and public servants to please continue to see to the welfare of the people and not be distracted by electioneering, politicking, and the rest of them. And we shouldn't, for any reason, see a decline in infrastructural development across board, while we continue to advocate for strong institutions, yes, against having strong men who may not be able to divorce, what belongs to the people from their personal expenditure in these regards. So, for no reason should development, welfare of the people be relegated to the background.
All right, we go over to the Frontline Africa headline, which says Tinubu arrives Kenya ahead of Africa France Summit. Bola Tinubu has arrived in Kenya ahead of the Africa France Summit, where African leaders and French representatives are expected to discuss key issues, including economic cooperation, security, trade, and diplomatic relations. Yes, so Mr. President, by 12:05 this morning arrived Kenya for Kenya-France meeting, that's a summit, and where they'll be discussing key issues and economic cooperation, security, trade, and diplomatic relations. So, citing this, it will just be a 2-day, just today and tomorrow. Then he will move over to Rwanda for Kigali for the next event that he has to attend. Now, this is also a month where there will be APC primaries, of course, is coming up this month, and other events. But citing this and linking it up with the movement that Mr. President has made to visit Kenya and be in this summit is raising a lot of questions across the globe and across the netizens. So, yes.
You see, some schools of thought have been saying that the president's movement across the world, especially within this year, has got a lot of money. That they don't feel comfortable with the president, with a very large entourage, always visiting some countries of the world, large entourage, and then the revenue of Nigeria is depleting as a result. And you see why we are talking about implementing the budget, implementing capital budgets, especially when you have mega projects going on in Nigeria. But the implementation has been very slow. It has not really gone the speed it ought to because of the promises of a four-year term. So the president is seen to be John Keating after all. That is the implication. Now maybe he's going to Kenya to market Nigeria and tell the world, maybe the Kenyans to come into Nigeria and invest, and possibly maybe some organization in Kenya can, a consortium of financial organizations can come together and give us another money which we borrow, because we have a borrowing government.
Has he gotten that bad?
Yes, now you have been borrowing since this year.
From Kenya?
Yes. What could have been very interesting for the president, you go to Kenya, you go to Kigali, you go, of course, people call it John Keating, just, moving around the world. I've not seen him. He has gone to...
Mr. President is marketing Nigeria for
Canada. That's what I'm saying.
From France to Kenya. The man is suffering. The man is suffering to market this nation.
That's what I'm saying. Marketing Nigeria is what actually envelops everything and giving it a very beautiful outlook. It's marketing Nigeria.
No, at great pain.
Some other internationals who have investments in Kenya to come out to Nigeria and also have investments. That's part of it. It's a beautiful thing for the president to market Nigeria on his own. It's not bad. But let us know that while he's doing that the Nigerian economy is having the suffering. All this marketing has been very rhetoric, you talk about these things. When you are marketing a country or when you intend to market Nigeria, first and foremost, you must ensure that their primary responsibility, which is the security of lives and property, is assured, so that if investors are coming, they will have access to the investment. They will feel free. But where you have insecurity everywhere, or don't we have insecurity everywhere in Nigeria? That's the question I ask. Of course, I know that Nigerians and non-Nigerians alike know that what I've just said is that we have insecurity abound in all the nooks and crannies of Nigeria. And as such, the primary duty of government of Nigeria is to ensure that you have security. Then from there you move forward. When you have terrorists, destroying even government investment, how do you now tell people that their own investments are secured? You cannot even protect the investment, government investment. You cannot protect the lives and the property of the people. We are not in a war, but people die in Nigeria as if we are having a war. So it is a serious issue. And for the president to be going up and down the nations of the world, in the pretext that is marketing Nigeria, is discussing economic this, economic that. You talk about the economy, building an economy when you have security of lives and property. You cannot build an economy, you cannot develop, you cannot move an inch into development without security of lives and property. So it is primary, and that is exactly what I believe that the government of the day should be able to call their biggest priority, to ensure there is security in Nigeria, instead of going about all the countries of the world to talk about how people will come into Nigeria.
All right, Mr. Ress, at least I agree with you on this. Yes, I agree with you in total on this very one. Yes, I bet the fact that Mr. President is at a great pain, moves around, leaving the comfort of Aso Rock to go to the cold region of France. Then from France, having, not rested, moves into another summit in Kenya. It speaks to a working president. A president I know that loves this nation. A president that I know will do everything that will stop at nothing to attract foreign investments into this nation. Yes, a president I know would want insecurity not to be at the front burner, so that when these investments come in, they would be they will be safe, far away from the ISIS and the Boko Harams that terrorize this nation. Having said that, I am, taken aback when Africa is moved and then answer when they are summoned by the neo-colonial masters. What do we have to discuss African development? Always in the presence of the Western world. Can't we at this time be able to nudge ourselves towards an African part of development? We are talking about a summit, African Forward, that is chaired by Macron. Then in Kenya, with William Ruto, what are the economic indices from Kenya to indicate a seriousness about an African nation that wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with other countries, other nations of the world? The people will go cap in hand. And like you rightly said, what we should be bothered about is about security in Nigeria and not the junketing country to another in the name of summit. When these people come in with their portfolios safe, with those they will send into the country feel safe to go through the nooks and crannies of this nation. Having said that, I would expect, and I ask, will Niger be at this summit? Will Burkina Faso be at this summit? Because one thing I know that this nation needs more, like you pointed out, is issues around security. And obviously, it's been established that we are being overwhelmed, that the ragtag army and bathroom slippers are overrunning our military. I make bold to say that, simply because they are heavily funded by non-state actors from outside this nation. And when we've identified the axis of evil to be through the Sahel, why are we having a convo without the Sahel region? Are they not African as well? Can't we swallow our pride, or do we want to push beyond and above our own personal interest? How are we going to secure this nation when we can't bring the Sahel states to have a conversation around security upon to which the ISIS has continued to fund the continued insecurity that we have in Nigeria? And when you talk about this, look at what Chad has done and Niger, taking on these daredevil insurgents in their territory. So when are we going to have a real security conference around these issues? How can you talk about development? How can you talk, investment in a nation, like you rightly pointed out, people die more than they die in Afghanistan during the era of the insurgency there? How can we be having a conversation about attracting foreign investment when we are near the state of Bamako in Mali that has been surrounded by the ISIS insurgents? These are issues that should matter. And I expect that the audience should by now have made headway with the junta in Burkina Faso, with the Malian authorities, with the Chad and Niger, and then we begin to see how police the Sahara Desert and the axis of evil, like Mr. President did note in London. These are the issues. But however, Mr. Reyes, on a lighter note, Mr. President is already old, and he's taking a great pain to move all this. We're only urging that more be done in the area of security.
No, he's not old anything. He's still very strong. That is why he's moving around marketing Nigeria.
Are you saying he's not doing this at a great pain to his health?
No, how can it be a great pain when, of course, he offered himself to serve Nigerians? Of course.
I agree with you on that. He offered himself to serve Nigeria, but the issue around security should be taken more serious. I expect to see more conference, more summits on security, how to secure Nigeria. I expect to see more conversation around these equipments would come in, because I've seen a ragtag army that has night optic visions. I've seen a ragtag army that knows how to operate ground-to-air, anti-aircraft missiles. I've seen a ragtag army that has been able to withstand the trained, courageous, bold Nigerian soldiers. It leaves more to be desired. I am not, for one, attracted to whatever summit that is happening in Kenya.
All right, we go on a short break. We'll be right back with other updates. Welcome back, still on Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Now we take a look at the Vanguard headline, which says 2027 presidency. Jonathan's declaration sparks stir. 2027 presidency. Jonathan's declaration sparks stir. Statements made by Goodluck Jonathan regarding the 2027 presidential race have generated widespread political reactions and speculation, fueling debate about a possible return to active presidential politics. This is from former President of Nigeria, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, who, resurfaced in order to, contest for the seat of the president through the platform of the People's Democratic Party. Now, a lot of cases are arising where many civil society organizations have already endorsed him, and this is from the Afani Ferre and the rest of them. Even the there's a Northern Coalition for Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. A lot of organizations are already vying to get him the form for the presidential nomination and all that.
See, I feel marveled at what is playing out for Jonathan, who said his presidency is not worth the loss of the life of a Nigerian, and that is exactly why he stepped aside, even under controversial circumstances on how Buhari won that election. He gently stepped aside and became an international diplomat. I'm surprised. that he has to use this same situation for a media visibility. He wants to be seen. When is he going to even, join the political party and then begin to seek for nomination when the time is gone? But he has been there all along. He has not made any bold step to do so. He just wants to be heard. He just wants people to discuss. He wants to be at the front burner of Nigerian discourse so that people will discuss about him. Somebody is in court already saying that he has done a two-term. He has been sworn in as president twice. And having been sworn in as president 2 times, that it means that he has had his bid, that he is not eligible to contest for presidency again. And that one is ongoing, remember. That one is still ongoing. The parties have all submitted the list of and we have not heard that he belongs to this political party or the other, unless he is still within PDP, within the PDP where he, stepped aside after losing to Muhammadu Buhari during the 2015 elections. So I think the former president is enjoying himself, seeing that people are discussing about him. He wants to know actually how relevant he is in the polity. And that is exactly my perspective, because I know Jonathan. But
he has been offered, there are people offering to get him the forms.
People are offering.
Many people are offering to get him the forms.
Of course, those who are wanting him to come in and those who are expecting to reap from his presidency. Maybe they have reaped before, they have not had enough. They still want Jonathan to. Jonathan, the way he does his own things, is cool, is
calm and collected.
And everything. So a lot of people love, and he's the only one that you are sure that if he comes, that if he becomes eligible, if the law does not bar him from contesting, that he's going to do just 1 term. That is, if the law is able to be interpreted in such a way that the first swearing in, which he finished his principles, the former president led Yaradua, if they actually say it is not an actual 2 terms of swearing in, because he was sworn in as president after Yaradua's death. He didn't just come in. He was sworn in as president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces. And then he became the GCFR. He was GCON as vice president. So I don't know. He's almost late. The primaries are ongoing, and they are still in court to think about his eligibility. And we have not heard that he got in the form of any political party yet. So I do not see his coming to run for presidency as a very visible idea.
All right, so I think the man himself understands that very well. I saw him the other day speaking to people who were nudging him to run in the next election. And he made a comment that many of them may not have PVC. He's a man that learns the hard way. The betrayal he went through. So he understands these things very well, I suppose. And if he didn't forget anything in Aso Rock, I wonder why he wants to, go through that process again. Having said that, like you rightly pointed out, which platform? Is it the PDP that, in the judgment of the Supreme Court, the C2C reads that Sam Anyanwu was rightfully expelled? Or is it the PDP that the weakest faction still have their members as the leaders of the PDP? The PDP, we know as of today, may not be in the ballot. We keep saying these things. So for Mr. President, former President Goodluck Jonathan, like you rightly summed it very well, these are people who are looking for ways to cash out. He shouldn't be cajoled, into getting into this murky waters of, politics. He's well suited maintaining his status as a diplomat and elder statesman in this regard. And he should be aware that these people who are dragging him may not have his best interest at heart. And time may be far gone, even though his name may still be in the registers of the PDP. He did step aside, but we didn't know that he never tore his membership card of PDP like former President Olusegun Obasanjo, who did, in presence of everybody, tore his membership form of card of PDP. So in that regard, we continue to watch as against time. You know, Nigeria is a nation where anything can, you know, sprout up any moment.
We'll go over to the Daily Sun headline, where we have tension in APC, ADC, NDC, PDP as membership list submission, and political tension is mounting within the All Progressives Congress, African Democratic Congress, Nigerian Democratic Congress, and People's Democratic Party, following the deadline for submission of membership lists amid fears of disputes, exclusion, internal power struggles ahead of 2027 elections. It's looking like it's only three of these political parties will appear in the ballot in 2027 election. Yeah, APC, ADC, NDC, they've all completed forwarding their register to INEC and getting ready for their primaries, where the contestants or where the candidates will emerge from. So when the candidates emerge, the tension is that many persons that have different interests. In APC, they say the governors will have to, but that does not mean that other people did not pick for. They are still going through screening, and whichever way it is always shrouded in a lot of situations, apprehensions, you know, when the primaries are coming. So the use of the word tension anyway is not very mild. It is sensational to use tension as the three parties, because I do not see tension. I see apprehension on the part of aspirants. You know, some making it and some will not make it. At the end of the day, you still see who has made it, and some people will equally go to court, you know, naturally, and after which the candidates will run for the election in 2027.
All right. After all said and done, we're most likely going to witness a repeat of the 2023 three-horseman race. Yes, in this instance, only that the nomenclatures may have changed. They may have shifted to other political parties, like expectedly, the NDC having zoned their ticket to the south. One is expecting to see the emergence of the peterobi and the Kwankwasia, who has been assured that NDC would zone back the ticket in 2031 to the north. The peterobi has been pledged to serve a 4-year term, and in this instance, where I don't know where the ADC is driving their gusto from, you know, given the fact that their issue has been adjourned sine die, you know, for people to be picking forms. Like I did say, Nigeria is a nation where things sprout out in next minute.
No, the adjournment does not stop the activities of the party legally. Do you understand?
I do.
They have their, you know, ESCOs in place, and they are doing the party's political business. So it's not a court case that might last for as long as possible. It might last to a point where it becomes an academic exercise.
Let's say it's a courage in political gamble. You know, because no one knows how this thing will pan out. Yes, irrespective of the litigations, we don't know how it will pan out. But having said that, we are definitely aware and sure that we are going to see President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the platform of the APC, and peterobi, who had, you know, had initial assured everyone that he must be on the ballot, is most likely going to be seen on the ballot as well. And on this regard, you know, we'll continue to monitor things, and as the tensions, you know, the word they use is tension, and I think this tension has to do with the zoning arrangements in these APC and the subnational and the rest of them, like you rightly pointed out, and all that. We'll continue to monitor, we'll continue to see how these unfold, but I'm particularly keen for the PDP and the ADC. I want to see how these miracles will happen.
All right, and that's a wrap on today's newspaper review. As always, you can grab a physical copy of your favorite paper from your nearest vendor or catch the full details online. And also, that's a wrap on today's edition of Sunrise. Thank you very much for waking up with us. It's always a pleasure. I'm Good Hope Chukwuma.
Thank you, Mr. Res Arum, for those inside and in-depth x-rays of issues. It's always a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you, Mr. Oche, and for you, keep watching Aneke TV.
And on behalf of all of us here on Sunrise at Aneke TV, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching till we'll come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Nigeria's governance challenge is best understood as a deep and persistent crisis of institutional trust, supported by consistent empirical evidence, global governance indices, and everyday lived experience. Despite its significant human capital, natural resources, and economic scale, there remains a widening gap between state authority and citizens' confidence in its fairness, predictability, and effectiveness. International governance metrics consistently place Nigeria in the lower tier of global corruption perception indices. Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index typically scores Nigeria in the range of about 24 to 26 out of 100, indicating a sustained perception of high corruption and weak institutional integrity. This is not merely symbolic but reflects a broader pattern of diminished public confidence in governance structures. Survey-based evidence reinforces this picture. Afrobarometer findings over multiple rounds show that a large majority of Nigerians believe corruption has increased over time, with some surveys indicating that up to 80% of respondents perceive rising corruption. Trust in key institutions remains low, particularly in the police, where as many as 70% of respondents in some waves consider officials to be corrupt. In addition, only a small minority, around 10% in certain data sets, believe that reporting corruption can be done without fear of retaliation. These figures point to a systemic trust deficit that extends beyond perception into behavioral reality, where citizens often expect inefficiency or bias before engaging with public institutions. From an economic perspective, trust functions as social capital, an invisible infrastructure that determines how efficiently a society operates. In low-trust environments such as Nigeria, transaction costs rise, informal payments become widespread, compliance with public systems weakens, and investment confidence declines. The World Bank and IMF have repeatedly emphasized that weak governance structures reduce the effectiveness of public expenditure, especially in critical sectors such as health, education, and infrastructure delivery. Even when physical allocations are significant, the absence of institutional trust limits their developmental impact. At the level of everyday experience, this distrust translates into a behavioral adaptation. Citizens increasingly bypass formal systems in favor of informal alternatives. Public services are often supplemented or replaced by private solutions, while access to bureaucratic processes is frequently accelerated through personal networks or unofficial payments. This reflects a gradual informal substitution of the state, where former governance structures remain present but are no longer fully trusted as the primary mechanism for solving public needs. The drivers of these trust erosion are structural rather than incidental. A major factor is the widespread perception of inequality before the law, where accountability is seen as selective and dependent on status or influence. Another is persistent service delivery failure, particularly in electricity, healthcare, transportation, and education, where repeated reforms have not consistently translated into reliable outcomes. A third is weak enforcement credibility, where misconduct is not always met with consistent or visible consequences, reinforcing public cynicism and normalizing institutional avoidance. Philosophically, this situation represents a weakening of the social contract between citizens and the state. In theory, citizens surrender compliance and taxation in exchange for fairness, protection, and predictable governance. However, when institutional performance becomes inconsistent, this contract shifts from a shared moral agreement to a transactional relationship. Law is no longer perceived as universally binding, but as selectively applied, and governance becomes something negotiated rather than accepted as legitimate authority. The cost of this trust deficit is multidimensional. Economically, it reduces efficiency in public investment and weakens long-term growth potential by increasing friction in both public and private transactions. Institutionally, it undermines meritocracy and contributes to perceptions of patronage in recruitment and promotion within public service systems. In terms of security, low trust reduces cooperation between citizens and security agencies, limiting intelligence flow and weakening preventive capacity. Socially, it fosters generational disagreement from formal institutions, encouraging reliance on informal systems as the default mode of survival. Ultimately, Nigeria's governance challenge is not defined solely by the absence of reform policies, but by the absence of credible and sustained institutional trust. Without this trust, even well-designed reforms struggle to achieve their intended impact because citizens do not fully believe in their implementation or continuity. Trust, therefore, operates as the underlying condition upon which all governance outcomes depend. The central conclusion is that Nigeria's development trajectory hinges not only on economic planning or institutional reform, but on the gradual reconstruction of public confidence in the state's ability to act fairly, consistently, and predictably. In practical terms, governance becomes effective only when it is believed to be legitimate, and development becomes sustainable only when citizens are willing to engage the state, not out of necessity, but out of trust.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to Sports Wrap here on Aneke TV, to one only sports. I go bring you the best of what is happening in the world of sports. Barcelona has won the La Liga trophy. It's so sad for me. But worldwide, good morning.
It's so sad for you.
You know why it's sad?
Yeah, Madrid fan.
Nope.
Why?
I'll be thrilled from now until the next 1 year.
No, who is going to throw you now?
That's the question.
Except you're a Madrid fan.
No, I'm never a Madrid fan.
You're a Man U fan.
I'm a fan.
I know you're a Man U fan.
I blow.
So who is trolling you?
Well, the person, they know themselves. The people.
Except it's Liverpool that's trolling.
The people know themselves. No, Liverpool. What do you mean?
I don't know because
I know those guys can never be Liverpool. They are not. No, Liverpool can't do anything on me. I'm talking about real trolling here. I mean, people that will, say, oh, you went throughout the season and you don't have a trophy, not even a small Timu Cup.
Anyway, you have the Champions League spots.
Yes, of course, and that's something to celebrate. Yes, of course, that's something to celebrate. And looking at the match and the game yesterday, you would see something that happened that was very interesting. And I would like to, make you understand that we want to talk about Rashford's contract a little. Okay. What actually is happening with Rashford and what his contract is going to be? What are the things expected to move him into the next phase of his contract with Barcelona? So, as we're talking about that, what do you think about the trophy that this Barcelona, the Catalan giants, whatever they call themselves at Camp Nou, have taken?
They are the giants of Spain as at now. Anyway, congratulations to them, and we should not forget, condolence to say our condolence to Hansi Flick, who lost his father. I think before that match, he lost his father. Then, like we said on Friday, I told you already that this Madrid team, they are not up for Barcelona, not with this mentality, not with what is going on, not with the crisis, not with all the misbehavior and the misconduct we have been seeing. You have a Clásico to play by weekend. You are fighting on Thursday. Two of your major players are fighting. There's
actually been a rumor that while they were fighting, that's just a rumor. Yeah. Let's say it's a playlet. That they were kind of talking about who will move to Manchester United.
That was why they were fighting.
No, allegedly.
No, that should be a rumor.
We don't do that here. Basically, looking at Tchouaméni is on the spot to replace Casemiro in Manchester United.
I believe this season he will probably leave Madrid.
No, of course he will. Once he has paid up that fine of
$500. That's not even put a proper discipline.
Because I was thinking it will be a million plus.
Even a million plus, but I wasn't expecting him to even start that match. They should at least ban him for some money. What have you now taught the other people in the team? Is it that you fight and pay?
It is
that's what you mean, that you fight and pay. When you go back to the
I hope the likes of Adagula and the young talents there would not just.
You are supposed to ban a player.
That kind of give them 10. They are academy players.
Just take it. Is Real Madrid fighting for anything? Even though you lose 5 straight matches now,
and they don't have a trophy.
There's nothing you are fighting for.
Yeah.
Give that player the right discipline, not after fighting on Thursday, you are playing match on Sunday. What is Real Madrid telling people? A big club like Real Madrid, it does not tell well of them.
Yes, it doesn't really speak well of them. But let's talk about Marcus Rashford.
Yeah.
Involving, being part of the trophy.
Of course. It's a good thing for him from Manchester United coming to win at least La Liga title in Barcelona.
His first title.
I'm sure
but there's a problem now.
Yeah.
It's not Rashford's choice to stay.
It's Manchester United, yeah.
No, it's not just Manchester United. It is Barcelona's choice.
Are they going to pay?
Because of the loan. They are applying for loan.
That's the thing. Manchester United does not want loan.
We don't want
to pay the money for this player. You are okay. You said we know you are not pay the money. Is the price tag for the player, but you just want to loan him. Meanwhile, the guy is delivering for your club. I don't know why Barcelona are just so imminent that they want him on loan, and Manchester United does not. Manchester want to do business. Take the player, give us our money. We want to spend money on someone else, but you are coming with the option of a loan.
Okay.
I don't think Manchester United will accept that.
Now, the thing is that if Manchester United accepts the loan, there will not be, for Rashford, he's still enjoying, he's still having his great time of football. But Rashford will not have that full season as he would always have.
Now, you're a loanee now, so your season can be cut short anytime. Manchester United can decide to call you back. Barcelona.
Who do you think Manchester United? Who do you think will replace Barcelona? Who do you think Marcus Rashford will replace him? Manchester
United.
United
Just call him back to the team. Of course, there's always injury now.
Yes, of course.
Cunha can go for injury now. You have nobody there, so they want to have him there. If he's there, at least they have backup.
Do you think he will come back?
Manchester is in Manchester United's hands. It's not in Rashford's hands.
Okay.
If they decide, okay, Barcelona does not want to pay for him, you have to go back to your club now.
Okay, because now we're seeing the news about Manchester United trying to fill that vacancy of defensive midfield, where Casemiro has already, declared he's leaving the club by the end of the season. And this is raising a lot of questions. Who in the world could do what Casemiro is doing?
Well, there are very few people that you might say will live up to expectation of what Casemiro have done.
Okay.
Even the Tchouaméni, of course, is part of the people that can, that is doing almost like what Casemiro has been doing. But with his recent misconduct, all these things can affect you. It can affect you one way or the other. After this is what happened to, what's his name? Greenwood. It was something like this, though it was not fight, but at least it was misconduct and you're off the book. Now, Manchester United might be considering whether to go for him or not.
But Greenwood has already fallen out with his team, with Olympique Marseille. He has already fallen out with his team, so he's currently looking for a new club.
And he's not going to come back to England.
No, he will never. No club in English league will not take him.
That's when you stain yourself. Apart from your footballing ability, yourself.
There's another player from Bournemouth that has such issue. They're investigating. There's an alleged, they have a lot of rules against having a relationship with a minor.
Yes, of course.
So there's this guy Alex Jimenez. He's been investigated now about the same issue when. I think a lot of things that happen in football, when we talk about the sports generally, should be from indiscipline.
Of course, mostly it's indiscipline. It's not about you on the pitch.
Yes, it's about it's not even the pitch issue where you get your red card, where you are sent off. It is indiscipline, things that are beyond football and the lifestyle.
About chatting with somebody.
Yes, of course. Yes.
So that's it, and that's off the pitch. That does not have anything to do with the football. But this is your lifestyle outside football. Yeah, of course, football is not just about knowing how to play, but just like education, you are trained both in learning and your character.
Yes.
So in football, you have to possess that character too. It's not just about I know how to play football. You also have to have a good character. So it is what it is.
Yes, it is what it is. Now we're talking about transfers, and Madrid has been on the limelight. Real Madrid. Why we are talking about Real Madrid now is because of the coaching space. Jose Mourinho has said to been considering the position to return back to Real Madrid after many other choices. Now, looking at Jose Mourinho. And we've talked about him just last week, how he's going to improve the team, and Madrid being a team that has influence would need to take their role back. What I mean take their role back would mean that they are going to underscore and understudy that they don't need someone who is going to be above the coach. So they need an influential figure.
With the way we all know Jose Mourinho is like a no-nonsense coach.
Yes, a no-nonsense coach,
This kind of thing that is happening in Madrid now. If he was there, let's say if he was there, this thing might not occur. So I think they need that figure. They need the players to see someone that you are not above this coach. You can't say Vinicius will not be coming to say, oh, I'm way bigger than this coach. He might be feeling like Arbeloa. Okay, what has Arbeloa achieved in Madrid when he was there? I'm a way bigger player than him. Of course, I came out for Ballon d'Or. They have that pride. Mbappe will be feeling so big. I'm a World Cup winner. Bellingham is there. You have these players with ego. But when you have someone like Jose Mourinho, who are you? What do you? Okay, you want to bring what? Which championship do you want to bring that he does not have? If you look at his CV, the kind of coach that is coming. So he's the one that will not tolerate all those kind of indiscipline from you. I believe that's what Madrid needs right now. A coach like Mourinho, a coach like Guardiola, a coach like Klopp, a coach that has attained almost everything in football.
Everything in football, where you know, normally they used to, you know, retire coaches to Dundee United, all these Coventry. But now I think young people are taking over those, you know, middle belt teams, I would say, while the matured coaches, veterans in the field, take over the more, I say, football conglomerate that is bigger, like a kind of multinational. That's what Real Madrid is. Now, let's just go over to the scores, the scoreline as it was over the weekend. This weekend, the past weekend has been, you know, somehow.
Anyway, it was a weekend. If there's no weekend of football, there's almost no weekend.
Yes, so there's almost no weekend.
What, you know, they delivered almost our expectations. Your two clubs, your Liverpool and your Chelsea, you know. No one, both of them agreed to play. Yes. They didn't want to lose.
Yes, actually, Chelsea had to, you know, tie them up because while the DSTV was loading, Liverpool scored. So everybody.
That was at the 6th minute.
Yes, while the DSTV was loading, Liverpool, they had to score. Then guess what? They are now draw a pool.
No, they had to play a draw. For me, I think this is the fair result for both of them.
Well,
let's just give a handshake. We are both, you know, in this shoot together.
It's a fair result, but for me, I think Liverpool would have. You know,
both of them had goals that were cancelled, you know, offside also.
Yes, so, but they would have tried their best to win because this is not.
This is their best. Now they did not lose. They disappointed you, so they have a draw.
Well, let's just see the score line and the full-time results. We have Liverpool and Chelsea. They had a 1-1 draw. Then Brighton and Wolves. Brighton won Wolves. Well, Wolves now have nothing to lose. You know, when you have nothing to lose again, so you just have to take the. I mean, Brighton has. You know, they have regained their state in the position, and this is going to affect Liverpool at the end of the day. I'll be Liverpool, sorry. Now we have Fulham and Bournemouth. Fulham lost to Bournemouth 1-0. Then 1-0. Then we have Sunderland and Manchester United. This game was very boring.
But yeah, very boring match.
It was a boring match.
I was not expecting
imagine
kind of scoreline from
no. It was the normal Manchester United team that played. You will not have this kind of scoreline. Do you know what happened in this match? Of course, Sunderland was they were physical.
Yeah.
Very, very physical. They were, you know, they were overpowering, and you can watch the highlight that Mino wanted to get the ball. The guy, what's that his name?
I know what.
Broby.
Okay, I'm Broby.
Yeah, Broby. Broby is a. Broby had to
take him off the.
He took Mino down. Then Mount came. Mount could not take the ball. Then you guess who came and took the ball?
Let's say
Harry Maguire.
Okay, that's a big player.
Yes, Harry Maguire came and now had to, you know, just take the ball.
He's a very
physical player.
Now just push him off.
I think it's just in a nutshell, because this is Manchester United played their front with the second kind of, let me just use the word second 11 kind of, let's say second 11, or people who has not been playing constantly in the season. That is raising a lot of questions about the bench, the depth and the quality of the bench.
That's another problem.
That's another problem, because if there was not even one goal that was cancelled, a goal that was cancelled, then there's a problem.
You know, when the team is just relying on just the first team, you know, I don't know whether it's because of time that the other guys are not having to play. That's why they don't perform at their best. But it's not really good when you just have that your first team mentality that if these guys are not there, you can't deliver. You see someone like Manchester City now, remove some players, you still have them delivering. You see clubs like Barcelona. Yesterday, Rafinha was not there. Lamine Yamal was not there. Lewandowski was not there. All these guys did not start, but they delivered. They won Madrid. So when the other guys are not, you know, playing to their best, it's really something.
Now Manchester United has qualified for Champions League. I think there is a need for reinforcement of the team. That's what we're talking about. Now let's just take a look at the MPFL table. And before we take a look at the MPFL table, let's just take a look at the scoreline yesterday, how it was, what happened, and Rangers are doing well now. Rangers are doing.
They have one more match.
They have one match to take the trophy.
These guys are right behind the Rivers. Is it from Rivers?
Yes. Now look at it. Enugu Rangers, they won their game yesterday against Benediction's Canopilas. They won. They had a 1-goal victory over Warri Wolves FC, and Casino United had a 4-1 over Ikorodu City. Then Kwara United won. National United, Plateau United had to scale through by looking at Remo Stars. You have the same with Bayelsa United. Now we have Shooting Stars and Barao FC. Shooting Stars had to scale through. Now let's take a look at the table. What the table looks like. Rangers International FC, they are topping the league with 65 points, and is looking very, very competitive because Rivers United are just behind with 64 points. This is where we're going to take it up a wrap. But I want to ask you before we wrap up the show, what are you seeing? How are you seeing Rangers, trying to take this trophy?
Anyway, for me, I need them to take the trophy.
Yes.
At least as someone from Enugu State, hoping that at least our states
is a trophy state.
Let me enjoy the joy, the ceremony, and winning it. Just one more match to go. Just one more match, 3 points, and you are there.
And you are there. Yes, that's what it is. 3 points, you are there. Then, for me, I think they are going to scale through, and we're going to see what will happen.
The last match, I don't know, is it home or away?
No, it should be away.
It
should be away. It's going to be a tough one. But however it is, we're going to see what happens.
Of course.
Yes, this is where we are drawing it and calling it a day and a show to watch. Thank you very much for watching and tuning in to see what's happening in the world of football. Well, would I thank you very much. Yes, I nearly just missed you now. But I got you. I got you, bro. I got you, bro. See you same time, same station on this edition of Sports Wrap. That's tomorrow's edition, where we're going to give you the best of what's happening in the world of sports. 8:30 a.m. Sorry, 10:30 a.m. We have started, and we are not going to miss any mark. I am your one and only sports oracle. Yes, see you again. Bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Information moves the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Move with the world.
Nigeria stands at a defining crossroads between strong personalities and weak institutions. The question is simple but profound. Can a nation truly progress when its systems depend more on individuals than on rules? In the life of nations, strength is not measured by individuals but by the resilience of institutions. Where rules are weak, personalities become powerful. Where institutions are strong, leadership becomes secondary to order. This is the enduring dilemma of governance in many developing states. Douglas North defines institutions as the rule of the game. When those rules are informal or inconsistently applied, development becomes unstable. Max Weber's theory of charismatic authority warns that leadership rooted in personality may inspire change, but cannot endure without institutionalization. Samuel Huntington adds, the most important distinction among countries is not their form of government, but their degree of government. Where institutions are weak, governance becomes personality-driven rather than system-driven. History provides cautionary examples. In Mobutu Sese Seko Zaire and Idi Amin's Uganda, institutions were replaced by loyalty networks and personal rule. The outcome was not strength but collapse. When systems are subordinated to individuals, the state becomes fragile, regardless of leadership charisma. Nigeria reflects a similar structural challenge. Policies often change with administrations. Enforcement can depend on influence rather than consistent rules. Institutions struggle with continuity. Asimologo and Robinson describe such examples as extractive institutions, structures that serve power rather than enforce fairness. Over time, this weakens trust and undermines governance itself. James Madison wrote, if men were angels, no government would be necessary. Institutions exist because human nature is imperfect. Scripture reinforces this truth. Put not your trust in princes nor in the Son of Man. Both philosophy and theology converge on one idea. Societies must be anchored in systems, not personalities. When institutions are weak, the results are predictable. Policy instability, inconsistent justice, economic uncertainty, declining public trust. Nations become trapped in cycles where progress is repeatedly reset. The strength of a nation is not the strength of its leaders, but the durability of its institutions. And where institutions remain weak, even strong men eventually fade, leaving the system still struggling to stand.
Aneke, thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is a program where we bring to you habits of issues, politics, power, personalities shaping our nation. And on The Insight today, we'll look at the 2027 presidential election. I am Uche Osai. As Nigeria moves towards the 2027 horizon, the political landscape is no longer just shifting. It's being fundamentally rewritten, with the NDC making a seismic gamble by zoning its ticket to the south. The NDC emerging as a formidable sanctuary for veteran ambition of Atiku Abubakar, and the APC entrenching its renewed hope fortress behind the incumbency of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The nation finds itself at a critical intersection of continuity and disruption. But beyond the rallies and the party symbols, how do these maneuvers translate to the Nigerian people? How does the strategic positioning of the SDP following its recent primaries change the calculus for the average voter? To help us decode the communication behind the campaigns and the development implications of this political alignment, we are joined today by Emeka Odom, a distinguished development communication expert. Emeka, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight one more time.
Thank you so much for having me today.
Yeah, since the last time we did speak, a lot has happened politically in Nigeria. You know, there's been movements here and there. We've seen the likes of peterobi, you know, all of a sudden taking, you know, a dive away from the ADC to the NDC. However, let me, you know, bring you into this conversation, and I'm asking, looking at this situation from zoning controversies to third force resurgence, are we watching a genuine democratic evolution or just a sophisticated rebranding of the same old power play?
Yeah, I must say that I think the Nigerian democracy is a potpourri, you know, of all kinds of models, of which what you just said, the models you just you know, mentioned now may not be far away from, you know, part of the contents. I have always said that, you know, for researchers and political scientists and political philosophers and students of the society, you know, should probably do a detailed study on the Nigerian brand of democracy. Because if you look at it, you have the tendency to believe that, or to ask yourself, is it really how it is practiced elsewhere? Because sometimes, you know, you see some moves that defy known logic, democratic wise. So I believe that it is one that all kinds of things, you know, all options are available, you know. So first, if you look at the Nigerian political scene today, you look at those who are what we call the major stakeholders, the game changers, so to speak. Each of them have had, at least in their political lifetime, in their political trajectory, each of them have had at least a minimum of 2 or 3 political parties attached to his name at one time or the other. If you look at maybe our current president may have the least, because yes, some of his fans, some of his supporters will tell you that he has never, you know, he has never changed party, he has never you know, he has never switched party, dumped anyone or moved into anyone. Yes, that may appear to be so on the surface, but if you look deeper, you ask yourself, today he's in APC. Is that the party he enlisted in 1999? The answer is no. Of course, a lot of changes may have happened. Some kind of alliances, you know, alliances and dissolutions and whatever is the case. But the truth of the matter is that this is not the party this is not the party that gave him the opportunity to become the governor of Lagos State. That is very clear. Now we come to Atiku Abubakar. Of course, the case is far more pronounced. We know Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. He has been in PDP, he has been in APC, he has been in ACN, you know, and today of course, at another point in time, he returned to the PDP. Today he's in ADC. He moved to Mr. Peterobi. Of course, you know, so in different kinds of parties. Is it Kwankwaso? Is it Rotimi Amechi? So you are now left with an option to ask. Does it mean that, you know, to remain in a political party, to pursue our goals, you pursue your objectives in a particular party is not possible? And, you know, the reason why I say that Nigerian brand of politics and democracy need to be studied is because an average young man or woman who is grown up in Nigeria will probably have the impression that, look, for you to achieve your aim in Nigerian politics, you need to jump from one party to another. Some people will tell you, look, you are in this party. I've heard arguments. You are in this political party. There are issues. Why don't you stay there to you know, get it resolved? Why jump party? Why move, you know, from what we may call itinerant political journey? But again, also, others will tell you that the whole idea that even in the very first place, as we studied in politics, what drives you into politics is because you want to render a service to the people, and so party is just a vehicle to arrive at your destination. And so if you like, we have heard some of the you know, key actors themselves say in the past, if you get into a vehicle to head into a destination and somewhere along the line it becomes very obvious that that vehicle can no longer deliver you to your destination, what do? Is it not naturally reasonable that if you still want to get to your destination in time before night falls, is it not normal that you quietly and peacefully disembark from the vehicle, look for another vehicle that can take you to your destination? So these are all that's why I say, and that is why it's difficult for me as a person, quite frankly, to condemn those who are moving from one party to another. Yes, it may not be good for their political reputation. Yes, that whole thing can give their political critics reason to criticize them. Those who pick on them can see that as a major point to castigate them or to prove them not to be competent enough. Because after all, they say, you know, tough times never last. Only tough people do. So when you on an assignment, when you're on a project, and you jam very difficult times or you jam difficult along the way, what do? Do you just, you know, quickly run away from that difficulty, or do you stay there to resolve it and continue to show that, look, you are very rugged in nature? But again, they also say that he who fights and runs away lives to fight another day. So that's why I say that they really need to study Nigerian brand of politics. Let us know exactly what stuff is it.
Okay, so if I may infer from your assertion, there is no need, you know, one cannot hold the likes of Peterobi accountable for moving swiftly to the NDC, or just like Bayo Ononega may want to call him, a nomad, a political nomad.
Yeah, you see, that is the issue. And that's why I said that, you know, those who are moving, for instance, let's use Peterobi for instance now, because whether you like it or not, he stands in that, you know, good exemplary capacity of, you know, perhaps what Bayo Ononega, the language that Bayo Ononega has chosen. If you view it from that perspective, you probably will not be able to fault Bayo Ononega, you know, for choosing those words, because Mr. Peterobi has moved from ABGA to PDP, from PDP to Labour Party, from Labour Party to ADC, from ADC to he is now in NDC. And so if you look at him, that's a number of parties. I mean, these are records. You can't take it away. However, However, that is only to the extent of the argument that yes, he's an itinerant politician. Yes, we come. That is
it has nothing to do with his capacity or competency.
That capacity is a different thing, because and remember also that even at that is only one side of the argument. Other people will tell you that once you have a mandate, because see, the mandate you have as an individual, the desire to make things right is inherent. It is between you and God, because you know the capacity that God has given to you, and you know the endowments, and you want to use that endowment to help fix the challenges of the society, the challenges of the nation, the challenges of the state, right? So that is why decisions are personal. Now, it is not left for him to look for means to accomplish that mandate, that desire. And that is why I gave the analogy that if you're headed to a particular direction, because there's a reason why you're on a trajectory. If you're headed to a particular direction and you board a vehicle or you board an aircraft or whatever means you want to that wants to convey you there, and somewhere along the line you suddenly realize that for whatever reason, that look, this vehicle that I boarded obviously cannot take me to my destination before night falls. What do? It's only reasonable that you quietly and peacefully disembark. If you still want to get to your destination before night falls, look for another vehicle. There are many reasons why you want to leave that vehicle. It could be that look, you are not sure of your safety within this vehicle. It could be that the vehicle itself is showing some signs of not being worthy, in terms of not being fit. It's wobbly and fumbling, so it might eventually stop you at a junction where it will be difficult for you to make any move.
All right.
And we have seen that if you have to liken some of these political parties as these vehicles. Those signs are very obvious, very clearly, very clearly. So that is why I said that it is very difficult to fault any man, on those instances. Mr. Bayo Ononoga himself, who is making those statements now, you call his attention. At the time, the current Mr. President that he's serving in his administration, his principal now, was in the party that took him to Lagos State Government House.
Eddie?
It was Eddie. Today, is the man in Eddie? No, because at a point he felt that, look, Eddie, having given me the ticket to become a governor, now I have a higher ambition to become the president of Nigeria. Eddie cannot deliver that ambition. And it was very clear to him that Eddie could not deliver that ambition. So he had to do what? He had to make another move. Eddie still exists today, I hope you know.
Sure.
So to those who are still remaining in Eddie, it was an abandonment.
All right, Mr. Becker.
He took away a section of the people, probably to go and align with another party to form a bigger party. But by and large, it amounts to the fact that, look, this was where you belong to, and you have stepped away.
All right, Mr. Becker, that was quite...
So that is why sometimes when you point a finger at somebody else, you also do need to look at where is the direction of the other four.
Pointing out, you're quite clear on that. But let's roll along. Looking at the NDC, there were a lot of activities over the weekend. One of such notable activities was the NDC itself, where the subject of our conversation, peterobi, has, let me use the word, migrated to. many of his followers may not like the word migration. However, we're seeing that the NDC has zoned its ticket to the south, southern Nigeria, clearing the path for Obi and other presidential aspirants for the south, to vie for his ticket. Let me get your opinion on that.
Yes, you see, it's very clear, and perhaps also, if you study the trajectory, you find out that that may also be part of the reason why Obi moved. For me, I believe that yes, we say we'll talk about politics, but sometimes, honestly, and you see, a political party needs to be very clear on their direction. You need to, because if I have to belong to a political party, I must be very clear on some certain things.
Are you saying the SDC that he belonged wasn't clear on that?
For me, for many people will agree with me that ADC was a bit, they were a bit shady in with some information, and so there was no clarity. If you look at the ADC, yes, okay, fine. You may say that ADC from inception have always said that they're not going to zone their presidential tickets, that everybody will have to, compete and contest. Now, ADC, I thought that what ADC wanted was to, they had a goal to dislodge APC from the presidency. I thought that was their overall objective. And so, in that respect, most people expected ADC to be very clear. You see, whether you like it or not, Nigerians will judge ADC because what they are trying to do, or what they tried to do, was a replica of what APC did in 2014, 2015. And as far as I'm concerned, within those 2 years, the APC was far more clinical, both in their planning, in their build-up, in their campaign, and even in the management of the election processes. As of 6 to 7 months before the elections, many people knew who was going to pick the APC ticket, and they were able to manage. See, because whether you like it or not, and that is why I've heard people say, ADC, initially people were making that statement that ADC was a party of frustrated politicians and internally displaced politicians, and that's always the case. That was what happened. That was how APC came to be. APC itself was a conglomerate of politicians who had lost out in the PDP, lost out in power, in coalition formula and everything else, and that's always the driving force. Most times, that's always the driving force. So they gathered and they asked themselves, look, what is the objective? The objective is to dislodge PDP from power. So they were very clinical, they were very united, they were very, very coherent, which we actually haven't seen, or rather we didn't see in ADC. Before, I think ADC should have managed the resources that they had. And when you talk about resources, you talk about not just the finances, you talk about the goodwill, you talk about their fellowship all over the federation, you talk about the trailblazers and the commanders of the votes. I thought they should have done all that. ADC shouldn't have. You see, the same mistake that PDP made in 2023, allowing a P2B to move. I've said it. This is not just about P2B, and I'm saying this also even to P2B himself. The power of the potency of the opposition in 2027 general elections is based on coherency. If they are not coherent to come as a single unit, I don't see the possibility of beating President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
You're telling me that if the NDC, as it's presently constituted, doesn't have that capacity to beat.
This is my opinion. This is Emeka Odum's opinion, and I think I'm entitled to it.
Sure.
It doesn't matter whatever criticism anybody can give to you. I think that what the opposition should have done was to manage their challenges, manage their differences, and approach the 2027 general elections as one. Now, I sometimes, we have the tendency to believe that people are not learning. They're not drawing any lessons from past events. Why would having seen what happened in 2023, why would the opposition want to split their votes again in 2027? What has changed? In fact, if anything, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has gotten more clout.
Sorry to cut in. Where do we lay this blame right now? Is it at the ADC or at the doorsteps of the people that left ADC for the NDC?
I think all of them. I think all of them. You see, because I have said this before. You see, sometimes you need to manage your ego. Manage your ego, manage your popularity, manage your resources, because these are all part of your resources, whether I like it or not. Your ego, your influence, your popularity, you know, they are all part of your see, these are things going for you, right? They're part of your strengths and your opportunities. You need to manage them well. If you, for instance, today, from what we are saying today, we are seeing an Obi Kwankwaso, you know, alliance, what they call the OK. I mean, what they call the OK alliance. Now, remember, this was still the same alliance that touted prior to 2023 general elections, but it didn't break through. So why is it breaking through today?
That's the question I want to ask.
Because some people overrated themselves.
Some people overrated themselves. Yes. In the past or
yeah, in the past. Now they have gone to the election. Because from the snippets, because I've had cause to, you know, listen to Alhaji Buba Galadima, who worked very close, or rather who is still working very close to Kwankwaso then, and I listened to his interviews, and I also listened to the interview of Senator you know, what's his name again?
Ume?
Yes, Senator Ume, you know, the one they call the Hamadike one, you know. So I listened to their television interview, I watched their television interviews, and what I could gather from there was a case of the two principals, Ubi and Kwankwaso, everybody thinking that I should be the president, you be the vice president. This was said, no, I think you are the one to be the. Why the Obi, you know, was basking in the glory of the obedience. He had gauged his popularity at that point in time. He knew he had the clout. He had his support was very organic, and so he felt that Kwankwaso should, you know, be his vice. The Kwankwaso said no. Kwankwaso cannot be a vice to Obi. This is a man who had been a governor before Obi himself. He had been a minister. He had been this. He had been that. He had been that. So there's no way, and he's coming from a state that can. Those who believe in that, those who believe in that, believes that they can compete with Lagos vote.
From the KK states?
No, at least principally is from Kano, so they believe that Kano can compete with Lagos vote.
And it's one of the KK states.
Now they also believe that having come from the northwest, then that he could wrap the KK states. While Obi may wrap the southeast states, the SE states, Kwankwaso could wrap the KK, and of course, you know, when you place the KK states and the SE votes, they are nowhere, they are no match. So based on all of these calculations, the Kwankwaso factor felt that he cannot be Obi's running mate. So that alliance didn't work. But at the end of the day, they went to the polls. And so, having gone to the polls, what was the result? The result was very clear. Today, they've got to the scale, and everybody now knows what they weigh. Now it's no longer a problem becoming obese. You get my point. And so that is the thing. Now, with all of those experiences, and Obi himself and his supporters felt they cannot be a vice to Atiku Abubakar. They felt that, oh, we have been a vice before, and so we can't be Obi as it is now. He has the most organic support base. He can be president and things like that. And they went to the polls. For me, I believe that all of those things should be a lesson. So why allow that kind of thing to repeat itself again?
Let's look at the Kwankwaso effect. You know, some has said that is a smart move on the part of, even though they've not made it public, you know, but seeing feelers from the OK movement, that is a smart move for Obi and Kwankwaso to align, for possibly Kwankwaso being the running mate to peterobi in this instance. But let me get your opinion, as some people argue that this is a smarter move on the part of Kwankwaso rather than what people are seeing, that they may not, you know, be able to dislodge APC in the 2027 election. However, he has bought the goodwill for 2031. Even if they win, he stands a better chance. But if they don't, perhaps he has a bigger chance to get to the presidency in 2031.
You see, politics is all about calculations. What you're saying is a possibility, because yes, they may not be able to dislodge APC, but in 2021 he has a better chance. Now, what is that chance? That's the question to ask. Are you saying that if he works against APC, if he contests as a running mate, if he runs now alongside Obi to contest against APC in 2027, that in 2031 he goes back to the APC, they will give him ticket?
They are saying that with the combined force of the obedience in this very election, that he may have bought their goodwill against 2031, and he can campaign in Southeast and other areas on the back of peterobi in 2031.
Good. That's what I'm saying. That there are calculations. These are calculations that can work and may also not work. Right? Remember also that ultimately, even in Nigerian politics, sometimes you sit back to ask yourself, the votes that people actually cast on election day, to what extent does it actually determine who wins and who doesn't win? It's another subject of study on itself. It's another subject of study. And so, yes, it could be true that the obedience will now see him as, you know, he's a friend. So in 2031, when reasonably it will be expected that the votes, I mean, it will be expected that the presidency should go to the north. But you still can't, you know, completely sway that away, because if Atiku Abubakar right now, why would everybody, for us to believe that, look, the presidency has to come from the north, then it's based on understanding now that the next 4 years the presidency should come from the south. But if there's going to be an Atiku Abubakar, a formidable character like Atiku Abubakar, if he can contest to disrupt the 8-year seemingly southern, you know, southern term, who says that come 2031, that another formidable character will not rise from here to say, well, the truth of the matter is that we are yet to get the presidency. And so, we no agree.
Okay.
You see, all of this, remember that this whole, you know, rotational thing is not constitutional. It's based on understanding. And somebody can deliberately choose not to understand, right? And remember also that that is the bane of the argument now. That when people say that Alhaji Atiku Abubakar should probably step aside in ADC, let only southern aspirants contest for the nomination. I'm sure if that had happened, Obi probably wouldn't have moved. The same thing happened in 2023. The same thing happened in 2023. So that is why these things are not cast on stone. They are not scientific. Sometimes there could be, you know, something could come from the sideline to disjoint the entire formula.
Something can come from the sideline, yes, to dislodge the entire formula.
Yes.
All right. On that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue to explore this issue. Please stay with us. the Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and if you've just been joining us, we are looking at 2027 presidential election, and the development communication expert Aneke has been helping us to unravel the issues around this very delicate conversation. And next, Aneke, let's quickly, for want of time, let's look at the ADC. That's been another subject of conversation in this whole matter, and a very popular figure from the south again, Rotimi Amechi, has moved ahead and picked a 90 million presidential form from the ADC in this instance. What does this spell for the contest in ADC when we look at Rotimi Amechi from the south and the big man himself, Atiku Abubakar, in this instance?
You see, Rotimi Amechi has not hidden his interest to be the president of Nigeria. And Rotimi Amechi is a man who is a politician and a grassrooted one for that matter, and very formidable. No, people probably must not forget the fact that in 2022, the ADC primaries, the APC primaries, Rotimi Amechi actually came second, next to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is our president today. And so, he is a man who understands, and he served as Muhammadu Buhari's Director General of his campaign, presidential campaign organization, 2 times. And so he really understands the nature of Nigerian politics. He understands primaries, how primaries can be won. So I believe very strongly, and at the time that the sentiment is very strong of Southern presidency to continue to 2031. However, what is not clear to me is how ADC intends to manage all of these processes. Some people have said that you really understand, and in fact, like people predicted, people knew. So a lot of people predicted that that ADC, the coherent political or the formidable nature of the ADC that we saw earlier on was not going to last. That the highest it will last is immediately after the primaries. And of course, now before the primaries, we have seen it broken down. That coherence is no longer there. And to the extent that the chairman himself even acknowledged it, Senator David Mark himself acknowledged that, that the exit of Obi and Kwankwaso, definitely will have an impact on the party, and that is a statement of fact. That's the reality. And so, for an Amechi to pick etiquette, now Atiku now knows that he will probably not be able to have an overwhelming, votes in the ADC. He now has to battle Rotimi Amechi, who, by every standard you can, is a political general.
Sorry to cut in. Do you see Rotimi as a match for Atiku in primaries?
No, he may not be able to. I'm not saying that he definitely is going to beat Atiku. But remember also, you see, the basic issue here, the basic challenge here to grapple with, in my opinion, is not really because Atiku is so formidable that he cannot be beaten, right? The point is, ab initio, there are people that will tell you that ADC was, you know, foundationally put together as the ADC as we have it today, not the ADC before the merger or before the gathering of politicians there. The ADC, the current ADC as we have now, you know, was carefully and skillfully put together for Atiku Abubakar. For Atiku Abubakar, there are those who believe in that.
As an SPV?
Yes, as a special purpose vehicle for Atiku Abubakar. Now, to contest the 2027 general elections, given what was happening in PDP at that point in time, now of course you know that he can't return to APC because APC is a closed area, because I mean you know the APC will always give the ticket to the incumbent first. So you know, now, being that as it may, if that statement is, if that allegation or whatever, you know, that insinuation is correct, then it becomes a matter of no matter whatever fight Rotimi Amaechi may put up, it will go nowhere. And that will now also go ahead to justify the exit of peterobi and Kwankwaso. But so in which case we may say that they were the men who saw tomorrow, who knew that look, this is a closed road, it's an effort in fertility. So the earlier you find your white goat in the day, the better.
Okay, before I go to the next issue, I want to ask, where is this man drawing their courage? Somebody like Rotimi Amaechi in picking the form of aid for 90 million, though the money may not be the issue here, but the point that ADC is still in court and the matter has been adjourned sine die, and they are bold to continue to pursue their ambition under the platform of the ADC. What do you think there's something they are seeing or they know that we don't?
No, you see, they are, number one, their lawyers are also speaking with them. Or rather, they're also speaking to their lawyers. You know, they are also looking at the case, and probably the lawyers will be telling them that, look, you have a very good case. Don't bother yourself. Supreme Court will ultimately, even if you go to the High Court, from High Court to, because the Supreme Court said they should return to the High Court. And initially in the High Court, they had pleaded, they said they were not going to, because they had pleaded that, you know, the High Court did not have any jurisdiction to deliberate on that matter. Now, their courage is drawn from several instances. One is, of course, they are speaking to their lawyers. Number two is that, you know, they also believe that, by and large, once the APC, if you don't even exhaust the case completely, which doesn't look very possible up to Supreme Court level, and they contest and win the election, of course you know that everything becomes an academic exercise, and not that the court will not have the power, but which court will now want to, you know, move into that case. The influence of the influence of the election victory will melt everything away. But again, also, the most important one there is that he's also basking on the fact that the country seems to agree with a southern president as it is now. A southern president. And so he believes that, look, ultimately, I am going to win the nomination because everybody believes that as of today, it is the turn of the South. Right? So these are the issues.
Okay. You know, for what?
But remember also that life on itself is a risk. So if at the end of the day, you know, the court crashes everything, the court comes to say, look, the matter runs maybe on an accelerated hearing from High Court to Court of Appeal to Supreme Court, and Supreme Court says no, there's ADC had no elective, no executive. Of course, you know that all the actions that the executive have taken would have amount to nothing. So everybody will lose everything.
All right. For want of time, a bit running fast. Sorry, I'm cutting you short. I wanted to ask if you, in a very simple sentence, if you see ADC on the ballot in 2027, but we're out of time. Let me ask this question. People have argued that Atiku may be working for Tinubu. Do you buy into that?
No, see, these are the stories we also hear. I've also heard that Obi is working for Tinubu. These are stories. See, when election comes, you have we hear all kinds of theories and so things like this. I see them as these are the spices of electoral period. They come to spice up the entire atmosphere.
All right, let's look at the PDP marking there and the future. Where does that hold? Do we see PDP anywhere near the ballot as well?
The people have touted that there's some kind of very silent and hidden alliance between Atiku and Makinde as it is now, even though some of those things are not yet clear. That Makinde may end up becoming Atiku's running mate.
Under which platform now? The windows are almost closing.
Yeah, but he can join the ADC at any time. And
even after they have submitted their register?
All they need to do, the party can, you never can tell. The party, number one, when Bush comes to shove, you may hear that he had even joined the ADC 6 months back. There's no law that says that when now the question will be, was he able to resign from PDP? He can tell you that he resigned from PDP so time. He does not. No law says that when he resigns, then he must tell the press. He will just produce a letter that he wrote to his
ward chairman,
and the ward chairman will say yes, we acknowledge, but he didn't want sensation. He didn't want to make it public. That's why they tell you that politics. And apart from that also, he may have decided to be the wike of either remaining in the same PDP and supporting working for Atiku in
just like the G5 of 2023.
So anything, there's nothing that is not possible in politics.
All right, quickly, let's look at the Jonathan factor in this whole issue. We've seen people who are persuading President Jonathan to run in 2027, and there's been equally a court case in this instance. Let me get your view.
You see, there are things you just dismiss as they come. I think that President Goodluck Jonathan, the President Goodluck Jonathan that we know in this country, I think he is smarter than that. That's what I think, that he's smarter than that. All the reputation that he has presently in Africa, in the world, in Nigeria, no, I don't think he put all of this on the line.
You're not taking that serious?
I don't take that very serious, quite frankly. I don't think much of,
All right, let's move to the SDP that had their conversation and the Adebayo factor.
Yes.
You've heard his speech,
yes,
a bit of it. What do you make out of it? His rhetoric against the incumbent. First of all, do you think he stands a chance? He was in 2023 ballot.
If Nigeria were to be a country where you say that when they want to do 100 meters dash, we all know a 100 meters dash, there's a parallel starting point, and everybody's given the same opportunity, the tracks are the same, the finishing line is the same, the gunshot that sets you on the race is heard by everybody at the same time, and your positioning, ab initio is the same. So there's some kind of parallel level, equal opportunity for everybody. So what you now get at the end of the day is now determined by your shared determination, your strength, your preparations, and what you're able to give into the competition. That's now what fetches you your position, right? Now, if Nigerian politics were to be that kind of thing, that is where we may perhaps begin to analyze to say, given this, given that, this is what we're likely to get. But you and I know that politics are not equal. So, for me, Adebayo is a very, very bright and very bright, very intelligent, and knowledgeable young man. You know, when you hear him speak, but it's very unfortunate that he's. Some people may want to say, why wouldn't a man like this probably start from either state governor or senator or house of rep? But like I said, everybody knows the burden you carry from your creator, with the message that what he has told you, the assignment he has given you, your purpose. It could be that his purpose is to come and so that's what is driving him. But like I said, I heard him, very beautiful speech. Some of the things he said, that there are things that are known by everybody. I mean, it's not as if some of these things are not, they are not just mere rhetorics. There are things that we already know. There are things that we lament on every day, But whether he will win the presidency or not, of course, your guess is as good as mine.
But he will be a spoiler in any way, the Western votes?
It is not his first time of contesting an election, so they say you are as good as your last. So you probably, for you to arrive at that, you probably look at his 2023 experience to say how much was he able to spoil, how much votes was he able to deny President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So these are things you probably calculate before you can actually say yes, he has played the spoiler vote or not.
All right, our time is already winding up, but before I let you go, Mr. Dom, let me ask you this question, just in a minute. People have, we're tracking back to the man himself, people have, like we've been saying, accused him of not wanting to stand primaries anywhere. That, in fact, he has never stood primaries anywhere. He's always been a consensus candidate wherever he went to.
I don't think that's a crime. I don't think that's a crime at all. You see, because, you see, there's something we say, everybody knows what he's carrying. You're right? You say, what you carry, I know what I carry. So if he believes that, if he thinks that, look, I'll be president of Nigeria without having to go through all these primaries and rigorous and everything, if it's working for him, fine. I can't hold it against him that he doesn't want to contest. Yes, it would have been very nice to go through primaries. And look, you go to competitions. We have seen people go to major competitions, lift the trophy without having to face any of the formidable opponents.
Okay.
It happens.
Okay, I know this may be difficult for you. A yes or no answer, I know it may be difficult. Do you see them, peterobi Kwankwaso, standing a chance in 2027? I know it'd be difficult to say yes or no.
I've already given my opinion on that, and my opinion is that, for me, I believe that the entire opposition must come in a formidable single line to be able to.
Is that still possible?
But that's what I believe in.
All right, so that's where we'll draw the curtain today on the insight. And to you, our wonderful viewers, let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag or the insight all at Aneke TV. To come your way, same time tomorrow. We will continue to hold forth and monitor the situation. I am your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
A nation does not fail in a single moment. It declines gradually through small acts of neglect, tolerated disorder, and the erosion of responsibility. In Nigeria, the conversation about governance is often loud, and the conversation about citizenship is often silent. Yet between these two lies the fate of the republic. Civic duty is not a slogan, it is a discipline. It is the conscious decision of citizens to act in ways that sustain the collective good, even when no one is watching, even when the system appears imperfect, even when personal sacrifice is required. For Nigeria, this is not philosophical, it is urgently practical. Consider something as ordinary as public infrastructure. A newly constructed road is inaugurated. Within months, it begins to deteriorate not only because of poor construction, but because of overloaded trucks, illegal drainage blockages, and the absence of communal ownership. The question then arises, who destroyed the road? The government that built it poorly, or the citizens who used it irresponsibly? The honest answer is both. Civic duty begins where blame ends. It demands that citizens recognize that public property is not government property. It is shared property. And what is shared must be protected collectively, or it will be destroyed collectively. Take another example, taxation. Across many parts of Nigeria, there is resistance to paying taxes, often justified by the argument that government has failed in its responsibilities. This argument is not without merit, but it is incomplete. For taxation is not merely a transactional exchange, it is a foundational principle of statehood. It is the mechanism through which citizens invest in the possibility of governance. When taxes are evaded systematically, the state weakens structurally, and when the state weakens, even the honest citizen suffers. Thus, civic duty requires a difficult balance to demand accountability from government while also fulfilling one's obligations to the state. One without the other produces instability. Then there is the question of elections. In democracy, the vote is the most direct expression of civic power. Yet in Nigeria, voter turnout often reflects apathy, disillusionment, or transactional participation. Voters are sometimes exchanged for immediate material gain, money, food, promises that dissolve after election day. But what is truly being traded is that moment is not just a vote, it is the future. Civic duty in its truest sense demands that the citizen approaches the ballot not as an opportunity for personal benefit, but as an ethical responsibility to the nation. To vote without reflection is negligence. To refuse to vote out of apathy is abdication. To sell a vote is a surrender of sovereignty. Beyond elections lies the everyday practice of lawlessness. Traffic regulations ignored, waste disposal indiscriminately, public officials bribed to bypass due process. These actions may appear minor in isolation, but collectively they form a culture. And culture, once established, becomes stronger than policy. A society that normalizes small violations inevitably becomes vulnerable to larger ones. Civic duty.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I am Inec and I'm glad to have you join us today. The headlines. President Tinubu arrives Nairobi for Africa-France Summit. Abia women protest alleged conversion of farmlands to smart city estate. The news in details. President Bola Tinubu has arrived in Nairobi to participate in the Africa-France Summit co-hosted by Emmanuel Macron and William Ruto. The president's aircraft touched down at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport shortly after midnight, marking the second leg of his three-nation diplomatic tour focused on economic partnerships and investment opportunities for Nigeria. The two-day summit is expected to address key issues including green industrialization, digital transformation, climate financing and reforms in global financial systems. President Tinubu is scheduled to present Nigeria's ongoing economic reforms before global investors, development partners and African leaders attending the summit. According to the presidency, the visit is aimed at strengthening Nigeria's diplomatic and economic relations with France, Kenya, and other strategic partners while projecting the country as a competitive investment destination. The president is also expected to hold bilateral meetings with international business leaders and financial institutions on the sidelines of the summit. Following the Nairobi engagement, President Tinubu is billed to travel to Gilgali on May 14th for the African CEO Forum before returning to Nigeria ahead of the All Progressive Congress presidential primary scheduled for May 23rd. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has commenced the third and final phase of the continuous voter registration exercise in Ondo State. The resident electoral commissioner, Dr. Mutiu Aboke, confirmed that the exercise began today, May 11, 2026, for eligible citizens across the state. The commission said that residents can either complete their pre-registration online or visit designated registration centers physically for data capture. INEC explained that the exercise is designed to accommodate new voters as well as registered voters seeking transfer of registration, correction of personal information, or replacement of lost and damaged permanent voter's card. Under the Commission's e-vid rotation framework, registration officials will move across different centers for the first 40 days before concluding exercise with the final 5 operation at all 18 local government offices in the state. INEC urged eligible residents not to wait until the July 10th deadline before participating in the exercise. The Commission assured the public that adequate arrangements had been made to ensure a smooth, transparent and inclusive registration process ahead of future elections. The All Progressive Grand Alliance, APGA, has commenced the screening of aspirants seeking to contest national and state assembly seats ahead of the party's 2026 primary elections. The National Publicity Secretary of the party, Ejimofo Opara, said the exercise for Senate and House of Representatives aspirants began today at the party's national headquarters in Abuja. According to the party, the screening exercise is intended to ensure credibility, transparency, and compliance with electoral requirements ahead of the primaries. Aspirants were directed to appear in person with their original academic and personal credentials for verification. The party also announced that screening for State House of Assembly aspirants in Anambra State will hold tomorrow at the APGA Regional Office in Oka. APGA leadership barred political ideas, supporters, and unauthorized persons from the screening venues to maintain order and professionalism during the process. The party further emphasized that the screening exercise is free of charge and warned aspirants against making payments to individuals or groups claiming to represent the party. APGA advised participants to report any form of extortion to the National Secretariat for immediate action. The Nigeria Police Force in Abia State has arrested several police officers following a viral video showing alleged misconduct involving operatives at a checkpoint in Uturu. The video, widely circulated on social media, captured an altercation between officers and a commuter during a stop-and-search operation. The incident reportedly escalated after the commuter began recording the officers while being questioned over the possession of 3 mobile phones. One of the officers was heard dismissing threats of a formal complaint before a physical confrontation allegedly followed. Commissioner of Police in Abia State, ndlea, ordered that immediate identification and detention of the officers involved. The command spokesperson, DSP Maureen Chinaka, confirmed that the officers had been transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department for further investigation. The command stated that disciplinary measures would be taken if the officers are found culpable. The police assured residents that the command remains committed to professionalism, accountability and protection of citizens' rights. The Taraba state government has warned school administrators and examination officials against any form of malpractice during the 2026 West African Senior School Certificate Examination. Commissioner for Secondary, Technical and Vocational Education, Dr. Augustina Godwin, gave the warning during a sensitization meeting in Jalingo. The commissioner stressed that principals, investigators and supervisors must adhere strictly to examination guidelines to preserve the credibility of the education system in the state. She said the administration of Governor Abu Kefes remains committed to promoting discipline, transparency and academic excellence. The meeting involved education stakeholders from Lao, Karim Lamido, Jalingo and Odo Kola local government areas. Officials were reminded that any violation of wike regulations would attract sanctions in line with examination policies. Meanwhile, the wike branch controller in the states commended the Taraba state government for fully paying examination fees for candidates sitting for the 2026 examinations. The officials also acknowledged the provision of vehicles and logistics supports to ensure a smooth and credible examination process across the state. The Enugu state government has announced a verification exercise for newly employed civil servants, retirees and pensioners who missed previous screenings. Secretary to the state government, Professor Chidebere Onya, said the exercise is aimed at updating records, eliminating ghost workers and ensuring transparency in the payment system. According to the government, the exercise will begin on May 18, 2026 at the Local Government Staff Pension Board in Enugu and will run in phases over 2 weeks. The first phase, from May 18th to May 22nd, will cover retirees, pensioners, and the next of kin seeking gratuity payments. The second phase, scheduled from May 25th to May 29th, will focus on newly employed staff in the state civil service. Participants are expected to appear physically with original documents and photocopies of verification. In a related development, Governor Petermbah Simba hosted officials of the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association led by Dr. Ifeanyi Okoye. The business group commended ongoing infrastructure reforms in the state and called for further improvement in tax harmonization and access to land documentation to support investment and business growth. The Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has confirmed that 11 persons died in a lone accident in Eruku Bridge along the Lagos-Abeokuta Expressway in Ogun State. Sector Commander Oludare Ogunjobi disclosed this in a statement issued in Abeokuta. The accident reportedly occurred yesterday involved in a gold Toyota vehicle with registration number GGE722KJ. The vehicle was said to have somersaulted and plunged off the bridge, trapping occupants inside after the door reportedly locked. The FRSC said personnel from the Itori Unit Command were immediately deployed to the scene alongside local residents for rescue operations. All 11 occupants of the vehicle, comprising 10 adult males and 1 adult female, were confirmed dead at the scene. The corpses of the victims have been deposited at the State Specialist Hospital morgue in Ifo. The FRSC attributed the crash to suspected drunk driving and overloading and advised motorists to exercise caution, especially during night travel along the route. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. President Bola Tinubu has arrived in Nairobi, Kenya for the Africa-France Summit focused on economic partnerships, digital transformation and global financial reforms. Coming up shortly, women from Umariaga community in Abia State have protested against the alleged conversion of their ancestral farmlands into a proposed smart city housing estate.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice, and knowledge becomes.
Welcome back. Women from Umariaga community staged a protest at the government house in Umahia over an alleged plan to convert ancestral farmlands into a smart city housing estate. The protesters appealed to Governor Alex Oti to intervene and halt what they described as unauthorized acquisition of community land. The women alleged that individuals claiming to be government representatives had begun marking portions of the community's major agricultural land without consultation or consent from residents. They said that the affected land remains the primary source of livelihood for families within the area. Speaking during the protest, community representative Mrs. Glory Orji warned that the loss of the farmland could worsen hunger and economic hardship among residents. The protesters also complained about the recurring destruction of crops by roaming cattle within the community. Responding on behalf of the state government, Commissioner for Finance, Uwoma Okandu, assured the protesters that their concerns would be conveyed to the governor for necessary attention. He appealed for calm while the matter is being reviewed by the government. A fire outbreak has destroyed a one-story building on Onwe Road in Abakaliki. The incident occurred on Saturday evening shortly after electricity supply was restored to the area. Witnesses said a loud explosion was heard before the building was engulfed in flames. Residents, however, succeeded in rescuing 13-month-old twins trapped in the upper floor before the fire spread across the structure. Some residents accused Ebonyi State's fire service delayed response to the emergency. According to the eyewitness accounts, firefighters arrived at the scene nearly 2 hours after the outbreak, by which time the building had already been completely destroyed. The fire was eventually contained with assistance from a nearby hotel, which provided fire extinguishers and access to its water reservoir. Authorities are yet to determine the exact cause of the incident, although residents suspect a gas cylinder explosion or electricity surge. Tension has risen in Mpoor community following the death of an 80-year-old Iweship aspirant, Paul Onwalu. Family members allege that the deceased sustained injury during an arrest operation carried out by officers reportedly attached to the Force Criminal Investigation Department, Abuja. According to relatives, the officers allegedly entered the residence of the deceased alongside individuals linked to the rival kingship faction before taking him into custody. The family claimed that the octogenarian collapsed during the operation and was later rushed to hospital. Wife of the deceased, Antonia Onwalu, said her husband was confirmed dead on arrival at Iyenu Mission Hospital. The incident has generated concern within the community, where a legal dispute over the traditional stool is currently before a high court in Okidi. Spokesperson of the Anambra State Police Command, Tochukwu Ikenga, confirmed the incident and said investigations were ongoing. Community leaders have appealed for calm while demanding a thorough and transparent inquiry into the matter. We'll get back to you after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. The Central Bank of Nigeria has urged state governments to adopt prudent fiscal policies to support the country's efforts at controlling inflation. Deputy Governor of the Apex Bank, Muhammad Abdullahi, stated this during an engagement with members of the Nigerian Governors Forum. The CBN warned that rising debt, excessive borrowing, and uncoordinated spending by states could undermine monetary policies aimed at stabilizing prices and strengthening the naira. The bank stressed that inflation control requires cooperation between fiscal and monetary authorities. According to the Apex Bank, practices such as unplanned expenditures, heavy overdrafts, and salary arrears contribute to inflationary pressure and weaken economic confidence. The CBN noted that headline inflation currently remains a major concern, particularly with rising food prices across the country. Director General of the Nigerian Governors Forum, Abdulateef Shitu, commended the initiative and called for stronger collaboration between state governments and the central bank to promote sustainable economic growth and fiscal stability. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has cautioned state governments against excessive dependency on overdrafts and short-term loans. Deputy Governor of the bank, Dr. Muhammad Abdullahi, gave the warning during a fiscal policy engagement in Abuja. The Apex Bank said reckless borrowing and uncontrolled spending by subnational governments could frustrate ongoing efforts to stabilize inflation and strengthen macroeconomic management. The CBN stressed that fiscal discipline remains critical to the success of the country's inflation targeting framework. According to recent data presented at the meeting, the combined external debt profile of the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory rose significantly in 2025. The bank therefore urged governors to align borrowing with approved sustainability thresholds and improved debt management practices. The CBN also advised state governments to improve internally generated revenue, maintain predictable spending patterns, and coordinate fiscal activities with national economic objectives. Finance commissions and permanent secretaries from several states reportedly expressed support for the reforms. Chiamaka Nnadozie will feature in the Women's FA Cup final at Wembley after Brighton secured a dramatic 3-2 victory over Liverpool in the semi-final. Liverpool had taken an early 2-goal lead through Dennis O'Sullivan and Beta Olsen before Brighton responded with a first-half goal from Manuela Venegas to reduce the deficit break before the break. Brighton intensified pressure in the second half and equalized through Madison Halley. The winning goal came in stoppage time when Nadir Nordam completed the comeback victory for the club. Reacting after the match, Super Falcons goalkeeper Chiamaka Nnadozie expressed excitement over the team's qualification for the final. Brighton will now face Manchester City women at Wembley Stadium in the Women's FA Cup final. Chris Asamoye has shared details of her motherhood journey in a Mother's Day message posted on social media. The emotional tribute she reflected on the challenges and sacrifices experienced over 17 years of raising a family. Chris Asamoye disclosed that she had experienced 4 pregnancies but made only 3 successful trips to the labor ward, revealing that one pregnancy ended in a life-threatening ectopic condition. She described the experience as one of the defining moments of her life. The entrepreneur also spoke about the demands of parenting, including caring for children while managing family responsibilities and business commitments. She said motherhood required significant personal sacrifice but remained a fulfilling experience. Her husband, Bovi Uwomer, recently celebrated their 16th wedding anniversary and has publicly acknowledged her support and contributions to their family life and professional growth. And now to the end of the news across the country. Here are the main points again. President Bola Tinubu has arrived in Nairobi to participate in the Africa-France Summit, co-hosted by Emmanuel Macron and William Ruto. The summit is expected to focus on economic partnerships, green industrialization, digital transformation, climate financing, and reforms within the global financial system. President Tinubu is also expected to hold bilateral meetings with international investors and business leaders aimed at strengthening Nigeria's economic ties and investment opportunities. Women from Umuahia community have staged a protest at the government house in Umuahia over the alleged conversion of ancestral farmlands into a proposed smart city housing estate. The protesters appealed to Governor Alex Otti to intervene and support what they described as unauthorized acquisition of community land. The Central Bank of Nigeria has advised state governments to adopt prudent fiscal policies to support efforts aimed at controlling inflation and stabilizing the national economy. The Deputy Governor of the Apex Bank, Dr. Muhammad Abdullahi, cautioned against excessive borrowing, uncontrolled spending, and overdependency on overdrafts by state governments. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, please call 0703 043 7110. Or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Asogwa, and the entire news team, I am Onyenyechi Ugu. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. NDC! 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 Service for Nigeria! NDC! Service for Nigeria! NDC! Service for Nigeria again! NDC! Service for the youth of Nigeria! NDC! Service for the women of Nigeria! NDC! Service for God Almighty! NDC! Service for all of humanity! NDC! Thank you. Our able national chairman and all the members of the National Executive Committee just newly elected or affirmed and inaugurated at all levels. Congratulations to you all and good afternoon. My dear colleagues, in the leadership of the NDC, His Excellency Engineer Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, Jagora, Kwankwasia, Kwankwasia, Kwankwasia. Thank you. And my dear distinguished brother and colleague in the leadership also of this movement, His Excellency Peter Gregory Obi, CON. Okupe Nigeria! Okupe Nigeria! Thank you. Let me recognize all my colleagues, leaders of the NDC, leaders of Nigeria, women of Nigeria, youth of Nigeria, my dear colleagues, members of the National Assembly, and all of you assembled here this afternoon and since morning. We bring you all greetings and warm felicitations from the entire members and leadership of the Nigeria Democratic Congress. Before I make my brief remarks, I would like to remind you all about a quote, a timeless quote, often attributed to Mahatma Gandhi, talking about the timeless struggles for change in society. And he says, first they will ignore you, then they will laugh at you, then they will attack you, and then you win. Few months ago, I'm sure they ignored NDC. I'm sure they laughed at NDC. But they cannot ignore or laugh now. But they are attacking. And when they attack, according to Mahatma Gandhi, then you win. Then we, NDC will. Thank you. Your Excellencies, my dear brothers, I join the National Chairman and members of the Protein National Executive Council Committee just affirmed and inaugurated, and there are no more protein, by the way. Today I address you this afternoon with a deep sense of gratitude. Firstly, to God Almighty for His mercies, for his inspiration, for his guidance, and for his protection. And I also thank you all for your confidence in this journey. I want to use this opportunity to sincerely thank all Nigerians from all walks of life for the trust and confidence they have reposed in me and on all the other leaders of the NDC at ward, local governments, and states. You see, you believe in the ideals upon which the NDC has been founded. Ideals of service, of national unity and cohesion, political inclusion, women and youth empowerment, and the protection of our democratic values in Nigeria. As you all know, this party is barely 3 months old. Yet, no political party in the history of our country has enjoyed this level of acceptance, enthusiasm, and trust from all Nigerians within such a short period of time as the NDC has received. You will recall that in our collective effort to establish an alternative opposition platform that will keep the flames of Nigeria's multi-party democracy alive, we first sought to register this party in 2017. As far back as 2017, when I and others realized that the foundations of my party at the time, the PDP, the big umbrella party, had become weakened and its ideals compromised. Unfortunately, in 2017, that effort did not materialize. However, when INEC resumed party registration last year, we dusted up our application. Even then, we encountered bureaucratic bottlenecks and challenges. And we felt that some of the challenges amounted to an infraction of our constitutional right to freedom of association. And thereafter, we approached the courts. And in December last year, judgment was duly delivered in our favor. That judgment was served on INEC, which complied and issued us a certificate of registration in only February of this year. Following that, I and a number of others publicly announced our involvement and role in this great party, and we immediately commenced nationwide mobilization and sensitization. Since then, Nigerian leaders, opinion and political leaders from every region and part of our country, north, south, east, and west, have embraced and shared in this vision. I thank the Nigerian judiciary on behalf of all of us in the NDC for upholding our constitutional right to freedom of association in the judgment of the Federal High Court that led to the registration of this party. I equally commend on behalf of all of us and all lovers of democracy at the INEC, led by Professor George Amupito, who with his leadership studied the judgment and felt that there was no need to whittle down and encumber the constitutional rights of Nigerians to freedom of association and participation. But that is not the end of the story. While INEC and the courts have done well for the NDC, for which we are grateful, the Nigerian opposition landscape is heavily compromised and intimidated and constricted. So while they have done what is right, we urge INEC and the judiciary to equally take steps to ensure that all other opposition parties receive fair and proper and legal treatment. And that the PDP and other opposition parties, the Labour Party and all opposition parties, the Social Democratic Party, the African Democratic Congress, and all other opposition parties must strive as well. Multi-party democracy must survive in Nigeria. Now, Nigeria needs a strong party in government. as well as a strong party or strong parties in opposition. Let me say that, contrary to propaganda, there is no appeal in any court against that decision that INEC followed in registering our party. Yes. It's a judgment that will stand forever. There is also, not only that there is no appeal, there is no pending litigation, no litigation whatsoever. NDC. Against the NDC in any court of justice in Nigeria. So don't believe that propaganda. They don't want all of you to identify with NDC, they are scared. They don't want these big names here to leave the other party or any other party. That's why you have all those propaganda, because they want to discourage me and discourage all of you. But they have failed, and you are all here. Now, scaremongering is an old tactic and it will not work. In this party, you have INEC here with us, observing and recording the proceedings of this Congress, unlike what happens in some other parties. So you should know that the NDC has come to stay. The NDC is good to go. The NDC has no faction. The NDC has no crisis. The NDC has no dispute. The NDC has no appeal pending or litigation pending. We are free to go. Now, about a week ago, two very influential political leaders whose influence is national and even beyond, they joined the NDC. And since then, the political landscape of our country has changed for good. His Excellency Peterobi, and His Excellency Engineer Rabi Musa Kwankwaso, you are welcome and thank you for disregarding all the propaganda thrown at you and all the pressures thrown at you, all the blackmail directed at you and directed at us. You are veterans, we are all veterans in this game, and we know that they will fail. Now, I want to appreciate deeply all the supporters of their excellencies, the obedient movement that is ubiquitous everywhere. They are there. Obedience, are you here? Good, good. I hail you. I hail all of you. I also appreciate the support and enthusiasm shown by members of the Kwakwasia movement. Kwakwasia! Kwakwasia! Thank you very much. Now, all Nigerians, you all know our record of service in our nation. And for me, our contributions and sacrifices and services at state level, at national level, is well known and well documented. Even when it was fashionable for people to belong to parties that are big, in 1998, as a younger man, I chose the difficult part of joining in the formation of two ideological parties, the Movement for Democracy and Justice, under the leadership of the late MD Yusuf of blessed memory. And thereafter, working with our elders and leaders, we joined in the formation of what became the Alliance for Democracy. And whereas others were in bigger parties, we were very confident, staying and mobilizing and winning elections in the Alliance for Democracy, even in Bayelsa at that time, in my early 30s. You are all aware how in 2015, with the sudden defeat of the PDP, we became opposition. And the Lord fell on me in Bayelsa to hold the fort and prevent the APC, the rampaging APC at the time, from overrunning the home base. And I led in opposition. There were inducements, there were threats, there were intimidations, but I resisted them all. People were killed, people were maimed, people were dealt with. Even my re-election, we won in a very difficult and hard way. So in me, as most of you know, we have a hard-boiled opposition operative and leader. In the National Assembly, for all of you who are following, you know the positions we have taken. We haven't taken those positions because it is comfortable to do so. Not because it is convenient. Not because it will win us favors. But will again shows, and we have consistently chosen, the difficult but necessary part that will lead to a multi-party democracy, respect for all citizens, and a better Nigeria. In the Senate, fighting all the time with my colleagues for freedom for all and for the rights of all to be respected and for good governance in Nigeria. We did it then, we have always done it, and we will do it now. We'll do it now. So in us, this convergence of all of us in the leadership, with myself privileged and honored to be national leader of this party, with the historic responsibility of visualizing and envisioning this movement, and now having the honor of having all of you patriotic and great leaders of our party, of our country, Rabi Kwankwaso, Peterobi, and all of you, and many more still to come, you can be sure that the political landscape of Nigeria will not be the same again. But we cannot do it alone. We cannot do it alone. We need all your support and continued support and prayers. I want to thank all of you for finding time, in spite of the insecurity, in spite of the economic difficulties, in spite of the intimidation and blackmail and propaganda. You found your way to this historic city, our national capital, for this historic convention. I thank you all for that confidence. To all Nigerians, what you have done in the last 3 months is historic. Large numbers of people from all parts of our country believing and having trust and confidence in us have been registering massively in our party. I want to thank you for that confidence in me and other leaders, and all the leaders at the state levels who you know very well will not let you down. To you all, we will say that with you behind us in prayers, victory surely will be ours. Victory will be ours, and we will win. Just keep up the pressure, keep up the faith. To all institutions of government, the judiciary, the security agencies, and INEC, we count on all of you to ensure that the democratic rights of all Nigerians is respected, and that free and fair elections is guaranteed, and people are afforded the opportunity to decide what happens to them, and that multi-party democracy survives. To all our colleagues in other opposition parties, we wish you all well. Nigeria cannot be allowed to be a one-party state, and you are all essential workers in that vineyard. We wish you the best. We know all the constraints we are all grappling with. We wish you the best. But if anything goes wrong, just know that there is a credible and clean and viable opposition party that is willing to absorb and embrace all of you. Not as joiners, but as co-founders and leaders. To our colleagues, even in the APC, all of us, we say to you all, you are our fellow citizens and fellow compatriots, citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You are not our enemies, You are only citizens of Nigeria with whom we disagree. And in the next couple of months, going down to the general elections, we shall take these differences in ideology to every ward, to every polling unit, to every local government, every state, every zone of our country, north and south. Our vision of an inclusive Nigeria, a productive Nigeria, a safe Nigeria, a Nigeria that does not talk about divisions, a Nigeria that is united, a Nigeria that will be a pride to all Nigerians and to all Africans. We shall take this message to all. No one in NDC is out to fight or disrespect anyone. But we will not be scared, we will not be intimidated, we will not be induced to say and do what is right. The message of a change in Nigeria will not be abandoned, and it will be carried to all parts of our country. Fellow delegates, a short while ago, in this inaugural convention, in the national interest for which the NDC is established to foster and deepen, we have taken a historic resolution. That is about zoning of the next presidential ticket of our party to the southern part of Nigeria. Yes. Huh? And of course, it goes without saying that the vice presidential ticket will come from where? We want a balanced and stable Nigeria. We want a Nigeria of equal citizenship, not a Nigeria of division and grievances. Now, you see, as you go back home, take this message of NDC and the change. We want to build a party that is like the ANC, an ideological party, a party like the ANC in South Africa. We want to build stable, enduring parties like the Communist Party in China, even if you don't like that, their ideology. But they are stable and they are going on. We want to build a party, the NDC, like the Republican Party or the Democratic Party in the US. We want the NDC to be like the Conservative Party or the Labour Party or other parties in the West. We don't want a party that is transactional. That's for transactional politicians. That every election time you see a different arrangement. We want NDC to outlive all of us. And this is a special challenge to you, the young people of Nigeria. It's for you, the women of Nigeria. We have crafted the NDC. We are caretakers of the NDC. You are the real beneficiaries and owners of NDC. To take NDC, register, support, motivate, canvass as we move together to deliver Nigeria. I thank you all. Finally, as we end this convention, which has been very historic, I want to, on behalf of the national chairman and his very hard-working team, commend you all. For the past 3-4 months, since December, February, January, people have not rested with all of us. And all your organizing team, all of you, including those who were conscripted last night, they virtually slept here. Thank you for putting on a beautiful show. And I wish you all joining messages back home. And as you go, arrive in peace, in good health. And may the good Lord strengthen you all and strengthen us. In no distant time, we will assemble in our national capital again for another historic vote. Towards the end of this month, the National Secretariat will announce the details. But for today, I join everybody in welcoming and thanking you all. And all Nigerians who are linking to this program from other parts of Nigeria and from abroad. Thank you for your support. For all those who have been supporting us in different ways, thank you and God replenish you. It's a journey we are embarking on together and we shall win. NDC! Service! NDC! Service! NDC! Excellency, I would like to invite my dear colleagues. Like me, the two of them were governors, and they have played different roles in the affairs of our native states. So in this hall, in this leadership, we have a rare combination of subnational governance experience and also critical national exposure. And we are blending all of it. Two of them were governors like me, and like me, they invested in human beings. They invested in healthcare, invested in education, invested in security, and built unity. There are people whose idea is only to build flyovers, including flyovers where they are not necessary. Any other development is brick and mortar, no matter how expensive, if you don't invest in the human capacity. My colleagues and I have a clear vision. So an NDC government, you can be sure that our focus will be national security, investing in the human being, education, healthcare, empowerment, economic empowerment. I want to invite first His Excellency Jagora Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, let him greet his people and make a brief remark.
Thank you. Thank you very much, our leader. Konkosia. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the leader of our party and former Governor of Bayelsa State, distinguished Senator Dixon, the chairman of our party, Your Excellency, the former Governor of Anambra State, His Excellency Peterobi, the National Working Committee of our party, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense pleasure and a deep sense of fulfillment that I address you today on this historic occasion of the National Convention of our great party, the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, here in Abuja. It's better here. Since we joined this party together with numerous stakeholders, millions of our supporters, and well-meaning Nigerians, the NDC has continued to attract quality members and ignite enthusiastic conversations among students and observers, both at home and abroad. What began as a bold movement is steadily becoming a formidable platform for national renewal. Ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria stands at a critical crossroads. The world is undergoing a profound geopolitical shift, yet our nation has been caught unprepared, largely because of poor leadership. Instead of positioning Nigeria to seize emerging opportunities, bad governance has left us bearing the brunt of global changes. We are witnessing a sharp decline in the quality of life. Insecurity has created widows and orphans across the land. Millions have been displaced from their homes. Investments are fleeing. Critical infrastructure is neglected. The education system is collapsing, and harsh economic policies have been imposed on students without meaningful safety nets or relief. Yet, Nigerian history teaches us that in our most challenging moments, visionary alliances have provided the way forward. For example, in 1954, a historic partnership was formed between the Northern Elements Progressive Union, NEPU, led by our mentor, Malam Aminu Kano, and the National Council of Nigeria and Cameroon, NCDC, led by Nnamdi Azikiwe, to achieve national unity. Again, in 1960, against steep odds, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe's National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroon, NCDC, formed a coalition with the Northern People's Congress, MPC, to birth our independence. In the Second Republic, the alliance between Shehu Shagari and Alex Kwame under the National Party of Nigeria, NPN, helped restore civilian rule and national unity after years of military dictatorship. It is therefore with a great sense of unity and solidarity that as a loyal party member, I support the decision to join the presidential ticket of the NDC to the south. So that it allows the region to complete its turn in producing national leadership. This presents a true opportunity for true national heroes. We shall work in evidence with the parties' agreement to ensure fairness and federal character in all ramifications. This party shall ensure to change the way things are done today by prioritizing leadership without ethnic jingoism and religious favoritism. The leadership standard we shall set will therefore restore Nigeria's dignity and will guarantee that our citizens at home and diaspora will be treated with respect and dignity. Lastly, we can only achieve that by continuing to mobilize to register as INEC to vote, and the NDC to belong to this noble cause. Please register now. Thank you. Long live Nigeria Democratic Congress. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you and God bless you.
Stay behind.
Thank you.
Can we still please stay back? Let's please stay back, please.
Service. Our national leader. The chairman of our party, and the leader of the Kwankwasia group, Kwankwasia. Let me stand on all due and other protocols. Mine is a simple one because everybody has spoken. And I'm sure you've listened from our chairman to our leader, Rabbi Kwankwaso. I wish to start by most sincerely thanking the NDC family led by our leader, Srak Dixon, for the invitation and the warm welcome we received. I want to use the same opportunity to even thank the ADC where we are coming from for accommodating us politically when due to unresolved litigation we left our parties, Labour-party and ANPP, and assure them that we wish them all the best, especially thanking the chairman of the party who was very exceptional, David Mann. As we are here now in NDC, we are part of this family. And this is a great family that will turn around Nigeria. Today in Nigeria, we are seeing beneficiaries of our democracy, beneficiaries of our judiciary, beneficiaries of good governance turn themselves into an agent of destroying democracy, into an agent of injustice, into an agent to ensure that what they benefited from will no longer apply to Nigerians, especially to the opposition party. And I thank the leaders of NDC, especially the leader, for insisting we cannot have one party in Nigeria. Nigeria must have democracy, and we insist that those who think we will not have free and fair election in 2027, let them rethink now, because in 2027 we are going to have free, fair, and credible election. Today in Nigeria, over 140 million Nigerians live in multi-dimensional poverty. Over 80 million Nigerian youths are unemployed or underemployed. Nigerians are not being killed on a daily basis. Since the beginning of this month, we've lost over 100 Nigerians. Mothers are no longer sure their children that left for school will come back. They are not sure
that their children that went to work will come back. Every Nigerian today is worried. No Nigerian knows where the next meal will come from. Because Nigeria is now among the hungriest country of the world, among the most insecure country of the world. We have the least life expectancy in the world. I can go on and on. Everything that is negative now is Nigeria. Nigeria is not a poor country. Nigeria is rooted into poverty, and we will change it. We are coming to reverse this situation and make Nigeria a prosperous country. We want to move Nigeria from poverty, from consumption to production. And that we must do. And we must start doing it by, number one, going with what Rabbi Kwankwaso said. We need unity in Nigeria. We want to unite Nigeria. We want Nigeria to love each other. That is why people think we are changing party. Where we are now, let me assure you, we are not changing party because we want it for transaction. We were changing it, like Churchill says, some men change party based on their principle, and some men change party because of opposite of it. So they change their principle to stay in a party. We change because we want to have a place, we have opportunity to build a new Nigeria that is possible. And we assure you, look at our sign. That is the sign our forefathers, that is the sign our forefathers used for independence. That is the sign our forefathers used to fight for independence. This is a sign we will use to liberate Nigeria. This is a sign we will use to liberate Nigeria. A new Nigeria is possible. A new Nigeria is possible. That's where we want to go, to build a new Nigeria. Where those from Kanu, Katsina, Kebbi, Sokoto will feel safe. Where people in Zamfara will feel safe. Where those from Borno will feel safe. Yobe, everywhere will feel safe. Where those from Port Harcourt, from Bayelsa, from Niger will feel safe. Where Nigerians will know where the next thing will come from. Where Nigerians, when they're sick, will know where we can travel from Onitsha to Lagos without fear. Today, if you enter motor in Nigeria, people will be following until you get to your destination. And if for any mistake, your call was not answered, everybody will start fretting. We don't want that to continue. We want to build a new Nigeria. A Nigeria where Nigerians will be safe, where there will be justice, where there will be food, where our children will go to school and come back, where mothers will no longer cry. That is what we want to do. A Nigeria where there will be no IDP camp. Everybody will be home. Those mothers in Benue who are living in IDP camp must go home. Those mothers in Jos must go home. And we secure everywhere. Where there will be productivity in Kanu, there will be productivity in Kaduna. That's what we want to do. We thank you for being part of today. It's a great day. Let us go home and start the work. The work starts today. The work in ensuring that we chase out all these people who are making our country. Others who agreed that you can forge certificates. Others who agreed that doing the wrong thing is right. They are the people who want to chase out. Thank you. May God Almighty that brought you here take you home safely and continue to bless all of you and your families and continue to bless Nigeria. A new Nigeria is
save all. Thank you and God bless you. NDC!
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
In the most special way, we welcome you to this edition of Youth Focus on Aneke TV. It is the program where the young people have a say, especially when it has to do with something that concerns their civic rights and responsibilities. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and that's why we say a big thank you so much for being a regular participant on this program. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our X, our Instagram, and our YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you so much for being there. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi, and in this edition, our focus is on the power of PVC. Permit me to introduce to you another set of great young people we have on the studio today for this show. We have the President, enugu Farmers Association, and the Director of the Agricultural Directorate, National Youth Council of Nigeria, Kenneth Eze. You're welcome on the show.
Thank you very much, sir.
Again, we have a civil engineer who is Samuel Uchendo. You're welcome on this show.
Thank you so much.
All right. Okay, let me start with you. Could you itemize the importance of the permanent voters card, PVC?
Okay.
Especially during elections.
Yes, the importance of the permanent voters card can never be overemphasized. As a matter of fact, it is your power as a citizen to vote a credible individual into a political position. So how do you do that? By going to your ward or to the inec office and get your PVC. And your PVC carries your picture and your date of birth and your address and other things. So what it means is that, number one, you're a citizen, you're a bona fide citizen of that country. That means you can be voted and be voted for that if you meet the criteria, of being elected into a position, a political position. Then also, it goes beyond just electing anyhow person. You are giving us your power, you're having a say towards the development of that country. You're actually saying, okay, I'm voting for this person because I've checked this person to be accountable, to be credible. This person is transparent enough to lead the vision that I believe in. So if you are going there to vote, you're actually checking your future. Can this person make good decisions that can better the lives of so many people? So if you are casting your vote tomorrow, be asking yourself, would my situation now become better? Would Nigeria, my country, become better? How sure am I that this person is going to steer the wheels of that plane, that vehicle to the destination? How sure am I that this person, does this person have the criteria, the qualifications, the track record, all those things? Can this person actually lead us? You now vote. And it's not something somebody else will do for you. You must be there present. So it's not done like an ad hoc something. So that is why you must be there. It's not like, please go and vote for me. You don't tell somebody to go and vote for you. You go there and vote because we need you. Your opinion is valid. We need you as an individual. We need you to decide who will be there. So your PVC is your power. I think that is where I will stop for now.
All right, thank you so much. Sam, Ken has been analytical, and as a matter of fact, he made a valid point, saying that there's someone you need to cast your vote for, that first of all, trust the person, know that this person, yes, somebody that will maybe beautify your future. I wouldn't know how much that is true, because most times when we trust someone, at the end of the day, somebody can disappoint.
No, he's right though, but I just want to be more objective, When I mean being objective, I mean judging by what we have in this country. You see, everything he has said is valid. But it has not always been the case. There are cases where we voted people that we imagine will lead us aright, and they end up being disappointment. I don't want to mention their names, but Nigerians know what I'm talking about. There are cases where we are motivated and we consider people by their long speeches. Because you know this whole thing, you can't know the book by its cover. People can come out and tell you things they can do. As a matter of fact, being eloquent and leadership are not the same. There are people who are very eloquent and convincing who will never deliver. There are people who may not be very eloquent, may not be very convincing, but they are very practical people. So sometimes, it's not just what we think. I don't know if you understand. In as much as what people say we as mortals wants to believe that that's what they would do. But it's beyond that. Another thing we can use and judge people is their track record. I'm still in line with what he's saying.
But reasonably, you are coming in with a counter opinion.
No, not necessarily. I'm not counter-reading. I'm saying being more objective.
Okay.
You know, because politicians come out every year to tell us what they can do and what they cannot do, what they will do and what they will not do. I don't know if you understand. And at the end of the day, we don't see this thing happen. You know what I'm talking about. I don't want to mention any person because that's not part of our why we are here. But if I'm asked to do, I would not mind. But the truth is that we should judge people by their track record.
Okay, have you seen any usefulness of the PVC?
Yes, the PVC is very useful.
They will come in from that direction.
Yes, we are still talking about it. It's very useful. You need the PVC as a Nigerian. You must have it. And you must vote. Not voting, you're not only embarrassing yourself, you're equally reducing the integrity of your country and yourself. Because you must vote. You have to vote. You have to say your own mind. By not voting, you're even making it look as if you're not a human being. You're making yourself not to have value. You're part of the country.
To have value before who?
Before the country you claim to be a citizen of. How will you not vote? You should vote. You should just bear your mind. In as much as your vote may count or may not count, it doesn't even
I wanted to come in from that direction because from his line of thought, he has mentioned that most times you think you trust someone, and at the end of the day, they'll end up disappointing you. And he's saying you have to do what? Go and vote.
The truth is that I want to be very objective. You know, politicians will always come and say, vote. In their mind, they may not even want you to vote. They may want to rig the election. But that shouldn't stop us from voting. The Igbo man said, do your own voting. Let it be that it didn't count, so that your conscience will be clear. And you can talk to your children, you know. But when you say you will not vote because it will not count, you will not vote because there will be violence, which means you are supporting all those things that you don't want. But
according to you, a lot of people have voted in the past and the vote didn't count.
Which is true. It's true.
Yes. So to what extent can you go blaming someone who said I wouldn't vote because it wouldn't count?
You made mention of disappointments. But you see, a very reasonable citizen of a country, if that leader is being transparent enough and accountable, at least there are some things we are expecting him to do or her to do. So if the person doesn't meet up to our expectations, at least there are some efforts the person must have made that we are seeing, to combat some of these things. We are voting a leader who is a human being, not a demigod. We are not voting somebody who has a superpower. We are voting somebody that says, I can do this thing because of this that I've done in the past. Because of my track record, which I said, first you need to check him or her track record in the past to know, okay, is this person credible enough to represent my interests?
But is it about track record?
Yes, most of the time.
So anyone that doesn't have track record when it comes to...
We don't want this without credentials. We need people that have shown in the past that they could do something. You don't just fall out from anywhere. A leader sometimes should be given some small steps, some small wins to... You cannot just say you are... I know of somebody who said he's contesting for president for how many years? A youth. He's a very popular person in Nigeria. You cannot just come out and say you want to contest. You have not contested for local government councillorship. You have not contested for local government chairman. House of Assembly, no. House of Reps, no. Senate, no. Minister, he's president. How?
not served in any.
You have not served in any organization. You have not even been a class prefect. Even a platoon captain.
But do you mean he's not qualified to contest as a president?
He doesn't have a track record. No, he might be qualified, but we want
that's
to
what I'm saying. Is it about track record?
We want to see
you may tell me he may end up not winning.
There's what we call.
He may end up not winning, but he's qualified to go.
He's qualified, but he's not credible. It's not believable. We need a credible leader, not someone who is qualified. What qualifies him? Who qualifies him? What
he's a citizen of Nigeria, is of age.
Yes.
He has the national ID card and the rest of all of it.
It's not credible. It's not believable. Well, we don't believe that he can steer it to our destination.
Well, the truth is that he's right. He doesn't have the credential that should make us
believe in him to vote for him. No.
But as for being qualified, he's qualified, or she. The person is qualified because what are the qualifications?
You must be SSC, you must pass your wike,
you must be in Nigeria.
That's the angle I'm coming from.
You are qualified.
And to me, that is qualification.
Yeah, you are qualified.
Yes.
This one is very dynamic. There are people with all these credentials and they won't do well. You know, there are people with all these credentials, they won't do well. There are people who are very pretentious, who may have done well as local government champions.
And there are people who may not have a track record.
Yes.
But eventually, if you see them there, they do well.
This is in as much as it's correct, you should have.
How many of them?
Yeah, you should have.
Before David became a kid, he killed a lion. Yes. He killed a Goliath. Before he came there as a kid.
You are not far from the truth.
You cannot just jump from anywhere and say you want to be the leader. From where to where?
Exactly.
All the people that have been a leader, check them. They have been heads of leadership. They have been corridors of power. They have been leading. Either in the office as a private sector or maybe in the public space. They have been in one leadership position or the other. Leadership is groomed. It must be tested and trusted. You cannot just come out.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you so much. This importance of the PVC has led us far. Yes, but we are on it. Yeah. We are on it. Let us come in from this other dimension. What are the roles of the young people in any election?
You know, for this country to succeed now, young people need to be involved in politics. Really involved. Part of the problem we're having is that young people are not involved in politics. They are just following politicians. They are not politicking. That's the problem we have in Nigeria.
What do you mean by that, Tuche?
Yes, following politicians means you're just following them. They give you money, you use it to take care of yourself. You see it as an avenue to earn money, not necessarily politicking.
Okay, when we politic, what do we do?
What is even politics? When we politic, we try to play out our interests and the interests of people around us. That is politicking. Ability to have something in mind and say, this is what I want to achieve. Be able to convince others to queue up.
Okay.
I don't know if you understand. The problem now, youths are not politicking. Yes. Youths have joined politics as a job, not as politicians.
And how can they come out of that? Because, you know, you must first of all satisfy the stomach. But now I've seen, I know it's a challenge. It's a challenge. Why most of these youths don't politics? Number one, the interest form alone
but before the interest on, let us look at it from being an active voter. If a young person,
voting is not enough.
Okay.
By voting, you are not politicking.
You have your PVC.
You are not involved.
You have your PVC first of all. It is a right step in the right direction. No, having your PVC.
I think the first thing in the right direction is belonging to a party.
If you belong to a party, when you don't have your permanent voter's card, what are we talking about?
No, permanent voter's card is just the basic for everybody.
The truth is that
everybody should have a permanent.
Don't be offended. The truth is that belonging to a party is one of the factors the problem we're having. Number one is to understand what politics is.
Okay.
Politics is not evil. It's the ability to convince people to believe in what you believe, whether good or bad.
Whether good or bad.
Whether good or
what
bad.
If it's bad? Is it not evil? Because you mentioned that politics is not evil.
No, try. Politics itself is not evil, but you can make evil out of it, just like a gun. Is gun evil? But you can use gun to do evil.
That's nothing you can make evil out of.
You can only use gun to defend.
That's what I'm saying.
But to arrange these thoughts now, I know you just made mention of vision. Somebody who wants to politic, a young leader, should have a vision that it can actually sell to people out there and make sure they believe in that vision and follow him. Okay, fine. Once you have that vision, you now join a political party that has that same vision with you, that share that same vision with you, you know. But most times you see young persons without having a vision, they will just keep joining one political party just because they want money. But if you are going with the mindset of I am a leader, I want to one day find myself in the position of power, that means I have a vision. Then I need to now find a political party that suits my vision, that shares the same ideology with me. Then I will not go in.
I laugh when I hear this line of thought. That I have to look for a political party that should be able to help me. That has the same vision I
have. Are we looking through the lens of Nigeria? Are we looking through the lens of Nigeria? Because I know that is not what it is in Nigeria. But that is.
Yeah, but we are in Nigeria. We are in Nigeria. Nigeria should be a case study.
No, see, if we start looking at Nigeria as it is, that means we need to turn the tables around. That means what he's saying is actually what it should be. You just follow until it's your turn. You come and say, it is my turn. Give me. It's my turn. I've served. Put me there, whether I qualified or not. That is Nigeria for you. But the way it should be, if I'm not looking at Nigeria, is you must have a vision that you need to grow. Write it down, make it plain. So either agrees it will run with it. But then you find a political party that suits that vision and join. If not, if you want us to talk about Nigeria, my brother, just go and find a politician, serve him 15 years, and he will give you your turn.
If you are lucky.
Let's come back to the roles of the young people during elections.
I want to talk about
so now we don't derail.
Yeah, I want to talk about vision. You see, the statement vision is just a language. It's vague. Vision, when people say they have vision, vision means nothing. Vision is to see. So my vision can be to make money as a politician.
And it is a vision.
Yeah, it's a vision.
It's a vision. Yes.
The problem now
you can't write off vision entirely. Yes.
So it's still vision. So you can't say every politician has a vision. The vision.
Even from what you said, I think the young people that follow the politicians
around. But the vision we are talking about is the vision that actually can convince a whole lot of people to follow you.
Let's come in from the dimension Uche has mentioned before. You try to mobilize people to believe in what you believe in. Who are we mobilizing as young people? Are you mobilizing people to have a big turnout during election?
To vote for you.
Is it to vote for you, yes, or to vote for your candidate?
No, we are talking about someone, like a young person who wants to be a leader.
Our topic is the power of the PVC.
Okay. Let
us not derail outrightly from this.
If a young person is contesting for any political position and is canvassing for votes, is canvassing for people to vote for him or her, then if the person is just doing it now, like he said, maybe he has a boss or an oga who is there who wants to contest. Okay. I don't think that should be the core idea of any Nigerian youth right now. Okay, but if you want to go that way, the person will not have to canvass for vote so that the people who vote for his oga, who is the candidate going in there, then maybe after they can now give him SA or TA or PA
or whatever A.
Or whatever A.
Well, what you are saying still boils down to what I say. The problem of this country now with voting and not voting is that young people are not in politics. Young people are just seeing politics as an avenue to get a job. That is, when you don't have a job and you're educated, you can decide to just become a member of a party, attend the meeting, and look for ways to get appointed and earn money. I'm coming. And earn money. And these things stem from our older people. The older people have so mortgaged our mind that we are not seeing. We have limitations because of what they tell us in school, in church, in our social gathering. They keep making us believe that we should follow them. So even in political arenas, in the places of politics, we are still pushed to believe in them. We are still suppressed not to have our opinion. And when we don't have our opinion, we just follow and be praying to get appointed. So we can't stand out. And the evolution of Nigeria has been very slow politically because younger generations don't have their voice and may never have their voice if we continue this way.
Do you think that has no solution?
It has solution.
I think that's
let
where
me
we
use the scenario of Nnamdi. Don't be offended. Nnamdi is a very vibrant man, a vibrant Nigerian who believes in Biafra. You understand. Some persons believe that if somebody like that has believed in Nigeria, that it would have been better for us. Some persons, I'm not saying that he's wrong. Some persons believe that if that kind of voice have spoke for the interest of the youth, number one is that he's not ready to contest. He's just trying to rebuild what has been damaged. Our mind are damaged. The older men from school, elementary school, have killed us, have kept us in the place of both belief. We no longer think with our senses. So whatever they tell us, we just do. So today you're out of school, you are very intelligent, and people see that you are very outspoken, you are bright. They say, why not come and join us in the party? You join, you begin to serve a master who has no direction, who is looking for money. He starts giving you money. You begin to build a political career. Tomorrow you become a local government chairman. Which kind of vision will you have?
You continue from that.
Now, why you don't have your own ideology?
I am more interested in the solution.
Yes. No, it's when we deliberate the problem.
The problem has been laid bare.
Yes.
Even without you being emphatic with it, we have known the problem.
The solution is you and I. The solution is this man now. I know you have interest in politics.
I've contested.
Thank you. Can you stand out?
I'm standing out already.
Okay. What if
people are following you?
What of people? I have 10,000 persons following you.
Let me come from this way. Let me
following you where? Is it in the media or in the real life?
In agriculture, in farming, in real life.
In real life,
yes.
How do
we are shaping their values, their mindset. You know, you said when you were talking, you reminded me of a psychologist, Carl Jung, that says until we make the unconscious conscious, that is when things. You are trying to make the unconscious conscious. Yeah, you are trying to make things that we have overlooked in the past. You know, which is quite okay. But you know, awareness doesn't just come by talking; it comes by action.
Exactly.
Actually, so if we know these things, what are we doing about it?
Exactly.
Just like when I wanted to contest in 2022. I felt this burden in my heart. We need to have a change. Then I went to join an opposition party. As I was still the president of Enugu State Young Farmers, I contested against the party of the state because I had a vision, and the vision is keep going on right now. And as God should have it, the party of that state now decided to join my party. So you see, I'm still on track, and so many persons will be growing. So what we do is that we try to make this unconscious. We try to, like in my meetings every month, I tell them that, see, we must be part of this political system. We must get your PVC. You must go and vote. I have been voting since I was 18. I have been an electoral, what is it called? All these officers that give reports. Electoral observer. You know, I've volunteered. So I tell people that as young people, you need to have your PVC. Volunteer to be an electoral observer. Join a political party. Have a vision, first of all. Be deep-rooted in your vision. And get people of like minds to push it there. And mind you, you must not only always be in politics to be a leader. You can be a leader in your field. You can be a leader in your medical field. You can be a leader in your architecture field. You can be a leader in your engineering. But wherever you are, lead. John Maxwell said it's 360-degree leadership. You can lead from above, you can lead from below, you can lead from beside. So you mustn't be. That was why I said a leader doesn't just emerge and come and say he wants to lead. We want to know where have you led and how far have you gone. So as young persons, we still have young persons that are doing it, and they get it right.
That's cool. Some problems have been identified already.
Exactly.
And Uche, I want you to come in this way. As a solution, how can demanding accountability in the democratic process serve as a solution?
Demanding
accountability from the leaders. Yes.
In which country? Is it in Nigeria? Is it in Nigeria? Because that's another thing. You see, each time you mention there are things you say about this country.
If we are coming.
No, there are things you say about this country. I start laughing. It's just like what you mentioned when you were mentioning all those things. You can lead by 360 and all those things. Very interesting. These are books we read when we go to market and buy motivational books, leadership books. Some of those things are not workable in Nigeria. Look at peterobi. He has been campaigning. We have been clapping for him, but he can't even win.
No, but he's winning.
Winning how?
peterobi is winning. How many House of Assembly members have emerged because of his leadership?
You cannot say that Obi cannot even win. You cannot say that.
It's not losing.
Until Nigerians go to the poll.
Let me. Do you know how many young people that voted during the last election? We have never had such kind of numbers that came out to vote for 2023 election.
Victories that for the moment may seem like victory, but it's failure. Those people who won under Obi because of Obi's influence, what did they amount to? I know some of them. I know some of them. Politically, they are nothing. Visionary, they are nothing. They just queued up, which is part of the problem. It's a decay. It's a factor. You see, when we talk about leadership in Nigeria, let us stop.
Okay, what about
bringing in advanced country into our own in Nigeria? We should write our own books in Nigeria. When they mention Karl Marx, mention this one. I mean, not Karl Marx. When people start mentioning motivational speakers like John Maxon and the rest of them, I start laughing because whatever they are saying is not applicable here. So, like the Obi stuff, Obi is doing well in campaign, but the question is, who are these people queuing under Obi? And when they queue up and get positions, what value do Nigeria derive from?
Can we bring it home? I know of someone who is keen on the Obi right now. He says, I do of Nara. If you hear her speak, you know that this person has a vision. She has contested before.
We're not talking
and she has a track record. She has led organizations and companies. When you see her lead and talk to, I've worked under her, so I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you so much. Uche, you will have more. You will have more to tell us when we come out from this short break. We'll see how much people have been built under the OB you are talking about. So, viewer, thank you so much for being there. Topic for today has been the power of the PVC. Yes, you can see how it's moving. Thank you so much for being there. We want to observe just a short break, and we don't want you to go away. Please don't go away. We shall be right back.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, thank you so much from the short break. We are still on the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. And I've been here with this vibrant young people, the president, Enugu Young Farmers Association, and the director of the Agricultural Directorate, National Youth Council of Nigeria, Kenneth Eze. Ken, thank you so much for being there.
Thank you.
And again, I have a civil engineer who has been analytic most of the times in his lines of thought.
Mr. Sam.
Yes, Mr. Sam. Thank you so much, Mr. Sam. Let's continue. My name is Chukwuamaka Obasi. Before we went on the short break, we were talking about how Obi has groomed a lot of people under him. And I think that is the direction we've been coming from, that Nigeria youth, they need to be reoriented into the good way of politicking and not following politicians about. Okay? Now, if Nigeria youths or decide in a way of becoming election observers during the time of election, like they observe the processes, make sure I am not explaining this. How can this come in to help to build their conscience to politic the way it should be?
Is to build their consciousness. Like when I was an electoral observer, I discovered a whole lot of things. I discovered that then, that is where you think campaign has ended. But in fact, it is that day of the election, campaign has started. You see people campaigning. That's your friend that you think you have really won over to come and vote for your candidate. There and there, they will convert the person to vote. So if you are not there on the election day, thinking that, okay, I have people in my ward that will vote for this person, that day you see nobody will vote for your person. So as an electoral observer, I also observe that day, people will come with lots of maybe kindness and being nice to you and say, you have been sitting all down here, have you gone for accreditation? You say, which one is accredited? No. You have to go and check if your name is on the register. You see Chimo or Onkeneme, you run and you go and check and say, okay, it's true, my name is there. Thank you, I will vote. In your heart, you are wondering, this person is nice. You see, if I've been sitting down here since, I wouldn't have known that there's accreditation. And so many people do not know. So many people think on the day of election, you just come and go out. You don't know that they do accreditation hours before the main election starts. So you have to go there on time. You go there, you do accreditation. Sometimes you do accreditation, you go back home. When they start voting you now, they will not call you, they have started, you not come and vote. You don't see people, they will not come and say, you have been sitting there, you have been eating. You see, I'm about, madam, you're I had to go and cook, na me. And I said, now you had to go. Before you know, again, now go in a boat.
Before
you know, these are practical things happening that day of the election.
Yeah, but it's part of the problem. Nigerian voting system makes it very difficult for youth to vote. You know, some of those people who make those laws, they are older people. Some of them have lived their life. How can you keep a youth a full day without being productive because he wants to vote? They should look for a way to amend those systems so that people come and just vote and go. They can even vote from home. I think the system does not even want people to vote. That is the truth. No matter how you want to look at it.
But I think these are the solutions now.
Yes.
And we are going to come to these solutions. But
no,
looking at the way it is.
We are talking of the youth voting.
No.
I'm encouraging the youth to vote amid the odds. But at the same time, I'm equally saying that, look, the system is wrong. People shouldn't go through all this suffering just because they want to vote.
But it has been there.
But it's part of why they don't come out to vote.
And it's part of the solution.
It's very difficult for them. So the solution is they should work on those laws.
Who will work? Is it people that don't want you to vote asking to vote?
That is why I encourage young people to become independent. You know, you've made a lot of statements that are very interesting. You talk about
I'm not coming out.
I'm coming.
Because
Uche, I hope you're not contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not.
To become independent on the day of election, what would they do?
Don't come out because you want them to be independent.
You have to allow me finish what I'm saying for you to really understand me. You made mention of people being leaders by eloquence, which I don't believe in. You know, there's a difference between leadership by pen.
I did just mention that. Say track record also.
No, track record is there, but most time we follow people because they are eloquent in Nigeria, which is why there is always a flaw. I don't know if you understand. Now, the problem is that people begins to follow you in a direction to vote because of what you have been saying.
But I think
when we now get to the voting ground and you're no longer there to continue to persuade them to vote you, another person will now come like the Lucifer in the Bible and tell the person, oh yeah, now why not do it this way? And the person will do it, which means Nigerian youths are not yet independent. Our minds are not sound. Today we want to follow peterobi because he keeps quoting things that makes us feel like, hi, once they enter Nigeria will get better. We're not critical. These things you are saying, is it achievable? Like our governor now. I'm not saying he's not doing bad. When he emerged as a governor, when he emerged in primary, he started telling us things he would do. He was saying too many things he would do in a short time. And I'm not saying he's not trying, but he's not able to achieve even half of those things.
I beg to differ.
I'm not saying, wait, I'm coming.
But you know there's something called manifesto. Okay, go on.
I'm coming. That is the problem. So our youths are not able to sit back and say, Nanko could do too much. Can you really achieve these things? That is being critical. It's just like the line he's talking about, all these books that we read after reading book, the English cannot be broke down. And people will be saying, yes, what did you say? We don't know what the person said, and we'll go and vote the person. Another person can come up and say, look, I will just give you water. And he means that water. And that water will be solved. It's enough for us.
So how would you know that water will be solved?
That is where we should be thinking. If you see somebody that is saying what we call intuition, everybody has it.
Okay.
Intuition. Can you just allow me to sum up? Intuition. When you know people, when you see somebody speak truth, you will know. Except you are not a human being.
So peterobi is not speaking truth.
Let me comment this way. Uche,
I like.
We are not even saying. We are using peterobi as a reference point.
Not only
we are not only saying. We have a lot of people there. We are not even saying, because there's what he said, that the youth don't have an independent mind, which I beg to differ.
Okay.
You know, the youths of Nigeria we are very dogged and we have independent mind.
Okay.
But the situation, sometimes the condition where we find ourselves do not really give us the options. You cannot tell me somebody you are thinking right and you are hungry and somebody will bring food for you to eat and you say you're not going to eat. Why not give the person employment? Find a solution to that problem. But you want them to think well on an empty stomach. You haven't provided employment for them and you want them to think well. But you want them not to eat if you give them food.
But that is what it
means
to solve a problem.
You are starving them, you are creating unemployment and you are telling them to think well.
That is what it means to solve a problem.
You understand?
What is solving a problem?
If the problem still persists, if the problem still persists onto the election day, they will use that problem to even buy them over. So we are talking about about vote buying without solving the unemployment issue.
They will not. It is your vote that will determine who will solve the problem of unemployment. Try to get it.
If at all it will, then let me come in this way. Yes, it is fun.
I want to correct an impression.
It is fun, and
I'm not talking against peterobi. As a matter of fact, I'm coming. As a matter of fact, I like peterobi's manifesto. I enjoy the things he says. But the truth is that sometimes when the ones who said in the previous election who won, we are saying what they were saying, we are clapping for them, even when some of us knew that those things were not achievable. And now they are not achievable.
Okay,
you must look at your country and know what can be achieved. Just like Obama. When Obama was contesting American president, he was very eloquent.
Why are we always blaming the leaders?
I'm coming. He was very eloquent. But when he got there, what did he achieve? I think the youth should.
No, we should ask ourselves, what have we on our own little capacity?
The only power we have
if we have not done, I beg to know, you don't only have that. If you have not affected positively on your society, your immediate society, you haven't done anything. Okay, now let me use for myself as an example. You all know my story. I came out from school, did my NYSC at Radio Nigeria. I served there for 1 year. And after that, they said I should continue serving. After that, they will give me automatic employment because I was too good. I served there for 5 years without salary. I came out and I asked myself a question. Should I continue like this and the teeming youth that are coming out will now join the unemployment rate in number? I asked myself a question. Which sector would have an employment opportunities for youth? And I found that answer in agriculture. I started going to the farm, started recruiting youth. Now we have about 10,000 people in Enugu State farming. We have an association called Enugu State Young Farmers Association that is being used by the Enugu State government to give young persons employment. You just don't come and start talking problems without solution.
Okay,
we all know the problem. Let's know what are we doing in our society.
Gentlemen, can I come in? Can I come in now? Yes, I want to come in now.
We all know the problems.
You've spoken at length, and all of what you have said are in order. Kenneth,
we need solutions.
All of what you have said are in order.
Just permit me asking one. This employment,
are you asking me a question?
This employment you say you have created, 10,000 youths, is it truth or is it paperwork? Can we find this?
You can go and find. You can go and
you know why I'm saying this thing?
You can go and
keep seeing projects that are done.
You can go and verify.
Ken. Uche, listen. You have right to believe or not to believe.
You can go and verify.
P2B will always tell them go and do what? Verify. Ken is okay. Ken is okay. Let's come in from this under dimension.
So what I'm saying is that anybody who is criticizing the government should actually be doing something that we are seeing. Before you criticize another person, let's check you first. We also have something to do as followers.
I think that's
not every time we be criticizing people, criticizing leaders, criticizing the other people. What have we done as an individual?
Let me call your minds back to what our topic is: the power of the PVC. In case you have forgotten.
Simple.
All right, thank you so much. I can tell you that I'll remind you our topic for today. It is the power of PVC.
And I was saying something before you came. You were asking me an electoral.
Yes.
It was when I was talking and diverted us to.
Wait. Yes, I'm the driver. That is why I have to divert you. Yes. Okay. Then let us. You have, as a matter of fact, itemized a lot of problems that we have there, and some of those problems are what we don't think ownership of a PVC can solve. Now let's come in from this other dimension. How can Nigeria youth engaging in civic education or voter education come to build our consciousness to understanding the best way to politic in the Nigerian nation? Because we want to get things right. That is our target. We want to get things right. Yes. I don't believe in the Nigeria that is dead or that will never work again. Nigeria will work again in all its spheres.
But let's face reality. There's what they call policy. It is policy that helps a country to grow in evolution. What is the policy of those in power? It's their policy that will determine whatever evolution we are looking for in any direction, whether in linear, whether in whichever direction, whether forward or backward. It's their policy. So, my brother, it's good we are talking. It's good we are making all these wonderful narratives. And people will listen to us. But in reality, it is policy. And what are these policies? Those in power determines everything. And that is why countries that have succeeded, at the point, they have to do something.
Can we hear any solution from you?
Well, the only thing I can say, not a solution, my encouragement to young people is to keep voting and keep having faith and keep believing that things will be better. Faith beget not ashamed. Even me, say we vote. I'm in a political party and I'm making my own contribution.
Okay, that's your opinion. Ken, please come in from the angle of engaging in voter education or civic education, as case may be. How can that help Nigeria youth?
You know, when we talk about civic education, we talk about your responsibility towards your society. And we're looking at politics and election, for instance. Now, like I said before, that we need to exercise that right that we have as citizens of a country, which is to go and elect a credible candidate that we believe in, that will rule us and bring those policies and those things we have been expecting. So how do we do this? By engaging, by talking, by actually keeping hopes alive, keeping faith alive, telling people that, see, we can have a change. We believe in country. I believe that Nigeria is growing. I believe that we have hope. I believe there is somebody who is rekindling the hopes of so many. I believe that thousands of youth have revived their consciousness politically because of someone. And I believe also that I myself, I am a message to somebody. You know, when we talk about believing in people, you need to even ask yourself, is anyone believing in you also? When we talk about leaders, we are all leaders in our different sectors. How are we even doing? Are we giving hope to the hopeless? Are we actually rekindling that hope? So all these things, the engagement we need to do. If Nigeria is dead, we all are dead too, because we are living in a dead country. But we are not dead, we are alive. And we are eating and we are surviving. And people are doing things on their own. There are some states that are doing well. And when we talk about this decay and this bad leadership, mind you, we have sectors of this leadership. There are some people that on their own, they are doing well as leaders. So let us not keep looking and see that it has grown worse, that we can't remedy the situation. There are some people that are doing well, marvelously well.
As leaders?
As leaders. We have somebody today was saying, a political leader was saying, if he was the one that he has been critiqued and vetted, like they have checked him or her without finding anything, that they must have found something in him. That there is nobody politically that they will say they are verified and checked and they didn't find anything. I'm not canvassing for anybody, I'm not calling anybody's name. But it is very difficult if you now see the one person and you are thinking that we don't have several other persons just because we don't know them by their names. We must be lying. So there's still hope for the hopeless. So what I'm saying there to every Nigerian is that we have a better future and our tomorrow is in our hands right now. He made mention of revolution. I know of a young man who has been saying revolution now, that is saying he wants to contest for presidency without contesting for any political position for years. And he's a young person. So we know how the NSAS ended. We know how some revolutions, and he said he's not opting for that revolution as a solution. So now he said he doesn't have a solution. So what he's now saying is that we should keep hope alive, which is the same thing I'm saying. And we should keep hope alive because there is someone who is doing it. And if that person is doing it, we too can do it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Uche, if Nigeria still has a structure, no matter how shaky it is still Nigeria that we all have hope in. Let me tell you, or let me ask you this question. How do you think the young people running for political positions?
Young people running for political positions?
Yes. Yes. They have been running and they are running.
Yes, how do you think that can help us out?
Are you politically aware of what
not,
is happening now?
Young people are not running for political.
You don't believe in that?
I'm coming. Some young persons are asked to occupy certain positions. Some young people go to bargain with the older ones, with those who are holding power, to give them small opportunities.
But some of them won in the polls.
Won in which pool? You know, we just keep saying this thing. One in which pool? No, in which pool now?
We know someone that won.
Electoral polls.
In which pool now? You know, we keep saying things in this country. People just come out and say, oh, somebody won. Won in which pool? When at the end of the day, the same you who say somebody won will come out and say there was no election. Like for instance, Tinubu won and became our president. The other day, Erofai, who was in Tinubu's camp, am I correct? Erofai, am I correct? The one in prison now.
I don't know the one you mean.
In detention now. Came out and said that he knows who won. So which means we can't really say who won. So who won?
How are you believing? It's just an individual in Nigeria that made his statement.
No.
Then how are you believing what he said?
When Buhari became our president, small time, one politician will open his mouth and say that this one, that he knows the secret, he knows the canker war, he will release the canker. What's the canker war? My brother, we should be praying and be hopeful, because faith maketh not ashamed. The truth is that it is only policy that can make youth relevant in this country.
Who makes the policy?
Those in the power. So when they say people in power are powerful, they are powerful. I'm encouraging youth to go and vote, but equally have faith in God. The whole thing boils down now to having faith in what you don't know. Just keep having that faith. Just like you equally said it. The truth is that it is policy.
I want to ask about
I'm coming.
Policy you're talking
I'm coming. You see, you as a young man, there is one policy now that if the government should bring on the table, you become a rich man overnight. With all this your energy you are burning, there's a There's a policy that after you have suffered for 15, 20 years and become rich, they can bring in one policy that can cripple you.
So I want to ask.
Are you saying policy is good or bad?
No, I'm saying that it's just policy. Policy is just everything.
And you're asking for policy for the Nigerian youth to have a say.
That will make Nigerian youth to have a say. It's not enough to say go and vote.
So
okay, you can come in.
The people that will form a good policy for Nigerian youth to have a say, who are those people? What do you? Because I don't just think that policies are just the only thing that can make you to have a say.
Why didn't you win your last election?
I won.
And you are now what? What's now your position?
I won.
Is that necessary?
You won in which political?
What
do you actually contest?
He just said Tinubu won against millions of people that are saying he didn't win.
So your own winning this is not a combat. Okay.
What is winning?
This is not a combat.
So there's something I was talking about policies. When you talk about policies are not just formed from the moon. Policies are formed from values, value system. What are the values do we place on things? You understand? You don't just form policy. Policy are formed from the value that you owe as a human being. If you value more lives than cows, you will not get policies that favor cows more than the human beings. You keep talking about policies, but without checking the human values. What are those things that you have placed premium upon? What are those things that you have looked as important? What are those things that you have placed value upon? Those things will shape the policies of a country. Policies are not just formed like that. You have to check who is there that is forming the policy. If I see you, I will know the kind of policies that will come out of you, based on your values and your belief systems.
My brother,
you know, so policy doesn't just come like that from nowhere. Policy comes from a human being.
I think I like you. I want to respond to my friend. I like you.
I have another question for you. I want to bring you back to the drawing board. Yes. What do you have to tell the young people who don't have the permanent voters card and they want to make changes in the democratic process?
They should get their voters card and keep trying. Try to understand me. I'm trying to be very practical, not idealistic. The truth is that you should get your voters card. I have my voters card. That day I will vote. Come and vote and pray that our vote will count. It's a very simple statement. It's not enough trying to tell people good things that are not workable. We should come out that day and vote in mass. God will help us. And in any way we can help and see that these criminals who divert our votes are apprehended, we should catch them and hope that police will do their job. These are the reality. You can't come out and be giving people false hope.
I'm coming back to you, Kenneth. And I want to bring back to your minds that what keeps us here today for this discussion is the power of the permanent voters card.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is why we are here.
And we should pray
Ken,
that those voters cards should have power.
Ken, is it not possible that there are a lot of youth who don't have this permanent voters card? And the election season is fast approaching.
There are a whole lot of youth that don't have this permanent, and I think that is where the civic education comes in. We need to educate them on the reason why they should have this permanent voters card. It's not only having to vote on the day of election, but having to have a say on the decision making of who is going to be your leaders. You know, these are what posterity will judge. You know, at least even if some people will say that your votes don't count, you know, but at least you know that you have done your own due, you know, you have gone there to vote. You have done the necessary thing. So, and just like he said, Uche made mention of that I was speaking about ideal, that we should pray, you know, that God should protect the vote and let the vote be counted, which is true. We have a role to play also. We don't just vote and go home and pray that God should come and count the vote for us. No, you should vote and make sure you protect your vote. You hold the leaders accountable. I'm telling my fellow youth, you know, the people that are actually doing these things, wreaking havoc, stealing ballot papers, are our fellow human beings, our brothers and sisters. If we do this civic education well enough, I don't think they will have such kind of misbehavior on that day. I'm a youth leader. So let us not talk as if this thing is like a rocket science, that it can't happen, that we have lost hope in God. And at the same time, we draw back to him again to help us when we're also losing faith in ourselves. You can't say you have lost faith in who God has created you to be. So if we vote, we should also stay there and ensure the vote is being counted.
Okay, note taking. Uche, I'm back to you. How can you justify the decision of the young people who have the PVC and they have vowed never to come out and vote again?
In as much as I'm encouraging them to still come out and vote, I'm not entirely condemning them, but I'm encouraging them. And just like when my friend mentioned, you have to stay there and make sure your vote counts. Yes, it's ideal. You should stay there and make sure your vote counts. But you should be wise too, because you are somebody's child. And me would not like to lose my child. And I would not want anybody to lose his child or her child. But the main thing is, my statement or my advice goes to those who allow themselves to be used by these older people. Their children lives in abroad. And during election, their children don't join us to vote. And you now become what we call a pawn in their hand, or whatever, a puppet in their hand. They now use you to kill your fellow young people. That is where I'm coming from. That was why I said that people should learn how to become independent.
What do you have to say to that category of young people?
Yeah, they should repent from such acts.
Okay.
If only young people would desist from every wrong act, then we will have a free and fair election. Because these people in power will not come and do the rigging themselves. They will send people, and most time young people. So young people who are involved in rigging election are the people I'm talking to. Those who are, how do I put it, who are afraid of coming to vote are people I'm encouraging. Try and come and vote. Me, I'll come out and vote too. And I'm hopeful and praying that my vote will count. And
okay.
I pray our votes will count.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Samuel Uchendu, the civil engineer. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you so much, the president, Enugu State Young Farmers Association, and the director of the Agricultural Directorate, National Youth Council of Nigeria, Enugu State Chapter, Kenneth Eze. Thank you so much for coming. And our viewer, thank you also for being there. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Yes, we have been here for the power of the PVC. Hope you have your own PVC. If you don't have one, go now and get one, because that is your power. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi. Do have a wonderful day ahead of you.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome, viewer. Happy New Month to everyone. This is the month of February 2026. And then we thank God for this new month. With me today in the studio, we have two solid discussants. By my left, because not immediate, by my left, we have our regular discussant, Mazi Gabriel, Nemeka, and Ichuku. And by my right, we have our brother, Reverend Carlo Oka. And we are looking at a very important issue today. And that issue is projections. Because today, instead of people accepting their failure, or people normally say their grandmother, or their stepmother, or their father, or their mother. In fact, there was this story of a boy that cut off the father's head and butchered the man. You know, he left his house at Aba and went to one place I don't need to mention because I don't want people to, but I know he left his house. And they went and cut the man into pieces and said that somebody told him that his bad luck was coming from his father. And then there was another case of a young man that went and killed the mother. And when they asked him, he said that it was, and he killed the woman violently, claiming that the pastor told him that the woman was the source of his business failure. Sometimes people pick their children and destroy them and accuse them of these projections. So,
witchcraft even.
No, so we are trying to look at this because we want to have better social relations. I know that one of my friends said that the white man has ruled for years, but I think we came before the white man. So what do you see projections as? What is projection even?
Projection is I can call it evil arrow. Okay. Arrow of the wicked against a target. Okay. Rooted in jealousy and envy. Most of the times rooted in jealousy and envy. Because you can't attack what you love. You attack what you have hated based on your own disposition or understanding. Maybe you believe that this person is progressing more than you. He's blessed, just like Cain and Abel. So, projection is an evil arrow sent by a wicked sender to bring, and when it is sent, it is directed, it is monitored to ensure that it hits the target. But it's a diabolical process through bad black magic or witchcraft or sorcery.
Just mean-spiritedness.
The spiritual diabolism.
No, I'm saying mean-spiritedness because when there's a man called one of my teachers, Dume Namoko, he was one of my teachers at CIC. Then in those days, when they used to do what they call it, something teacher, those people from high school, they bring them into the school to teach. So he was one of my teachers. Then during one of his programs in the old ABS program, he used to call it Echoes of the Week. So there was something happened that a woman was brought and the woman was accused of bringing about the death of so many young people in the community. Finally, the woman accepted. But they asked the woman, why? Because we talked of envy. They asked the woman, why do you kill people? She said in her response, I remember that particular program because of both Dume and others. She said in her response, because one day, as a young man, I used to do a lot of strange things. Sometimes I used to climb the top of this IMT now. Because on top of that IMT, there is a space up. So from there, you can be seeing the whole of Enugu, Ogui Road. You'll be seeing it. So, and then I was saying, oh, is that what bad people do? The woman's own case was that she would stay and she was saying that, so why were you killing people? She said it was because she used to love what people used to say when people die. That people don't like people when they are alive. But when people die, they will say, look at Wokoma, Wugo. That she used to enjoy what people are always saying when people die. And that's why she was killing people.
Okay. That's his own.
Through witchcraft. But it's projection. She projects these things, and then some people that are not prepared, they get caught in it. So, Reverend Carlos.
So conclude. Yes. Projection is all aimed at the wicked, bringing or inflicting misery.
No, do you know why I'm taking that? Because I took it from that place. Because you're looking at a good aim. But this woman doesn't have any
meaningful aim.
Any meaningful
reason.
Aim. It's not even envy. It's not even hatred. So just one madness. That's why I wanted to come to the Reverend to tell us why do people come into this kind of business?
I do not actually see projection as only an evil.
Okay.
Yes. Projection, to me, depending on the context, can be aligned to be an orchestrated, systematic act with a target. Orchestrated, systematic, strategic act with a target is a projection.
Yes.
I can project in 5 years to come. This is what I want to achieve. I have a systematic, orchestrated method to get to that. My target is my projection. It's not only bringing somebody down or afflicting somebody or attacking somebody.
No,
I'm saying depending on the context we are coming.
We're taking from that context.
So that we now know if we are coming from the context of afflicting someone. Afflicting someone, it has to do with metaphysics.
Yes.
That is evil tendency.
Yes.
Where you can now dwell on evil arrow, spell.
Good.
You know,
like
libations,
good.
Libations, invocations, enchantment.
Where is that libations?
Yes, you can project. You can render sacrifices during projection.
Okay.
Call the name of the person. They tell you that they put somebody in a bottle, not the person actually, but the symbol of the person in a bottle. Cock it. You make some sacrifices and call the person name. And there is an evil spirit that is being inclined into it to foster the process of whatever you want to achieve. It's a projection.
Good.
It's a projection.
I like the way you are coming into it.
And you know, it is entirely evil. It is entirely from the angle of wickedness.
And sometimes endless wickedness, because I used the one of that woman. Well, the woman's own interest was that people were always, whenever people die.
You say aimless.
It's
when your enemy wants your joy to be turned into sorrow, it's an aim. It's not aimless. It's his aim or her aim. You dress well, he wants you to dress tattered. He turns someone into madness. It's an aim. It's not an aimless one. It's a good aim. It's a good aim.
Of the person.
That is wicked.
That's wickedness.
Wicked aim.
Yeah. So we're coming back to you now based on that because of what he said. Because I just remember that Dume Namoko. By the grace of God, he's still alive today. So and that particular act of that woman continues to worry my mind. Why would somebody see such beautiful people? You know, let me tell you the history of the Jews. Because sometimes we are talking about the white man and what they do to us. Josephus, when he wrote about AD 70, when they scattered the whole Jewish nation. And one of the things that they lost was the Temple of Jerusalem. One of the soldiers, one of the Roman soldiers, came and set it alight, set it afire. You know, he set fire to the temple, and the temple was so much built with so much glory onto it, gold everywhere. And when it happened, when the general came and saw that the temple was burning, he said, "Who did this?" They pointed to the man. He said, "Why did you do it?" He said that the brother died there. He killed the man there. He said, "Why would you burn down such a beauty? Why would you burn it down? Such a beauty? Why would somebody destroy beautiful people, beautiful young men, well solid, young women, and so on and so on, and you just bring them down and say that you like what people say when people have died. What kind of madness is that? It's an evil aim. So, but as a pastor, you know, I want to come to you now.
Yes, sir.
When you have what is, because we're not talking about projections in terms of what you're planning to do in the next 100 years. We're talking about the metaphysical part, this spiritual angle, where because somebody has gone to Ogbete, the person is not doing well, and he's saying that it's the villagers. Is it always true that it's the villagers?
Well, so long as evil exists, when something happens to you or happens to somebody, wisdom demands that you trace the root of occurrence.
Okay.
And if you trace the root of occurrence, you now study the effects of that occurrence. It is a solution. You now dive into the solution. The person that is saying the villagers probably may have evil men or women in the neighborhood or in the village.
Okay.
It does not remove such existence.
Okay.
There could be wicked, evil people living in the yard or whatever environment the person is staying. But the point is that if you said there is something going wrong with you or around you, study where the source is coming from.
Okay. So what do you say about it? Because look at what he has said. That somebody said it was it's one person or the other person that is bringing about his problem.
All the time, it's not necessary that somebody is inflicting, projecting evil against that person. Most of the times, we project evils against ourselves by our manners, attitudes, breach of agreements. I said there are some people whom you will offend by their nature and nurture and spirit. You won't go free. They will stop you. They kind of you cannot offend them unnecessarily and go free.
Yeah, I think you remind me of what happened in the Bible, the Old Testament, when the Jews were leaving Egypt. Moses was told that people must listen to the angels leading them, that they are not going to take no for an answer, because that some of them are very, very hard and mean.
Yes. So now, these projections is it's something like as far like.
Okay.
There's a place St. Paul said, "You that is telling me not to steal, do you steal?"
Wow.
What you sow is what you reap. At times, bad attitudes. I said it in the past that you are not punctual at your shop. The other your neighbor is always punctual, very honest to people, to customers. If you remit 2 million naira to him to weigh bill goods to you from Enugu or to Kano or Kaduna, immediately he will tell you has delivered this motor he packed it into is coming. Why shouldn't that customer be sending money to him to buy from him to as a customer? But you, when somebody sends money to you, you use it to do turnover. When the person asks you to tell him stories, the person says, okay, no problem. Any day you ship that goods, no more. The business is stopped with him. He cannot transact with you again. Okay. Is it projection?
Okay.
That time you are the person who is the enemy of yourself. That's self-imposed conspiracy.
Yeah, Reverend, that is one aspect of what he has just said. That some of those things are not even projection, but we are looking at projection. Self-inflicted,
yes.
Self-inflicted problems that are not projections. But now, in your church, how do you deal with projections?
Well, you know, in Acts of the Apostle, chapter 13, that verse 33, thereabout, in the cause to stop Paul, the elders came together and they took an oath. They took an oath, either by sacrifice or by verbal.
They took an oath
that, you see, this man, we must bring him down. Must go down. It's a projection. There was a day I was walking on the street and I saw a woman by the side of the road in pain. The relations were there. Either they were waiting for Kada or whatever, or the woman was a kind of in need of help.
Yes.
As a pastor, I gave in to approach to the woman. The woman said, whatever does not concern you, don't identify with it.
Sorry.
Nobody told me to turn back. So when we talk about self-inflicted issue, there are things that people are suffering. They brought it to themselves, either by the way they live or by spiritual trespass, because it is sin that break the cage that the serpent will bite.
Spiritual trespass.
Yes, what you are told not to do, and you close your ears and go ahead and do it, the consequences will come. And from there, when you got born again, there is need. You do certain restitution, certain confession. If there's something you return it. Because whether you believe it or not, the consequences are hanging somewhere. The consequences are hanging somewhere. Before you say somebody sent an arrow, there may be an arrow you have already sent into your own life. Because the Bible says, he that covereth his sin shall not prosper. So projection, you can project evil to yourself. Someone else can project evil to yourself. That's why I say, whatever thing that is happening, if you notice something wrong, Bible said, how will the righteous stand if the foundation is destroyed? What will the righteous do? What we will do is to seek the Lord. In mathematics, if you are working, solving a problem and you didn't get the answer, you look at where you got it wrong.
Yeah, I like what you just gave us one point.
You go back to it.
You gave us one point, which is seeking the Lord.
Yes.
How do you seek the Lord? How do you seek the Lord?
You seek the Lord through strict adherence to his precepts. God or the Lord Almighty is a God of order, not God of disorder. And the scripture cannot be broken. If I ask you not to steal, don't steal. If I ask you not to fornicate, don't fornicate. Because those sins, those evil that we yield to, open the ways that evil come to us.
What he called trespass.
In line with the laws of homogeneous species.
Yes, he called it spiritual trespass.
Yes.
I like that word.
Because these things, most of these things, pastors cast and bind. As he said, I love how, as a Pentecostal pastor, he mentioned about restitution. Because I always say that if you don't restitute, that Jesus Christ's blood, grace and blood will not carry it. I've been talking, it's my mantra. I love today that Reverend May said it. Restitution, if there is any way you have erred, go and restitute. It will make your repentance complete. Because Zacchaeus said, I'm going to restitute those I have defrauded 4 times. You get me? That is true repentance. You deprive this person, even when the person has died, and there's a place you go for deliverance, deliverance everywhere. And the pastor who has inner eyes or charismatic father sees you. Or even you go to a dibia, says there is somebody whom your father took his land, his money, millions of naira at that time. He said he can even call his name. Under inspiration, go and return the cost of, say, 2-story building out of the 10-story building your father has in Enugu. The money for 2-story building, give it to that family. They are suffering now. To be free, you not ask you, the prophet or the pastor will not ask you to bring sacrifices. Says, go and restitute. Then we may you restitute those siege, those evils, those rising and falling, that illness that cannot be cured. You will be restored immediately. Then when you restitute, that person will, from that 2-story building, they will start going to university and start building houses and enjoy, because you deprive them, and their cry is entering the ears of God, because you have inflicted wound, injury, intergenerational injury on a family, and you're not praying for the pastor, Carlo, to cast and bind the money that your father, the story being your father has used to suppress other people.
Cast and bind. But the point is, will you have effect?
And there was some casting and binding. Let me tell you the truth, my brother and reverend. There is some DBA we bring to a certain family. I'm telling you, if he come to for deliverance or a prophet, he said, if he's a good pastor, a reverend, as the scripture, I said, this family, there are certain things you are holding from another person. Go and restitute. If he's a DBA, he said, do you know that there's a kind of ritual you do for a family now, or somebody? You use a head to carry it. Some pastors are going to deliverance prayers, a child died, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
The child will die. Some DBS, strong DBS, go to some family rituals. After it, they have used a head to carry what is another family. Instead of telling them to restitute, they say, bring 100 million naira, I will do this, I do that. Then after they pay with the children, their head on the head of their children. Have you seen it? So what I'm saying is that restitution is very, very important. Returning to the Lord means going back to where you have fallen. Restituting, restructuring your life. If you have debt, go and pay those people you owe. Pay them, because if you don't pay the person you defrauded, any shrine, any altar, any deliverance like a reverend do deliverance, or charismatic fathers day, or any anyema for buying for our, if it's supposed to before any deity, anything he pronounces there, and that one works with speed. You know these spirits that do evil, that spirit that counter, they work with speed of light. If you any petition is just to harm somebody, it works very fast than pray for blessings. You know, you know what I'm saying? So returning to the Lord means go back, and in Psalm 51, David says, I know my sins, and my sins are ever before me. Against you have I sinned, so that you be truthful when you judge me. Because that's what David said in Psalm 51. Look at me. When he took the wife of Bathsheba, the wife of Uriah, and set him. So and after David paid. That's why, and certain sins you must pay at last before you go to that heaven. You must carry one leg to move to heaven and for your whole body to be destroyed. Yes, certain evils. Thank you very much.
So I want to thank Pastor for the angle that he has brought into the matter, because this projection 10, you have given us one, and you have given us the issue of he mentioned punctuality, he mentioned honesty, he mentioned being on the ground, you are using faithfulness in business. Then you mentioned restitution. In fact, the one I enjoyed most is spiritual trespass. So how do people avoid this spiritual trespass?
Well,
he has mentioned some.
Well, the best way to avoid spiritual trespass, just like I said before, seeking the Lord. Seeking the Lord. You know, when you are seeking something, it's an intentional act.
Good.
You are searching for something that is lost or something that needed an attention.
Something that is important.
Yeah, something that is important. Yeah, if you want to avoid spiritual trespass, it means maintaining your domain. Maintaining your domain. What is it that the Lord expects from you as a believer, as an adherent? Maintain it. Don't leave it. Don't leave it. Mary said to the disciples of Jesus, this child I know. There is an extent I know him, an extent I don't know him. The extent I know him is whatever he tells you to do, just do it. That's the extent I know him. But what will come after, I don't know him. That one, he passed me. That one, it's a divine assignment on that one. So, in one, maintaining spiritual trespass to avoid it. Whatever the Lord say you should do, do it. What He say you should not do, don't do it. You go and indulge yourself with somebody's wife while your wife is in the house. Anything that the man did to you is coming directly onto you. Blood of Jesus cover me, no day that one. Hallelujah. Because you have already trespassed. You have already left the area of covering and came out from the umbrella. The rain must scorch you very, very well, and you see the consequences. So to avoid spiritual trespass, leave what should be left.
You know what? Because when we are looking at this mystery of life, it just occurred to me when you use that word, spiritual trespass. You know, I just got it. Spiritual trespass. I said, because we trespass every time.
Yes.
He said, the Lord your God said, you must not lie before a dumb and deaf man. You must not place an obstacle before a blind. And don't we do that? What's going on? We're talking about spiritual trespass, and like you said, you know, it's happening.
In Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 1, it says, behold Israel. In summary, I want to give you precepts. If you do according to what I've written, you shall you shall prosper in this land I brought you.
Yes.
You shall do that. You shall not be conquered in the battle. Then in verse 15, he says, if thou turn from the Lord, from the laws of God, you shall go to battle, you shall not come back. Or you will marry others to take your wife. That your body, you will suffer a sickness that your body will cleave to your bones. That he imposed curses. Deuteronomy chapter 28 from verse 1 to 14
positive.
blessings. But from
positive.
15 disaster.
Negative
Then
disaster.
the cause is there. It cannot. It is very horrific. Have you seen? So this God is both good and evil. Depends how you approach him. So God is a God of love.
No, God is good.
But a God of justice.
No, God, fine. God is good.
So he's a God of love and a God of justice. That I said the scripture cannot be broken. Whatever. Okay, I dwell on principalities. Thank God this is a scholar in Christian theology and philosophy. Have you seen it? Before principalities will act on you, will work on you, that breaking an edge, and the serpent will bite. If this station you have got something incriminating, whatever the law says, that is what the police will use to come here to arrest. Because there's something incriminating here.
Yes.
So when you are banned, as Pastor said, when you are banning principalities, are you banning the principalities of Umfona? Not to harm you because you have eaten the money from Onyenome. And Onyenome has gone to Umfona to petition you before Ndivu. Whatever the deity he petitions, they will move. Then the only thing will save you that if you are going to the deliverance ministry and the pastor who has that eye sees it and tells you have eaten somebody's money in business, refund it. If you refund it, whatever he sends will go back to him. But if you don't refund it and family is suffering, that thing will act. It will. When they come, and there's what people call mbujagala, you are lost. You pieces it into pieces. Deities. I'm telling you the truth. You have problems. So, as we said, depart from evil, and evil depart from you.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
So I think for the viewer, it's important that we understand this. I just enjoy this concept of spiritual trespass, which you also captured looking at this concept of reciprocity.
Yes.
Because you reap what you sow. And like you said, even though you mentioned it, I don't want to start calling people that have died, but as we were talking, I remember one of my friends, old Ogas, patrons in my town. He said that somebody went and killed somebody. Because I think you mentioned something like that.
Yes.
The man went and killed somebody, then went to a native doctor to wash his hand, to clean, to block the person that they have killed. So when he went, he got there. So and he was as he was washing his hand, the goat for him to eat for doing the work was beside him. Then the person that they killed, according to the man, the spirit came to the man and said, so is it anytime that they tell you to go and kill somebody, you kill the person? So why did you kill me? In any case, hurry to eat this thing that I have prepared for you. But in any case, why should you even eat it? And he killed the man there. Because that's the point you made, both of you made, about this spiritual trespass. Build yourself. Like I said, my Oga in those days, Reverend Dr. Aras will say, protect yourself. But you cannot protect yourself after what you mentioned from Deuteronomy. If you stand by God, he said, oh Israel, here, the Lord your God is number one. And if you keep him as number one and follow his ways, he will protect you. But if you leave his ways, what is he going to do? Unless you are lucky. Unless you are very, very lucky. But that one is a special gift. So, having said that, please, viewer, in this mystery of life, I think we have made it a little bit easier on us by the avoidance of unnecessary spiritual trespass. You must watch out for the unguarded moments because they are always there. And those, even if you trespass, you must pay. So, with this, just your last word for the viewer.
Yeah, it's important. Life is filled with mysteries.
Yes.
We tread with caution.
Okay. Yes. What do you have to say?
In life, whatever you sow, you shall reap it. Therefore, sow good to reap good.
Okay. So good to reap good. And continue moving with caution. With this, we hope to see you next time.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside, not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud, and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine, for in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall, and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Please and greetings to everyone watching. You are tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness and love and purpose, bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chuoma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you and to our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in transit, thank you for letting us into your beautiful space this morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
It's Monday, 11th of May, 2026, so it's another new and wonderful edition of Sunrise. It's a power-packed morning with the latest news, hot topics, weather update, business, stock update, and that Sunrise spark to help you on the day.
So, grab that cup of coffee or tea. Relax, enjoy the ride, because the sunrise is here.
Coming up shortly, we kick things off with our quote of the day, something thoughtful to shift your perspective and help you stay well driven or focused.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, thirsty, and of course, be debated.
We'll also give you a full weather forecast for cities across Southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
And later, we may step aside and unleash the man of many parts, the sports oracle, and worldwide, to give you up to date with the happenings around the sports world to leave you smiling.
We go over to our inspiration segment of today, which says, one whose seeds have not sprouted does not give up planting. One whose seeds have not sprouted does not give up planting. This is from a traditional proverb on persistence. You have to persist. This is just the neck of this quote. You have to not give up. You have to keep doing what you're doing until you see results. No matter where you are, no matter what you are doing, especially if what you're doing is legal, if what you're doing is right, if you are actually going towards the right direction, all you need to do, is to keep doing what you're doing. Are you selling? Are you transacting? Are you in your office? Wherever you are this morning listening to us or watching us, you have to know that one of the days what you planted will grow up, and what you have already, with the seed you have sown into the ground will yield results. So don't give up. I think this is what it means, and this is what this quote is telling us, to persist until you see results. Don't give up yet. Don't give up. We don't give up here.
All right. We are told the one whose seeds have not sprouted does not give up planting. Yes, and they are speaking to us, really. So wherever you're watching from, be it Ogige Market in Osoka, or Obete Market in Enugu, or Ariaria in Aba, or Alaba International Market, wherever you are, yes, we are reminded that one whose seeds have not sprouted does not give up planting. And in Nigeria, our votes are our seeds. If the last season didn't bring the harvest of good governance we deserve, we don't abandon the farm. We refine our craft and plant again. To walk away from the ballot box is to leave our future to be overtaken by weeds. Democracy is a marathon, yes, of persistence. It is a marathon of persistence. The right leaders, won't just grow overnight. We will not stop sowing. We will keep at it. Yes, don't let disappointment make you leave the farm with the weeds. No. Keep your PVC. Get ready. Get ready. Get back to the farm. Plant again and again. Yes. The new Nigeria would be achieved if we continue to plan. One day, the ground would yield. And then the season, yes, the seasonal harvest will be bounty. Therefore, we urge you not to give up. We'll keep going to the farm. Our farmland is Nigeria. Our seed is our vote. And with our PVCs in hand, yes, we don't give up. We'll keep planting. So, we're telling you this morning that you should keep planting. Your vote remains the seed, and Nigeria will rise.
All right, we go on a short break, and we'll be right back with the weather report. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka, Anambra State. The morning arrives with warm air around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, calm enough for movement before the real heat settles in. By afternoon, temperatures rise sharply to about 33 to 35 degrees Celsius, and the sun will feel strong, especially in crowded areas in Oka. Towards evening, thick clouds are expected to gather, followed by rain and possible thunderstorms that will cool the environment and leave the night fresh and peaceful.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the core city. Enugu begins the day with a more comfortable atmosphere around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. The weather is expected to be fair, yes, this morning, and by afternoon, temperature rises to around 30 to 32 degrees Celsius. Rain is expected earlier in Enugu, bringing a refreshing evening breeze.
Good morning, Abakaleke. Ebonyi begins with a cool morning around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, but the heat builds up quickly as the day progresses. Afternoon temperatures may rise to about 33 to 35 degrees Celsius, making it one of the hottest locations in the region today. Thunderstorms are expected later in the evening, bringing relief and a much cooler night.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Owere wakes up to a warm and humid morning at 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, with moisture hanging lightly in the air. By afternoon, temperature climbs to around 32 to 34 degrees Celsius, making the heat feel heavier. Later in the day, light rain and thunderstorms are likely, creating a calm atmosphere by nightfall.
Good morning, Omar here. The morning starts mild in Abia and steady around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, making outdoor activities easier earlier in the morning. Afternoon temperatures move up to 31 to 33 degrees Celsius, bringing noticeable warmth. Evening showers are expected later, cooling the environment and leaving the night relaxed and refreshing.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, and do keep an umbrella handy. But remember, either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Welcome back. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines across major newspapers today from The Nation, Punch, Vanguard, Sun, and Daily Trust.
And joining us is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Mr. Res Arum, helping us to debone and with deeper insight on news issues. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you, Mr. Uche, for having me.
And how was your weekend?
Well, like every other weekend since the year started, I've been doing fine.
At least the call didn't come, so you rested.
Oh yeah, I did as much as I could. So remember, we're just coming from a burial ceremony.
All right, let's not forget. How is Nigeria treating you, Mr. Res?
Just like it's treating most Nigerians, about 140 million Nigerians.
How is it treating 140 Nigerians?
Poverty is high.
Poverty is high?
Yes.
And I know that Bayo Nonoga and the rest of them would disagree with you
No, you can't disagree with the statistics that are on ground.
Statistics on ground?
Yes.
All right.
Statistics from, from the federal government.
Statistics don't lie. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you.
Now on the Punch headline we have capital expenditure by state governments. This is state capital spending plunges 58% as 2027 politics intensifies. Now on The Nation we have suspense as Fubara Uzodinma orders await screening results. Now on the Vanguard headline we have 2027 presidency, Jonathan's declaration sparks stir. Now on the Daily Trust we have allocations triple, hardship widens across states. Now on the Daily Sun we have tension in APC, ADC, NDC, PDP as membership lists submission ends. Now we take a look at the Punch headline which says states capital spending plunges 58% as 2027 politics intensifies. Capital expenditure by state governments in Nigeria has reportedly dropped by 58% as political activities ahead of 2027 elections gather momentum, raising concerns that governance and infrastructure development may be taking a backseat to political calculations.
All right, Mr. Res, here we go. Looking at the expenditure at the state level, where we are in electionary season, yes, soon the campaigns will start. Everyone is about picking forms and making sure that they are screened and they pass through to stand the chance to contest in the next election. And about this, at the subnational, you've seen distractions. Most governors are already neck deep in politicking, and the affairs of the state seems abandoned. In fact, the data available is saying that when one takes into account that expenditure in terms of infrastructure development has fallen down, fell by 2.20 trillion, that's signifying around 58.1% decline in what is ought to be. And then that makes me to look at the period in question as against how many years these elected officials have in office. And you begin to see that the Nigerian climate is such that governance is only at the best given just 2 years for somebody that has a 4-year term in office. Let's speak to the governors, for example. When you look at when they gained their mandate after the election, for example, in 2023, they were belittled by litigation. By the time they spend 1 year in office, going in and out of court, trying to, get hold of their mandate, or what I'll call reclaim their mandate that is being, disputed in the law courts, they barely settle down to govern. Before you know it, the bell begins to toll again, and everyone begins to campaign, begin to politic, and that in itself, many analysts have already complained, making some people infer that there's need to, increase the timing from instead of 4 years to a term of 5 years. Even some went as high as proposing a single term of 6 years in office as a result of non-implementation of policies, manifestos that have witnessed, during campaigns and all that. So they barely have, at most, let's call it 2 years for someone that has a 4-year mandate in this instance. Mr. Rex, let me bring you into this conversation because I think the Nigerian state, and the electorate are shortchanged. You see that most of these governors, when it comes to this period, they abandon every other thing in terms of infrastructural development, in terms of the welfare of the people. And when you see this, decline, you begin to wonder where the resources is going to.
And that is where I will start. Where is the resources going to? The resources have increased over time. The resources, the Nigerian revenue has accrued higher than it were so many years back. If you go back to 2023, 2024, and of course in 2026 with the war in Middle East, the Iran, America-Israel war has actually made the crude, and of course we have the best in the world. Brent crude, it sells for over 100 and some fraction dollars per barrel, and we are making a hell of money. But even with the increase in our revenue, yet the monies are shared amongst the federating units, and vis-a-vis the local government, where the residence of the masses, that is where the masses reside, which is the closer to the people, the government closer to the people, or closest to the people. Yet, nothing much has been said. And then you talk about financial project, physical development being on the nosedive because of electioneering. Where does this money go to? Do they use the state money to do politics? That is the question. That is where I start to do the government, or the governors and the local government, and of course the governors at all the levels, from the first, second, and the third tier. If they use the money for anything, if the money is not used the way it ought to be used, then the masses are being shortchanged. And when you shortchange the masses, of course it is a breach of the social contract which you have made with the people. For them to cede their franchise to you, it means they have given you power to manage their resources. And when you mismanage these resources, it is clear that you are not living up to expectation. And the people, the Nigerian people, are now set to hear from them, vote for us. And of course, you know, even the man at the helm of affairs said, if I do not give you electricity, don't vote for me. And now we have not had electricity. I don't know why.
No. There's a new sheriff in town who has promised that in 3 months we will have stable and steady power supply.
Yes, in 3 months.
Yeah.
So until the 3
so
months.
Before the election, we will have stable power supply.
Let us have a stable power supply. Then that would have been done. That promise would have been effected. Though late, but it would have been done. And Nigerians will look at it. It's
better late than late.
Yes, and Nigerians will look at it to also exercise their franchise, whether to continue with them or to make a choice.
Mr. S, I bet you that one of the key factors Mr. President will use in the next campaign will be the issue of light. And when you begin to, see stable power supply, he will tell you that it was a promise made and promise kept.
If it's a promise made and kept, that will be wonderful.
At least
but it's not the only problem.
What other problems here?
We have numerous problems in Nigeria. Power is, of course, very critical for development, technological development, advancement, and all that. But if you come back, you begin to enumerate Nigeria's problem from economy. We have a very unstable economy. Security. We have insecurity across Nigeria everywhere. In fact, nobody should be talking about insecurity again because it has overwhelmed the government. The government seems to have been overwhelmed. You see that every minute, every hour, you are hearing about recorded ones. There are ones not recorded. There are ones not reported. So you hear about security breaches here and there. So we talk about the economy, we talk about security, we talk about healthcare, we talk about education. You see SANU, NASU, and of course the ASU on strike. This is as a result of government not actually conforming to promises and agreements. So we can go on and on and on. In fact, almost all the sectors. Of course, we have seen the instability in the financial system, very fragile, that they have been able to control at a point. That is, within this year, the dollar has been managing to, patch up at 1,400 plus, 1,400, 1,400 plus. When, of course, the government they made it much lower than that. Of course, they made it less than 1,000 naira per dollar.
Mr. S, sorry to cut in. Yes, there are a lot of things to talk about when it comes to the expectation of Nigerians, when it comes to the deliverables as promised by this administration. However, my concern and worry is when we're looking at the next election, as the campaign season has started, I'm asking, how are we able to separate state money from, the individual that occupies the hem of affairs, see, at the subnational level or at the national level? How do we separate these two, that individuals, as soon as they are elected into position, don't no longer, begin to use the state money for campaign or for political purpose? How do we, be able to divorce the two?
How can you do that? These are people who are the hem of affairs. Remember that when you're elected, the Code of Conduct Bureau, you must have to do show what you have before you come into office. A lot many of them don't. And the CCB has been almost comatose because I have not seen much from them. People are not prosecuted for breaching that rule because you have code of conduct that will always tell you this is somebody's what before he came into power. And of course, as they go on, you'll be able to monitor exactly what are what businesses he had before then, and what are the accruables from those businesses to his account. But today, nobody cares about that. So whenever somebody is elected into office, of course, the public fund is where they rest on in most of their dealings. You see, a local government chairman, he can afford to say, we are going for a burial, maybe family burials in their homes, the local government fund. That of the state, the same. That of the federal government, the same. Of course, you know that the president can always dash out any amount of money to anybody at any time. All these monies are coming from the public fund. These monies are not from their private purses. Of course, sometimes you might even dash out their salary. Of course, whatever thing they take, as a president, for instance, he doesn't touch his salary. He's not supposed to touch his salary because whatever he eats comes from government. The ride, fueling, everything he does, even the clothes he wears, comes from the coffers of the government of Nigeria.
In other words,
so also it is with the governors and on the local government chairman. How do you now divorce their spendings from their personal spendings from the public fund? You cannot, because most of the things they do it just like that.
So in other words, one can infer that the decline in infrastructural development and other areas across board, when you look at the subnational, for example, both there's the lower tier of government, the local government and the rest of them, the lack of action, one could attribute it to, electioneering and being able to save to go into the campaign proper.
Even when you have a law on the money that you should use to prosecute an election, nobody keeps these laws because nobody has been challenged, taken to court for going beyond the limit, because we have a law that stipulates the amount that should be used when you are running for any position. Nobody has ever been arraigned in court, or nobody has been arraigned. So what I mean is that the politicians do not divorce, especially where they are in public office, what fund they have with, divorce it from their personal fund. What they use is the public fund. So you find out that the government of the day is not keeping the funds the way they ought to. They're not divorcing the fund from their personal usage. So what they do is that they know how to retire these funds. That is why most of them do not go to jail. But those who are careless are those ones that the anti-graft agencies pick up after service, because most often the anti-graft agencies do not, go to these public officers, especially those with immunity. Those with immunity, the presidents, governors, and their deputies, they have immunity. Whatever thing that is criminal.
All right. A quick one. A quick one before I let you go on this. Looking at this situation, there's been a school of thought that we should, elongate the tenure of office, of public office holders, being that they are distracted after election with litigations, and then they barely settle, for governance, the next election cycle calls upon them. And they've argued that we should elongate the period to at least an additional 1 year or 2 years.
I do not know exactly what you mean by distraction when you have been sworn into office with litigation. Litigation, you go to court. Your lawyers are there to defend you. It does not supposed to distract you in any way. You hit the ground running. You start the business of governance and ensure that, because you have a time frame, like in Nigeria, 4 years. So you have 4 years, and 4 years you are supposed to implement your manifesto. You are supposed to implement the agreement. You are supposed to ensure that the people see that what you, campaigned for, what you used to campaign to them is being done. So, and you tell me about distraction. What distraction? Do they go to court every day? Does the governors, the president, and any other person, all these people elected, do they go to court every day? The court continues to sit and adjudicate on the matter until it is resolved, whether in favor or against. So don't tell me about they are distracted. Then, and do not also tell me that the decline in capital, projects within the government circle is as a result of elections. Then it means they are using the money for elections. Because the question is, where does the money go? You have already done a budget. You have already started getting these monies, these monies done in the budget according to the state account. Yeah. Then you start using them. So it does not stop anything. It is not supposed to stop anything. But where it stops, then there is something wrong within the system.
All right. On that background, we'll call for all elected office holders and public servants to please continue to see to the welfare of the people and not be distracted by electioneering, politicking, and the rest of them. And we shouldn't, for any reason, see a decline in infrastructural development across board, while we continue to advocate for strong institutions, yes, against having strong men who may not be able to divorce, what belongs to the people from their personal expenditure in these regards. So, for no reason should development, welfare of the people be relegated to the background.
All right, we go over to the Frontline Africa headline, which says Tinubu arrives Kenya ahead of Africa-France Summit. Bola Tinubu has arrived in Kenya ahead of the Africa-France Summit, where African leaders and French representatives are expected to discuss key issues, including economic cooperation, security, trade, and diplomatic relations. Yes, so Mr. President, by 12:05 this morning arrived Kenya for Kenya-France meeting, that's a summit, and where they'll be discussing key issues and economic cooperation, security, trade, and diplomatic relations. So, citing this, it will just be a 2-day, just today and tomorrow. Then he will move over to Rwanda for Kigali for the next event that he has to attend. Now, this is also a month where there will be APC primaries, of course, is coming up this month, and other events. But citing this and linking it up with the movement that Mr. President has made to visit Kenya and be in this summit is raising a lot of questions across the globe and across the netizens. So, yes.
You see, some schools of thought have been saying that the president's movement across the world, especially within this year, has got a lot of money, that they don't feel comfortable with the president with a very large entourage, always visiting some countries of the world, large entourage, and then the revenue of Nigeria is depleting as a result. And you see why we are talking about implementing the budget, implementing capital budgets, especially when you have mega projects going on in Nigeria. But the implementation has been very slow. It has not really gone the speed it ought to because of the promises of a four-year term. So the president is seen to be jockeying after all. That is the implication. Now maybe he's going to Kenya to market Nigeria and tell the world, maybe the Kenyans to come into Nigeria and invest, and possibly maybe some organization in Kenya can, a consortium of financial organizations can come together and give us another money which we borrow, because we have a borrowing government.
Has he gotten that bad?
Yes, now you have been borrowing since this year.
From Kenya?
Yes. What could have been very interesting for the president, you go to Kenya, you go to Kigali, you go, of course, people call it junketing, just moving around the world. I've not seen him. He has gone to.
Mr. President is marketing Nigeria for
that's what I'm saying.
From France to Kenya, the man is suffering. The man is suffering to market this nation.
That's what I'm saying. Marketing Nigeria is what actually envelops everything and giving it a very beautiful outlook. It's marketing Nigeria.
No, at great pain. At great pain for Mr. President to move around.
Nationals who are have investments in Kenya to come out to Nigeria and also have investments. That's part of it. It's a beautiful thing for the president to market Nigeria on his own. It's not bad, but let us know that while he's doing that, the Nigerian economy is having the suffering. All this marketing has been very rhetoric. You talk about these things. When you are marketing a country or when you intend to market Nigeria, first and foremost, you must ensure that their primary responsibility, which is the security of lives and property, is assured, so that if investors are coming, they will have access to the investment. They will feel free. But where you have insecurity everywhere, or don't we have insecurity everywhere in Nigeria? That's the question I ask. Of course, I know that Nigerians and non-Nigerians alike know that what I've just said is that we have insecurity abound in all the nooks and crannies of Nigeria. And as such, the primary duty of government of Nigeria is to ensure that you have security. Then from there you move forward. When you have terrorists, destroying even government investments, how do you now tell people that their own investments are secured? You cannot even protect the investment, government investment. You cannot protect the lives and the property of the people. We are not in a war, but people die in Nigeria as if we are having a war. So it is a serious issue. And for the president to be going up and down the nations of the world in the pretext that is marketing Nigeria, is discussing economic this, economic that. You talk about the economy, building an economy when you have security of lives and property. You cannot build an economy, you cannot develop, you cannot move an inch into development without security of lives and property. So it is primary, and that is exactly what I believe that the government of the day should be able to call their biggest priority, to ensure there is security in Nigeria, instead of going about all the countries of the world to talk about how people will come into Nigeria. How can they come into Nigeria?
All right, Mr. Ress, at least I agree with you on this. Yes, I agree with you in total on this very one. Yes, I bet the fact that Mr. President is at a great pain, moves around, leaving the comfort of Aso Rock to go to the cold region of France. Then from France, having, not rested, moves into another summit in Kenya. It speaks to a working president. A president I know that loves this nation. A president that I know will do everything that will stop at nothing to attract foreign investments into this nation. Yes, a president I know would want insecurity not to be at the front burner, so that when these investments come in, they would be, they will be safe, far away from the ISIS and the Boko Harams that terrorize this nation. Having said that, I am, taken aback when Africa is always moved and then answer when they are summoned by the neo-colonial masters. Why do we have to discuss African development always in the presence of the Western world? Can't we at this time be able to nudge ourselves towards an African part of development? We are talking about a summit, African Forward, that is chaired by Macron. Then in Kenya, with William Ruto, what are the economic indices from Kenya to indicate a seriousness about an African nation that wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with other countries, other nations of the world? the people will go cap in hand. And like you rightly said, what we should be bothered about is about security in Nigeria and not the junketing from one country to another in the name of summit. When these people come in, will their portfolios be safe? Will those they will send into the country feel safe to go through the nooks and crannies of this nation? Having said that, I would expect, and I ask, will Niger be at this summit? Will Burkina Faso be at this summit? Because one thing I know that this nation needs more, like you pointed out, is issues around security. And obviously, it's been established that we are being overwhelmed, that the ragtag army and bathroom slippers are overrunning our military. I make bold to say that, simply because they are heavily funded by non-state actors from outside this nation. And when we've identified the axis of evil to be through the Sahel, why are we having a convo without the Sahel region? Are they not African as well? Can't we swallow our pride, or do we want to push forward the first agenda beyond and above our own personal interest? How are we going to secure this nation when we can't bring the Sahel states to have a conversation around security upon to which the ISIS has continued to fund the continued insecurity that we have in Nigeria? And when you talk about this, look at what Chad has done. And Niger, taking on these daredevil insurgents in their territory. So when are we going to have a real security conference around these issues? How can you talk about development? How can you talk, investment in a nation, like you rightly pointed out, people die more than they die in Afghanistan during the era of the insurgency there? How can we be having a conversation about attracting foreign investment when we are near the state of Bamako in Mali that has been surrounded by the ISIS insurgents? These are issues that should matter. And I expect that Nigeria, that knows its audience, should by now have made headway with the junta in Burkina Faso, with the Malian authorities, with the Chad and Niger, and then we'll begin to see how we police the Sahara Desert and the axis of evil, like Mr. President did note in London. These are the issues. But however, Mr. Reyes, on a lighter note, Mr. President is already old, and he's taking a great pain to move all this. We're only urging that more be done in the area of security.
No, he's not old anything. He's still very strong. That is why he's moving around marketing Nigeria.
Are you saying he's not doing this at a great pain to his health?
No, how can it be at great pain when, of course, he offered himself to serve Nigerians? Of course.
I agree with you on that. He offered himself to serve Nigeria, but the issue around security should be taken more serious. I expect to see more conference, more summits on security, how to secure Nigeria. I expect to see more conversation around how these equipments would come in, because I've seen a ragtag army that has night optic visions. I've seen a ragtag army that knows how to operate ground-to-air, anti-aircraft missiles. I've seen a ragtag army that has been able to withstand the trained, courageous, bold Nigerian soldiers. It leaves more to be desired. I am not, for one, attracted to whatever summit that is happening in Kenya.
All right, we go on a short break. We'll be right back with other updates. Do stay with us.
Storytelling.
We don't just report the news. We connect brands to audiences.
For news coverage, events, and advert placement,
call Aneke TV today. Aneke TV. Move with the world. the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Good evening and welcome to the news at 5 on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. The headlines. JAMB retains 150 as minimum cutoff mark for university admissions. Court dismisses suits challenging APC National Congress. Details of the news. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has retained 150 as the minimum admissible score for admissions into university into 7 academic session. The decision was announced today during the board's policy meeting on admissions held in Abuja. JAMB said the benchmark followed deliberations and voting by vice-chancellors and other stakeholders present at the meeting. Heads of tertiary institutions also approved 150 as the minimum score for colleges of nursing, while polytechnics will admit candidates from a minimum score of 100. The policy meeting is part of efforts to harmonize admission processes and ensure uniform standards for tertiary institutions across the country. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board says candidates seeking admission into education programs and agriculture-related non-engineering courses will no longer be required to sit for the United Tertiary Matriculation Examination, UTME. The board announced the development on Monday during its ongoing 2026 admissions policy meeting in Abuja and later confirmed it in a statement posted on its official X handle. JAMB explained that candidates affected by the new policy must, however, meet other admission requirements prescribed by the institutions and relevant regulatory authorities. The federal government has retained 16 years as the minimum age requirement for admission into tertiary institutions across the country. Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, announced the decision on Monday during the 2026 policy meeting on admissions to tertiary institutions held in Abuja. Dr. Alausa said the policy followed extensive consultations and reviews involving critical stakeholders in the education sector. According to him, the decision is aimed at balancing inclusiveness with academic preparedness among prospective students. The minister noted that exceptional cases involving gifted students will only be considered under clearly defined and strictly monitored guidelines to preserve the integrity of the nation's education system. Candidates seeking admission into Nigerian Certificate in Education programs in colleges of education will no longer be required to sit for the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, UTME. Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, announced the policy today during the 2026 Joint Administrations and Matriculation Board policy meeting held in Abuja. Dr. Alausa said prospective candidates seeking admission into NCE programs would only be required to possess a minimum of 4 credit passes in their O-level examinations to qualify for admission. He explained that the policy is aimed at reducing pressure on JAMB and encouraging greater interest in the teaching profession. The minister added that although affected candidates will be exempted from the UTME, they must still register with JAMB for screening, verification and processing of admission through the Central Admissions Processing System, CAPS. He further disclosed that the exemption would also apply to candidates seeking admission into national diploma programs in non-technology agricultural and agricultural-related courses, with the policy taking effect from next year. President Bola Tinubu has approved the appointment of retired Major General Adeyinka Fadewa as Special Advisor on Homeland Security. The appointment was confirmed in a circular issued on Monday by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, and conferred through the Permanent Secretary, General Services Office, Dr. Ibrahim Kana. President Tinubu said the appointment recognizes Major General Fadewa's distinguished military service, strategic expertise, and contributions to Nigerian security architecture. The President added that the appointment reflects his administration's commitment to strengthening internal security coordination and enhancing intelligence-driven operations to address emergency security challenges nationwide. You're watching Aneke TV News at 5. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the story. Now a reminder of our top stories. JAMB retains 150 as minimum cutoff mark for university admissions. Court dismisses suits challenging APC National Congress. Stay with
TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Eligible voters in Enugu Metropolis today turned out in large numbers for the ongoing continuous voter registration exercise being conducted by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. A visit to several registration centers, including the INEC headquarters in Enugu, showed applicants undergoing verification of personal details, biometric data capture, and confirmation of registration status in an orderly manner. Some residents said they were participating in the exercise to register for the first time, update personal information, or transfer existing voter records. They expressed satisfaction with the process and urged other eligible citizens to register early. INEC officials supervising the exercise said the registration process had remained smooth across the state and encouraged unregistered eligible voters to take advantage of the exercise before the deadline. Chairman of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, in Enugu State, Mr. Ibuchukwu Obeta, says he remains the authentic leader of the party in the state following the resolution of internal disputes at the party's national convention in Abuja. Mr. Obeta stated this on Monday while speaking with journalists in Enugu. He said the party has successfully concluded its ward, local government and state congresses ahead of its primary elections expected before the end of May. According to him, several aspirants have indicated interest in contesting various elective positions on the platform of the party, including the 2027 governorship election and the forthcoming Enugu North Senatorial District by-election scheduled for June 20th, 2026. Mr. Obeta described the NDC as increasingly attractive in Nigeria's political landscape, following the involvement of prominent political figures and the successful conduct of its national convention. No fewer than 30 persons have been killed following an ambush by suspected bandits along the Magami-Dansadao Highway in Zamfara State. Public Relations Officer of the Zamfara Community Protection Guard, Malam Abubakar Gumi, confirmed the incident, saying the attackers opened fire on motorists and commuters between Magami and Gusau on Sunday evening. According to him, the victims, including 21 civilians, 8 local hunters, and 1 member of the Protection Community Guard. He added that security operatives and community guards engaged the attackers in a gun duel, during which several bandits were neutralized. The Magami-Dansadao Highway has remained a major flashpoint for banditry in Zamfara South, with repeated attacks on travelers and farmers, despite ongoing security operations in the area. A federal high court in Abuja has dismissed a suit seeking to void the recently conducted National Congress of the All Progressives Congress, APC. Delivering judgment on Monday, Justice Joyce Abdul Malik held that the court lacked jurisdiction to entertain the case filed by Mr. Fubara Dagogo, who claimed to be a member of the APC. The court ruled that issues relating to nomination processes and purchase of party forms are internal affairs of political parties in which courts cannot interfere, in line with provisions of the Electoral Act 2022. Justice Abdul Malik subsequently upheld the preliminary objection filed by the defendants and awarded a cost of 10 million naira each against the plaintiff and his counsel, Chief O.A. Onyema. The All Progressives Congress, APC, in Rivers State has cleared 33 aspirants for the 2027 State House of Assembly primaries, following a screening exercise conducted in Port Harcourt. The screening committee said 65 other aspirants did not scale through the exercise held over 2 days at the party secretariat. Among those cleared are 29 serving lawmakers loyal to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Chief Wike, and led by Deputy Speaker Donald Maol. Speaker of the House, Martin Amehuli, was also reportedly screened for a seat in the House of Representatives. The committee, chaired by Mr. Muraina Ajibola, described the exercise as transparent and orderly, adding that one aspirant was handed over to the police over an alleged attempt to influence the screening process through bribery. And now to end news across the country. Here are the main points again. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has retained 150 as the minimum cutoff mark for admissions into universities for the 2026-27 academic session. The decision was reached during the board's policy meeting in Abuja, following deliberations by vice-chancellors and heads of tertiary institutions. The meeting also approved 150 as the benchmark for colleges of nursing, while polytechnics will admit candidates with a minimum score of 100. A federal high court in Abuja has dismissed a suit challenging the recently conducted National Congress of the All Progressives Congress, APC. Delivering judgment, Justice Joyce Abdul Malik ruled that issues relating to nomination processes and party congresses fall within the internal affairs of political parties. The court also awarded a cost of 10 million naira each against the plaintiff, Mr. Fubara Dagogo, and his counsel, Chief O.A. Onyema. That concludes the news. For breaking news, eyewitness reports, and story updates, please call 0703 043 7110. You can also follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV for more news and current affairs updates. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Thank you for watching.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.